All right, we're live. Make sure everything's solid for us. My microphone here. Get me a nice little drink of this coconut water here. All right, some of these amino acids and electrolytes. All right, natural stuff. I already got my dose of vitamin C. In the form of my camu powder, right? A little berry out of Peru. Right, I'm just kind of using what I have to make sure I also do what's right for my well-being and health and safety as well. So, with that being said, what's going on, family? TGIF to the fam, as they say. Uncle Jocelyn, peace, pound, profit to everybody. Thank you for tuning in. It's your brother Afurakan Emporium coming on live, impromptu session, so to speak. Not necessarily something that was just pre-planned. It was just more so an impromptu, somewhat update. To kind of speak about what we have just witnessed over the past, I would say, 24 plus hours. Interesting turn of events, right? Interesting turn of events here over the last 24 hours plus, being able to hear the bombshell news that I'm pretty sure had a lot of people, probably in a lot of different feelings, right? A lot of different thoughts probably crossed your mind once you got the news, right? We'll just say that, right? Once you got the news, it was pretty obvious at that point that this was something very interesting, all right? I'll just use, all the typical words that makes the most sense because I know some people are sensitive to the idea, around it being, Trump, number one. And then also the other side of that will be, okay, well, the science, right? The aspect that, how do we get here, right? How do we get to this point, right? In terms of having to now witness, the one person who was very much the mouthpiece for the virus, now, being a, contracted carrier of the virus, right? So, again, thank y'all for tuning in. I know you guys are kind of, busy. It's Friday. You just kind of finished out a wild week. Again, especially today, the markets. Again, I want to touch on the markets a little bit while I am on and what that was like, especially when the news dropped. We're talking, a little bit before 12-ish, when it became to be apparent that, we are now in the midst of, a scenario where, the so-called, free world leader has to now look at all this so-called adversaries and allies and all the same, and say, hey, y'all gonna have to kind of cut me a break. I got the virus. I know I've been beating you guys up, on Twitter and everywhere else, but I got the virus, so show me a little love, right? So Bolsonaro down there in Brazil, again, that was one of his little plant buddies, the White House planting him, obviously. They also had the guy down in Venezuela. They're trying to pull a coup on what's his name, Chavez, the one minister down there, the prime minister, whatever, right? So again, beyond that, then obviously Kim Jong-un, his situation, obviously he just kind of fell off the radar after we found out that he was sick. We don't know what his scenario was, but we just know he turned very ill and sickly. Right. So all of a sudden, all these people kind of just, all over the place. And so there's other respected, politicians, heads of states in different countries who also contracted the virus. So it's nothing new from that perspective. Obviously, Boris Johnson, his buddy, as he like to say, his buddy across the pond over there in Europe, prime minister over there, he ended up catching the coronavirus. Obviously, we know a little bit what happened to him, him obviously being nursed back to, good health. So we do understand that the virus is not a death sentence, right? There's no necessary aspect where you will end up dying from it. But it does have an adverse effect on those who are, of the older age bracket, right? And beyond that, just, dealing with the science in a lot of ways. Again, any pre-existing conditions that could be an issue or a hindrance or whatever. Those things now become, very, pertinent, especially when it comes to the different treatments that he's going to have to endure here, right? Because there's no, let's drink some water and sit down somewhere, right? It's not that kind of party, right? You just can't drink water and just sit this one out, right? So that's where, I spoke a little earlier. I was like, what the science community going to have to come, step up, right? Because everybody got all these conflicting views and ideas of what they feel like is the best solution, right? But there's no consensus on that. So what do? Right? And so again, I'm just curious, especially coming to you guys, my intellectual peers, right? All you guys who are, investors and traders, or just, awesome people who come through to hang out with your family here. I'm very interested in knowing, what you guys think in a lot of ways, in terms of what, what be some of the, the more viable solutions that one can do to help deal with this coronavirus situation, right? Because again, we don't know, concrete value, what one can do besides what normally people do when they catch some of a, coronavirus cocktail type of what, disease, i.e. flu, influenza, again, some of the common stuff, whooping coughs. Well, not necessarily probably whooping coughs, but, obviously coming from a SARS-2 scenario, that being somewhat the root genome of it. And then obviously it's the mutation of it being the 19th aspect of the coronavirus, which is a novel virus. That means it's an all brand new, virus within the spectrum of the SARS-CoV-2 genome sequence, obviously in this DNA structure. Now, with that being said, again, there are treatments out there that they was using for the SARS, scenario back, when it was running rampant, and again, we know about H1N1, again, bird flu, swine flu, all those different things to a degree. But, for the most part, these are some of the things that haven't been a real true, I would say widespread issue when it comes to America, right? These are things that happen more so outside of, the shorelines of America, right? And some of it came here too, but it wasn't widespread like we're dealing with the coronavirus, right? So nonetheless, again, President Trump obviously, got that, rude awakening, late yesterday after his, his close aide, right? One of his closest aide, right? Ended up contracting the virus. At some point she was showing symptoms, but she was still following them around, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of that was probably at his mandate. Hey, if you're good to go, come on, get in this, get in the helicopter, let's go, right? Get on Air Force One, let's go. And so, she got on with him, every single time, much as she could, until the point where that test came back, obviously, unfortunately positive for her, even with some of the symptoms that they said that she was actually even showing. She was actually showing symptoms, but they still kept her around, So that is another scenario where I'm like, okay, person actually got some, some symptoms here, and you still trying to prove that, it's not that big of a deal. Then, we got some problems, right? We got some problems, right? So we're going to have to deal with that, right? We're going to have to deal with that, right? So peace, power, and profit again. Happy to have everybody in the building. I see, a few people coming in the chat here. What's going on, family? Jared Pollitt. Happy to have you here. Peace, power, and profit. Over Brandon Jimerson in the house, our resident hospice in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you. Happy to have you here, right? We have a resident model in the house, right? A resident content creator on another level. Our sister Play Hard Adventures. Happy to have her in the building every time she shows up. Brightens up the chat. Happy to have her here always, right? Go subscribe to her channel. You will definitely not, think twice about it after you do it. Thank you for stopping through. Overseas in the building. Peace, power, and profit, right? Again, our solid assassin, right? Happy to always have him come through. Big supporter, always there. Can always count on Overseas to be in the building, showing support, showing love. We have our family Shavers in the building, right? Peace, power, and profit to the family as well. Another resident, financial literate, value-minded person that's getting out there trying to, get after this market. Definitely has a endeavor in the science community as well. Happy to have him in the building, as well as anybody else that may be listening and watching in the back. Again, I understand that it is Friday. People got family, friends, things to do, whatever, markets to kind of recap, whatever you're doing. I'm just humbled that you, spent a little bit of your time to come through and hang out with your brother, right? And so again, breaking news, obviously, you got to put the breaking news to it, right? We do our own political, and newsworthy value of being able to decipher information and news when it happens. So as you can see, definitely as the title of the video, Trump being flown to Walter Reed Hospital after getting a 104 fever. Obviously, this is some of the what the how you call it this. These are the basic symptoms of when you obviously catch the coronavirus. Your body's going to go through a flurry of different imbalances, right? For what it's worth, from neurological values, again, your endocrine system, your lymphatic system, right? Even probably your nervous system in a lot of ways too. So all these things going to get a little out of whack, right? So as of now, again, they tested him at the White House. Again, this is just weird too, because this is just with the latest, again, 24-hour turn of events. What's going on over, Chris? The resident guru in the house as well. Happy to have the family in the house. Over Kristen came through, right? Everything dealing with learning how to get to the bag, right? From stash to N1 to learning how to flip some sneakers, right? He is the man to go to see with that. Happy to have him in the building as well. Peace, power, profit to you, Over. Right, I'm gonna get the link for you guys here in a second too, because I'm pretty sure you guys want to come on and again, speak to the fam. Again, I'm welcoming some of the new family to come on to the back channel today as well. So if you guys up for it, again, you know how this stuff over there. We're family, right? We don't necessarily do no more than discuss things, right? That's what we do, and we do it in obviously respect and value. So regardless if we even have a difference of a value or opinion, we still keep it like family. And that's what I'm thinking about that makes this channel awesome, right? Because ultimately, again, in the end, we're here for edification. We're here for knowledge, and we're here to get that dollar, right? So that's what makes us unique, right? So again, peace, power, profit, everybody from that. So again, like I said, Walter Reed here. Obviously, y'all guys know I'm in the in the DC area, so the DMV, whatever, and so they've putting them on, put him on a little helicopter and flown him over to Walter Reed. I've been there, a few times myself. Again, it's a very, very, man, if you just want to say far as a so-called facility or a healthcare facility, obviously it's for, military, people like that, from all branches and some of the secret values of the government, whatever the case like that, they go there as well. They have access to, I should say, federal employees, stuff like that. But it's a well ran, healthcare facility, right? And it has some of the top-notch, equipment in there, some of the best scientific minds when it comes to the health sector and the field and that in terms of care, and them being some of the top within their profession to a degree, right? Give or take, again, how it is, right? Still always, that moment where you might find that one that might be slipping, but nonetheless, it is a really, if I had to put it in the aspect of a 5-star restaurant, it will definitely be up there, in that 5-star range in terms of healthcare facility, right? So this is kind of not like some of the hospitals in or around some of your areas where you're like, no, you don't want to go there, right? You come out better just, drinking some bleach, right? And dealing with it on your own before you go to the hospital, right? Because they're going to take you out at the hospital, right? Like Killer King, right? There's a Killer King out there or LA. You don't want to go to that hospital out there because, you go in there health and come out, with a toe tag on. All right. But that's just not the case when it comes to Walter Reed. So again, it's important, even more so now that we're this close to the election and we have, this news hit us at a time when, you would think, him having gotten this lucky. And I got to say that, again, I know some people going to be a little finicky today. You got, Trump might be your guy. I get it. Again, y'all know me. I don't do no personality worship, right? That's just not my stick. My stick. I'm not going to never become that kind of person. Never was that person. So again, if it rubs you the wrong way, again, don't take it personally, because you got to understand that, guess what? You're just as much of important as a person that's sitting in the White House down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right? And so until you understand that, then you will never have to, never understand how you need to look at the world from a very objective perspective, right? Put everybody in that proper perspective, no matter who they are, where they are, right? Because it doesn't necessarily override your truth. It doesn't override your ability to be the person you need to be the, the head, the leader, the ruler in your domain. Right. So that's important. Again, shout out to our sister Brianna and her boyfriend. That's a case in point example. Right. That brother stood his ground, tried to protect his queen. Obviously, it didn't turn out that way in the end, but he did what he needed to do. Right. And so a lot of people obviously, got conflicting issues about that. But that's what it takes. You have to be the king or the ruler of your own existence. So with that being said, again, don't get in your feelings if you are a Trump fan, because it's not that serious when it comes to me. Again, I'm speaking strictly for me, not anybody else that may be tuning in. But there comes the but, right? In comes the caveat, right? In comes but, right? But we do know, again, per his words, not mine, that early on, he was pretty much, given the intel at a much earlier time before it became a very well, wide known spread, newsworthy event in America, that is, that, to him, it was more so of a hindrance in terms of what he was trying to accomplish in terms of, keeping the country, kind of on a one-track road to, economic so-called quote-unquote prosperity. A lot of that prosperity being a signal aspect of the stock market. Again, that's why you see me got the stock market down there, in hashtag form and a tag form, because again, this is one of the benchmark things he's hanging his success on, right? And so, interesting enough, when the news came out of him having the coronavirus, right? Now we have an issue with what? The stock market, right? So the stock market did what? Right? Stock market obviously plummeted, right? So somebody say, you say, why I'm shouting? Hey, it might be my mic, man. I might have a good mic, man. Don't hate the mic, man. Right? They say don't hate the mic, right? But if it's not too loud, y'all let me know. If it is too loud, I'll see if I can turn the volume down, right? But I can guarantee this, I am not shouting. This is just a good mic, and I'm proud of that, right? So peace, power, profit to that, and I'm going to keep going on here. All right, so yeah, so that's the deal. So with that being said, again, the markets obviously took a 180-degree turn. We were up, obviously, in the futures market, roughly about 30, 40 points, give or take. And then the market, instantly just reversed, right? And so during that, that moment, people were scrambling, kind of look, going around trying to figure out, what's the problem here, right? Why is the market obviously now taking a nosedive? And upon further review and a little bit more investigation and digging, we found out what? You know what I'm saying? We had an issue with, some, I guess I would say some news leaking around the fact that they were saying that, okay, well, somebody's sick of great importance, right? And then eventually, as the time, unfolded, it became apparent that we knew now that it was obviously White House related, right? And so then it became, okay, this is the, his aide, obviously in this case, the young lady named Hope. I'm pretty sure you guys already know this stuff anyway, but who she is and why that's important, right? Because again, a lot of people at that point was like, okay, it's just another scenario where somebody either in this cadre, Secret Service man or something like that, that might have caught the virus, because we know that was obviously happening, right? All right, that was actually happening, right? But in this case, this was someone that was very, very close to him, right? Very, very, very close to him, right? On a daily basis, right? On a daily basis, right? And so now that, it became apparent that, if there was anything of a considered to be a super spreader scenario in play, she became it, because she was always around some of the key and top figures, right? The more, what they call, serious ball players in or around Trump, right? Again, on a work basis, obviously, not just kind of person that's hanging around, right? But she was one of the ones that were always in the mix, right? You're talking about a senior aide, not a junior aide or whatever, right? She was a senior aide, right? The closest known person to the president to have contracted the virus, right? And as you can see within this description here, she was pretty much with him aboard Air Force One, especially after the last few rallies that they did, that he went and performed for his voters and his base. She was with him. And like I say, some of the news that came out again a little bit later throughout the day, as I would say as the news unfolded, I should say, excuse me, it was apparent that she was showing some kind of symptoms at some point, but they somewhat brushed it off. All right. So, but again, y'all know Trump's his mentality was that he was not necessarily a big fan of the mask, just having it on in general, right? The same way he criticized Biden for it. Biden just, he had a podium by himself and, 30 feet away from everybody, but he still got a mask on, right? And, God, he picked fun at, Biden about that. But again, apparently, sometimes good habits are just, sometimes life-saving. Do it to the point where it become, involuntary. You don't have to worry about having it on, because if you have an impromptu situation, right, you don't have to worry about not having your mask on if you go into an area or a place that may be, highly infected. right? So again, that was important as him being, again, the symbol, right? The face, the lead, or what a lot of people in America was looking at as a, he is, the person I'm going to listen to. Again, people, put him on that pedestal of an emperor, right? A leader, right? Whatever you want to kind of put him on, they put him on that pedestal. And so, whatever they saw him do, they just emulated it, right? Now, I don't know if that's good or bad, especially for so many people who got, these so-called master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, and PhDs that's supposed to be really good objective thinkers, right? Free thinkers who will follow someone who does not have a, number one, degree in science, right? None of that nature, but yet and still he's giving out, scientific, information while somewhat silencing and subduing the people who are obviously more competent to make these kind of broad statements to the American people, right? So it was more so him putting the spin on a lot of the information. Again, not my words here, so don't get any feelings if you're a Trump fan, because y'all sat through this like I did, right? For over 7 months, we all sat through this, all right? And we tried to make sense of it all. We scratching our head, right? We saw family and friends who caught this virus, right? We saw people who passed away from it. So don't come in with your little, oh man, but you taking it out of context. This is not a context reality when you look at things in a black and white perspective and you see that there's a gross negligence on some parts of what things that could have been done better that was not. And so I'm not going to play that game. So don't even try to do it, right? And so everybody had to become their own independent scientist, independent auditor, independent autodidact, and research on our own, because we had so much conflicting data coming out of the scientific community. And so you had to really do a lot of your research on your own because you did not know who to trust. It started out obviously in the beginning. Again, of course, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Burke, Julie Burks. Oh, no, not Julie Burks. What her name? I forgot her first name. But yeah, Dr. Burks basically. Again, Dr. Redfield and, his name, what's his name? What his name? Azar, whatever his name. I forgot the guy name is, whatever. But then, like Scott, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, obviously, ex, CDC head himself, obviously being on CNBC a lot, which obviously became a very, prominent person for us if you were watching the stock market, because he was always on CNBC, right? They was using him as the filter for the science, in dealing with the coronavirus. So, within that, again, I got a chance to really get a lot of good information from him too, right? And so like any good person that research, which we are known to do as investors and traders, you have to always do a comparative analysis. And so therein lies the problem, because you have people saying, it's a pandemic. It's not really that, that serious. It's not real. It's a hoax. It's very serious, right? We had the broad spectrum of different things that we were trying to filter through every day to figure out, what's the true nature of this virus, right? What is the true nature of this virus? What's the severity of it? And so again, early on there was a lot of different, because I don't even want to call. I would say conspiracy theory, but I'm not going to use that word because that's that's really a slap in the face when you're dealing with a pandemic. Because if you have no particular blueprint or track record of being able to understand what you're dealing with, I mean, something hits you of this magnitude, which it hit us with that level of magnitude, then anybody who's out there trying to come up with some kind of information or uncover it, to the best of their ability, with things that we can at least backtrack some of their source reference information, then it becomes a thing where we're just trying to piece it together, right? We're following the breadcrumbs, so to speak, right? Even early on, y'all know I had my little moments of research, and I was like, okay, well, I found this out. I found out about this little so-called doctor, and this little person from Canada, and this person from the Wuhan lab, and this is level 4 virologist lab, and what's the coincidence that is that close to the wet market, where the so-called bat and the snake, somewhat end up splicing, how that ever happened too. But again, that's what they were saying. It was a snake in the bat that caused the virus mutation value of the SARS-CoV-2 scenario to become something totally different. And then here we go. We got a novel coronavirus called COVID-19. All right. That's just a quick little backdrop. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure everybody has a little bit more deeper assessment. In some cases, some people may not. Who knows? But that's what we were dealing with early on, because there was no definitive news, right? Even more so, they was fighting China because they were thinking that China was holding back some of the news, right? They was holding back some of the data concerning the virus, right? Even the WHO was beating the drum like, hey, come on, we need more information. Right. And so this whole idea that, China has a bad history of not necessarily telling the whole truth. Right. Nothing but the truth, whatever. And so, that was a lot of pushback early on. Right. And it made a lot of people furious and angry because, hey, this is just more than just your country. Right. Your nation. right, it began to travel, right, which made it a bigger issue for other neighboring countries and then consequently America. And so now we are the what? The hot spot. We are the hot spot nation, right, for the coronavirus, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Good old America, right? All these so-called smart, dumb people here that think they know it all, got it all, and they entitled to everything, and yet and still virus comes and hits you, and now we got chaos in the streets. You got people who want to follow simple regimens to protect other people, right? Again, that selfishness that obviously dilutes the reality in this country of terms of intelligence, because again, no one can convince me at this point of living over 40 plus years that I can really say 100% that the people here really take their natural respect of care for their citizens, their fellow citizens, really to heart in the way that you probably think it is. Like they propagandize that they do. I just don't believe that, and that's also been a situation when I've been in the military too, and I've seen it's a whole new different ball game, right? And those two different dynamics, right? So, with that being said, again, these are just my opinions and my opinions only. This young lady who was working with Trump, right, who was always around him, again, contracted the virus. Who knows where she even got it from, right? So now it becomes an issue where before, when they was trying to say, we had to do all this kind of the contact tracing, right? This whole idea that even Congress was trying to get money, even during the first, so-called stimulus package bill to do better at contact tracing, because it costs money to kind of really, find a person who got the virus, do all this other, back research to figure out, or recon, so to speak, from military people out there in terms of who that person was around, who they might have got the virus from, and connect those dots, right? It becomes very tricky, right? It becomes a very, very tricky operation. And so it was so much to the point that they even tried to make that mandate even more viable for this next second round of so-called stimulus, packages that they're trying to now obviously vote for now in Congress, because they needed more money to do it after they found out that the way they were trying to go about the first time was not necessarily the most effective way. They was kind of undercutting it. And a lot of that was based upon how the president himself was trying to always, again, his words, not mine, downplay it, right? Downplay it, right? We got everything we need. We don't need any extra, that kind of mentality. Then it was like, okay, well, we did, okay, we're going to, pull the Defensive Act, out of our back pocket and going to use that to kind of commandeer these companies to build ventilators, right? We need more PPE mat, or, the little masks, PPE gowns and all that kind of stuff like that, personal protective gear, all that stuff like that. They, now that became a bigger issue now over time when they realized that it was not just a common flu, right? The cold, something like that, right? So the science began to kind of come out in more other ways where they couldn't necessarily deny it, and which they were still fighting that. That's what's so crazy about it. But nonetheless, here we are today. We're literally, again, literally, guys, we're 30, 20 some odd, 30 some odd days away from the election. And he catches the virus in the last hour. He catches the virus in the last hour. Couldn't make this stuff up. Like, what's the odds of that, right? Oh, let me get the link. Sorry, guys. Let me get the link. Alex Lazar, that's his name. Thank you, Chavez, right? Yeah, he got ripped. He got ripped bad, right? So, and I'm getting the link here, guys. So forgive me. I wasn't necessarily watching the back chat, but let me get the link just in case you guys want to come on the panel. I just want to kind of get this forward out first, and then we're gonna bring people on, right? So again, got into this point here where now we're trying to, like I said before, figure out what is the science that we was given all the way up until this point when when we got into the quarantine lockdown, when we began to really realize that we're going to need more than what we was obviously told in the very beginning in terms of severity of guidelines and guidance value to make sure we protect ourselves proper as we can. We figured out okay, we were kind of set up. Again, whether don't take it personal if you Trump fan, but we were set up. And I'm saying that because, again, being in the military, for some of you guys who've been in the military, y'all know exactly what I'm going to say. When we go through what we consider to be what they call a PMCS check, how the military takes that kind of level of attention to detail to task, they take it to task. Obviously, for a lot of things that really matter the most, they take those things to task. So you can't sit here and come up with a whole lot of excuses, especially if there's policies and procedures always in place, right? There's no kind of, going around it and trying to filibuster and do other stuff. If it's on the books and it's the most, controlled value of research that they've done to make sure that it has a very good probability that it may work, then guess what? You got to perform it, right? Or you're going to be subjected to what, right? That UMCJ, right? UMCJ, right? So nonetheless, again, here we are, right? Here we are again, some 30 days before the election, and Trump caught the virus. Trump caught the virus. Okay, him and his wife, right? Him and his wife. Now, interesting enough, again, of course, that's his wife. Intimate. Get it. This aide, okay, yeah, she's aide, but again, Trump had other people around him too a lot, in close proximity, a lot. His, again, his national spokesperson, the girl, what her name is, Haley, whatever her name, she was around him a lot, right? But in particular, this young lady, again, this Hope young lady, she was the one so-called passed it on to him, right? This young lady right here, again, she was the one to pass it on to him. That's what they're saying at this point, that she was the kind of, the lead, infected person, right? She had that Rona and, whatever. So how did that, again, little Barron ain't get the virus. Again, Eric Trump and his other son, I don't forgot the other son name, something. Ivanka didn't get the virus. Again, he was always kind of, again, how he is. Yeah, the virus ain't that serious, man. We get tested, we keep getting tested, I'm gonna hug y'all. He hugging and still, people who close to him, that is. And none of those caught the virus. Well, as of now, the symptoms haven't kind of shown to be a positive in terms of they tested. Now, weirdly so, if he's been getting tested every single day, which they've been saying that typically, from what we were hearing, again, it's still speculative because we don't know 100%. If he's been getting tested every single day, how did it now register positive today? Or excuse me, last night, so to speak, yesterday, and not the day before or the day before, right? So at some point, there's some kind of level, a devil in the detail in terms of the science at a point when the virus became, really began to kind of, replicate itself or do what it normally does when it obviously enters the body. Again, subcutaneously, obviously through the nasal passages, it sits on soft tissue. From there, it finds a way to the most, again, its target or place of, interest, which is the lungs. And then and from there, it does damage, right? But so within that, again, I guess at that point, it hadn't really made it, that far down. Who knows? Again, I'm not, a scientist. I just play one on TV, right? No, seriously, I just do my research like anybody else, right? But we do know that is the most, effective way in terms of how this virus obviously enters the body. Obviously, again, through the nasal passages, obviously the eyes, the tear ducts, and then from there, because it sit right in time, inside your nasal, your nasal system, so to speak, right? If I could just go ahead and coin that phrase. But nonetheless, again, he caught it. Melania catches it. So far, Mike Pence don't have it. Again, Joe Biden don't have it. His first lady don't have it. The sons don't have it, or at this point that we know of. Ivanka don't have it. Again, some of the more closest Secret Service men at this point, they still monitor a lot of people. So I'm pretty sure as the days progress, we're going to hear about some more people catching. Having it though, not catching it, but having it, and probably catching it too. Because now, if that core circle of people end up having the virus or catching it, obviously, if she be, this young lady here end up being, patient zero, so to speak, in terms of the White House, to bring the White House to its knees a little bit. Right, there might be a book or movie a lot later in years. Y'all pay attention to that. They might do a movie on here, right? The lady that put the brakes on President Trump, something like that or something. Who knows, right? Then I'm pretty sure that more people are going to end up, coming up on the radar with the virus. Again, that's just my hunch. That's my initial understanding, based upon it, me being able to kind of piece this together over the time span that we've dealt with this virus in terms of how it maneuvers, how it spreads. Again, we got people that we know that caught the virus, hearing their story about it, what they had to go through for the symptoms, the sicknesses itself, in terms of how they think they probably had gotten the virus. It's just so much, out there that we've had to be privy to, be it personally or just indirectly, where, you're like, okay, man, this thing is very tricky, right? This virus is very tricky. Keep in mind, it went from being somewhat, it really is airborne, but okay, it is airborne, right? And it cleans the surfaces, for around about 3 to 6 hours. And then, okay, maybe like 12 hours. Okay, then it's like, no, it's not that, it'll stick around surface that long. Okay, then we're like, it's not that, scenario of a big scenario in terms of airborne, right? If you within a certain distance, and then now all of a sudden, just recently, they're saying, what? No, it is airborne. So the science and the data just been all over the place. It's been fluctuating. And that's what happens in science. Again, of course, it's again, the ability to be able to falsify the what? All the data until it, comes back conclusive in most cases where you eliminate all the variables, right? That's a basic synopsis of what science is in terms of, experimentation, right? And so here we are, right? So again, I'm just curious to know you guys' opinion. Again, I know it's Friday. Thank you for hanging out. This is a very intriguing story, and I'm only saying that because of the fact that we got this far. I mean, he literally was at the finish line, and he catches the virus literally in the last hour. Could not make this stuff up. If I was to do a poll real quick for everybody that's watching right now in the back chat, honestly, I mean, your honest, true, respectability aspect of your opinion. Do y'all think this close to the election that Trump, of all people, would have been a person to catch the virus this close to the election? Especially how, again, if you think that, press 1 in the back chat. If you think, that Trump was subjected, I was like anybody else to catch the virus, this, even this close to the election, press 1. If you don't, press 2. If you feel like there ain't no way in the world you would have thought Trump would have caught the virus this close to the election, press 2. I'm curious, right? I'm curious to know what how you guys would have probably, formulated that ideal in your mind, only because the fact that he was very adamant, right? He was very adamant in saying, that again, it was not that big of a deal. Again, y'all saw the president's debate. This whole idea that, man, I'm really gonna wear the mask and whatever. Right? Whatever the case, again, he was positioning himself in a way where, again, he was not necessarily that exposed to the opportunity to catch it, unlike a lot of people. Again, even being the president of the United States. All right, so I see we got some twos and there we got 1. All right, so and it's interesting because in knowing that, you say to yourself, if one person catches of that magnitude, of that that nature, and the nature of the business, what it takes to be in those kind of tight quarters and cadre as it is in terms of the level of security in itself. So you got to somewhat trust your team, right? You're moving in a pack, a pack, but it's a small pack, right? High public figure in this case, again, a government world figure. So anybody in that circle, again, if he lacks on the mask and everybody else like, yeah, okay, in the White House talking with somebody, go on, Jerry, man, take your mask off, man. It's not that serious. That kind of scenario. You're in the office, you're in Oval, in the White House, in the Oval Office. Take your mask off. It's not that serious. We get tested. Imagine some of those kind of conversations. Imagine those kind of scenarios where that probably happened. I mean, really think about that, right? It's not that. Come on, man, take the mask off, Jerry. Serious, not that serious, right? Jerry, like, man, I got a wife and kids at home though. About that, sir, right? And then you don't want to be disrespectful, right? You're trying to play this grandiose aspect of loyalty because it's the president. Kind of being around that old, that again, the prestigious value that makes you feel like you just, unflinching in your loyalty to always make, that public figure in this case feel, like they know enough to be in that position that got him there. Again, we know it's just a vote scenario. Again, let's keep it 100. But nonetheless, he's there. He's the president, right? But this guy got a track record since the beginning, and even more so lately when all these new audio tasting came out, him downplaying the virus. Again, his words, not mine. I like to downplay it. I've always liked downplaying it. And then he was talking about how serious it was way back on them audio tapes. Way before he even told us about it, how serious it was. He's like, man, this is real stuff. This is serious stuff. His words, not ours. And then as soon as he get on, before the camera, it's just like anything. It's like a flu. It'll be here and it'll be gone. Right? It's not that big. It's not that serious. It's gonna be out of here by the summertime, maybe when the summer months come around. Again, y'all heard it like he did. I ain't making this stuff up. Right? I'm not making this stuff up. Right? So now, going forward, what are we gonna do? When I say we, what are we gonna do for us as a country? Stock market obviously showed how it felt today. Right? Last night is respective. and throughout the intraday, and it was all over the place. The market was all over the place, right? And we know why, obviously, because again, real quick, I'm run over to to it. We know why, right? Because again, people didn't see this event happen. They call it like a black swan event, right? Some of you guys may be new to investing and trading. When you have these kind of moments that just happen out of thin air, so to speak, and you didn't necessarily couldn't plan for it, they somewhat call it a black swan event, right? You'll probably see me post about it before, whatever. But again, this was your market today, all over the place, right? If you back out a little bit, right? Oh, let me get this off here. Right? If you back out a little bit, this is where we was before the news hit, right? And then the after hour session, again, I go to more detailed chart. I can go to trading. You can see all of it in real time. But just the idea that when the news came out to that point, after them kind of pumping the market, obviously even at a point where it was no necessarily, I would say descriptive value why the market's up as high as it was anyway, right? Again, it was nothing really definitive besides them dangling the carrot of the stimulus bill that had them pumping the market even up from this point, to up here. So it was on a whole lot of, hype as it was anyway. And then lo and behold, bombshell news comes out. Trump, and his wife catches the virus. Oh, that changes the dynamic. That changes the game. And then we pull back, right? Then we have a massive gap down. Again, markets dumps, close around there 2% plus whatever at the, the peak to trough scenario, peak to trough. In that perspective, bounces. Again, income to what? The PPT team, right? Y'all know I got this thing with the pump protection team. We spoke about that several times. And them trying to what? Save the markets, right? Them coming in trying to save the markets at this point, right? So again, couldn't make this stuff up, right? Market bounces off the lows, from there trying to, not break that 330 handle. Re-break 330 support, it's lights out. Back into the penalty box area before we can't, got into the 330s. So obviously they're trying to defend this 330 what? Gun line. And you see it there twice on a dead cat bounce here, right? Or in some cases, I don't even know if you can call that inverse head and shoulder. That's a wild pattern there. And that's what happened when you got algos kicking in and just doing all this abnormal what? Quant trading. And then here you go here around this time frame. Here comes some more what? Another pump carrot, right? Another pump, a pump headline. All of a sudden, oh, well, okay, well, we got, something on the table where we might do some, in terms of, the stimulus package, we may come up with something. They just dangling carrots all day trying to find anything they can to pump the market. Market just jumps up out of nowhere and just runs up literally, about 4 points almost in literally minutes, after it took, all this time to bring it down from where it was before, again, or whatever. And then, we on the way. Now, when this pump happened here, literally, like 12, 15, 11, this one was the most, it was so obvious what they was doing at this time frame. Okay, well, the Senate and the Democrats now at least agreed to the fact that they want to put what? That $20 billion for the airline industry bailout on the table. There's a consensus for that and that only. Not you getting the check, not you being safe in terms of, other information in terms of your existence, your health and welfare. It's about bailing out the airline industry. Couldn't make this stuff up. This hour into the coronavirus, after all the carnage that people that had to deal with, losing jobs, losing businesses, losing health, losing life, and these people still trying to bail out the greedy corporate people who also aided and abetted some of this reckless spending and this reckless mentality, how they look at corporate interests over American people interests first anyway. They aided and abetted people again off your money, the taxpayers' money. These type of things. You working hard, you're trying to support yourself, trying to keep your family safe, trying to do what you can to survive under this pandemic, this virus, right? Trying to figure out what benefits you can access and acquiesce while you're going through this. And that these people here still playing what? Politics as usual. Look out for what? Our own first. Corporate interests. Airline industry. The greedy parasites, right? Again, spent over $45 billion in corporate buybacks. $45 billion in corporate buybacks since the last, mad, market crash. And they want to get another bailout. They got their hand out again saying, hey, we need more money. It could make this stuff up. So again, this is the market. So in that moment, the market pumped. It pumped. I mean, look at it. This is the 5-minute chart. So that's 15 minutes. The market literally bounced from 331.89, basically 332, all the way up to 335.33. 3 points and some change out of nowhere. Market was always at that point was imploding on itself after even making this little egregious little pump move here, and then start rolling over like markets do at this point. You kind of hit upon the double top there, clear as that. You see right there, this peak, roll over. Roll it over. It was going to roll over, obviously come back and test the low potentially, and then it's like they were just waiting. Man, drop that press release like they always do. Y'all know how this stuff works. Drop that press release. They dropped it. Market went surging. And again, it wasn't even concrete. It wasn't even definitive. It was just that, okay, yeah, we agree on what? The airline industry bailout. Nothing got signed. No checks got, submitted. It was just, hey, we agree of nothing else, right? This whole negotiation between, Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell and, Mark Meadows and, these little key figures and all the so-called subsequent puppets or minions underneath them in terms of the Democrat House of Representatives and the Senate in terms of the, Senate majority Republicans. That's the only thing they could agree on. That they can take Americans' taxpayers' money and go bail out American Airlines, Delta, United Airlines, JetBlue, all these people. Them people. Not you, not people who sick, not things of that nature. Not helping you with your mortgage and things like, no, they want to go bail out people who already got billions of dollars and showed you, again, through a profit-minded, perspective that they don't care them about what their corporate profits and, corporate interests. And then, again, these are some of the same scenarios that people are going to walk into the voting booth this, November the 3rd, and they're going to still vote against their own interests. As if this ain't woke you up enough at this point, I don't know what else to tell you. You really living like, again, with your head in the sand. To even be running around here worshiping another person anyway, to the magnitude that you hear a lot of people when they kind of fighting and, no, this is my guy. This is where I get my information from. Well, no, but this, like, seriously? You're a grown person. You're a grown person. Couldn't make this stuff up. So there's too much personality worship in America. It's obvious. And there's not enough, obviously, trusted, doers, people who get things done where you can say, okay, their body work really precedes them, and they unbiased, they bipartisan, they just stand on the most blatant, and the most, concrete data that they got, and so that's what you get with that person. It's hard to find that these days in terms, and it showed during the pandemic because of all times it was a great time to see that happen. They had the greatest opportunity to do it during this pandemic. But what came out of this pandemic? Civil unrest. Still police out there, murking people like it ain't like we ain't in the pandemic and people ain't already stressed. It is still going out there shooting people, kneeling on people's necks, running up in people's houses without warrants. And people still trying to downplay that as usual. That's just business as usual. Those are just anomalies. Those are one-off situations that just happen. Got you convinced that, that's just what you got to deal with and what you got to live with. And yet still there's a more serious and sinister scenario going on behind you in terms of this virus that nobody really want to come to the table even on the scientific community consensus. All right, all these so-called high prestigious, medical institutes, this, that, and the third, it just makes you like, seriously? And the one person who was blocking all of them, again, playing straight block, right? He was playing straight defensive lineman and offensive lineman, and Trump couldn't make this stuff up. Again, if you pro-Trump, man, you might want to cut off the mic for a couple seconds, or at least your earphone. He was playing the number one cop blocker. To you getting the most pertinent information you need, because he was too busy worrying about what? Poll numbers, economy data points, him looking like he's the savior or something. And all of a sudden, again, he ain't coming there 20-some, 30-some days before the election. He catches the virus. Couldn't make this stuff up. Man, let me go ahead and drop the link in the chat. Because I know y'all want to get on, probably get at it, right? I know y'all ready to get at it and talk about it. And I'm happy to have y'all here again. Peace, power, profit. Thank y'all for tuning in with your brother Afurakan on this awesome Friday. I know you guys could be doing anything, but you're hanging out here with your brother. Again, doing like we do. We just here to discuss things. We're here to put it on the table. We're here to lay it out. We're trying to come up with, again, information that can help better us, our situation, our lives, whatever the case. It all, revolves around you. You, the person, right? You, the intellect. You, the researcher, right? You, the scientist, right? The economist, right? The horticulturist, the agriculturist, right? The business person. You have to be all that. There's nothing stopping you from being all that. Except you. So again, that's why it's important. So when we discuss these kind of topics, again, it is surrounding the markets and things that we, we kind of, peruse, but nonetheless, it's still a scenario where we're trying to, again, make sure that if nothing else, we can have some, some real good, objective conversations to give us the best level of information that we got. Right. And so again, the markets was just all over the place. Markets were all over the place. Right. I mean, seriously, could not make this stuff up. Again, I was fortunate earlier myself. Again, I had swung some puts. I swung some SPY puts yesterday. Dang near into the close. I bought them around about 230, 240. I bought the 336 puts and the 330. I had the 334 puts. Did not see this happening, obviously, like we always do. We don't plan for this stuff. We just try to stay ready. All right? As we always say, stay ready. That way you don't have to worry about getting ready. Stay ready. That way you don't have to worry about getting ready. So I was trying to stay ready. The market was already up, like I said before, on a whole lot of hot air. This whole lot of, carrot dangling in terms of the stimulus package and all that kind of stuff. Again, the whole issue that we got after we watched the debate, y'all saw like I did too. Y'all saw it was a cluster, right? It was just a catastrophe in itself, right? So it's like, okay, well, how do you, assess or ascertain whether or not this is even, a real true showing of what you would want to have in terms of leadership, for the next 3 or 4 years. The way that they was carrying on and acting, during the debate. If you want to call it debate, I call it more like a little sandbox fight, right? They were just in the sandbox. How there was kids in the sandbox. No, that's my truck today. No, that's my truck, man. What are you talking about, man? Right? They were just in the sandbox, they're squabbling, and going on and on and on and on. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a little thing buzzing. I'm sorry. Y'all know I need to be more tech savvy. I heard the little thing go, so I got some guests in the back chat. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Welcome y'all to the track. What's going on, family? What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, pride. We have Oral Chavez in the house, and Sister Moden popped through. What's going on, family?
Whoop, whoop. Just stopping by.
What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Brother Shavers? Happy to have y'all in the house, right? Got to see the family coming through. I love it, right? Again, it's Friday. I know y'all can be doing anything in the world, but nothing else, y'all hanging out with your brother. I'm humbled by that, and I'm forever grateful. So, again, just kind of stuff that we've been talking about earlier. Again, y'all been, hearing me kind of go on my little so-called understanding conversation, right? I don't even call it a rant, just my little understanding, right? But again, from the perspective of the markets too, before we even delve even deep into a lot of the, the stuff surrounding even Trump even more so again, because as of right now, he's sitting up there at Walter Reed. Matter of fact, Sister Mo, you been to Walter Reed before by any chance on GP?
No, I haven't.
You ain't never been? Because I know you come up here for the for the audit and stuff with the Department of Veterans.
We haven't I think
y'all ain't never toured it.
They have, but
you just never went. Okay.
Yeah, I never went with them. Mm-hmm.
I went because I know they go over there because that's where most of all that kind of entrance. That's where these actually go. You go to Walter Reed. For that. Right. So like I said, I've been there a few times. Myself personally and whatever. Again, like I said, it's a very it's a very well put together health institution. By all intents and purposes, right? It's it's right next to the NIH, whatever they call it. Over there, with Dr. Fauci, them people hang out. Right there on the other side of Bethesda. But again, very, very interesting turn events now that he's gotten on their little, helicopter and flown on over there. Right? With his little 104 fever, right? They'll get some jello, right? Some little gummy bears. Set him up a little office in the corner somewhere. Right. But again, I'm curious now, since we got you guys on. So how do you guys feel about it? I mean, what do you think about that? Again, beyond all the stuff that we've been talking about, we'll get to that too. But the fact that he's now at Walter Reed, right, he's not like, again, he ain't at the White House. They ain't dealing with him at the White House with it. It might have been a good move. Get him out of there, right? That way he don't affect anybody else. So I don't know why they don't even take Ivanka out, not Ivanka, but his wife out of there, right? So that's going to be another scenario. So we'll see. But again, I'm curious to know y'all's opinion real quick before we get deep in this too. So any guys can, have at it. What do you think about that, him going to Walter Reed right now?
Well, I think I kind of agree with you as far as other people going to start probably testing positive. So I got my contact tracing certification through Coursera or whatever. And according to that, everybody that they've been around,
Hey, brother Chevy, can you?
supposed
I
to
don't.
be.
Brother Chevy, can you hear me?
I think it's my.
It sounds a little low. It sounds real low, like you kind of far away from the mic.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, no problem. I know you're saying my mic was a little all over the place earlier too, so I make sure I try to fix it if I can. So I guess while he's fixing that, Sister Mo, what? Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, it sounds a little bit better now. Sounds better.
Oh, I was just saying, man, I agree with you as far as when you were saying that they're gonna probably be other people testing positive. Because I got my Coursera contact tracing certification, and they were saying basically, according to that John Hopkins information, they saying longer they supposed to be under isolation, quarantine, and whatnot.
Brother Shaver, can you replay that? It broke up, man. At a point, it was like you hit a little dead zone. It was right doing something you were saying, something important. I'm sure it was, but it went out. And I didn't mean to cut you, but I want everybody to be able to kind of hear you, but it cut you, distortion or something, like you might have hit a dead zone and signals. And when Brother Savers, he'll get his mic together and come on. I think I heard him also say that he definitely was able to get his, I think he said his contact tracing certification. I guess he went through some kind of form of a course or something like that to get that in terms of, how to be able to kind of ID or, a scenario like that, or what to do in that, in the advent of something like that happening, like a virus or someone contracting it. But I'm pretty sure when he get his mic together, he'll come back on. He'll be able to kind of give us some more detail. But yeah, that's it. So with this whole idea of contact tracing, again, that's another part of the stimulus bill that they were trying to bring forward, right? And so, right. So what's your take, Sister Mo, while you getting this together here?
Oh, you talking about Trump going to the hospital?
Yeah, they didn't send them on over there to Walter Reed. And, again, it's just a turn of events that fast. Not that it shouldn't be expected, but still, okay, now all the things that he was kind of really, somewhat pushing back against, now he has to kind of submit. One way or the other, you're going to have to submit some kind of way. So what's your take on it?
Yeah, when I seen it, the first thing I thought about was that rally they just did. They said that the young lady who tested positive first had her results before they even got on that plane. So that was totally irresponsible.
Very.
And she was showing symptoms. So it's not like she just had it and she was just kind of maneuver around. She was, she was already experiencing, some medical issues, and to get on a plane in that kind of close contact and then go to a very close contact rally is very irresponsible. But I don't think now he knows he's touchable with this virus. And I hope that his, to me, it sounds like, remember he went to the doctor a few weeks ago, or
yeah, they were talking about that and they tried to keep it on the hush. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yes.
Yep. So you follow this stuff to come through.
So I'm wondering if is he asymptomatic and he's been triggered because he's or because this and he couldn't keep it on the hush because he released that news at like 1 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
On social media, whatever. But so I'm wondering if he had already either had a mild case of it the first time, and and he went to the doctor based on those, temperature checks and things like that running up, and then this time now he can't, maybe he's gotten exposed to it again, and then now his symptoms are really starting to hike up. I mean his effects of it. And so it may not be something that he can't subdue it whatever
on his own.
Over the counter.
Go ahead. You broke up, Sister Mo.
So
okay. Yeah, breaking up a little bit. I know just about that hour. Just when everybody on the line too, so signals are gonna be all over the place.
Right. So when you I forgot what this was. When you have to go to Walter Reed, when you got to get helicoptered in, because remember last time he was in the motorcade and he drove. So this time he flew, which means it's serious. So one of my buddies called me and said, hey, what, he had to self-quarantine, and this is right before he had to go to the hospital, and he said, and Pence got to self-quarantine, and they mess around and get sick, that means Nancy Pelosi become president. I said, oh,
right. Again, chain of command, that's very relevant. I was going to talk about that tonight too, so that's very important. A lot of people, somewhat, again, if you understand government, how that works in terms of, chain of command, if somebody happens, the next in command obviously has to take that, that slot. So again, that's why everybody was very, very scared when, in terms of even Mike Pence, because, he was really in a lot of those places too, them hot spots, obviously being around Trump in itself too, obviously him catching the virus would have been very detrimental to the Republican, mouthpiece value in terms of the White House, because now that power now sits in the hands of who? Nancy, right? And I don't know how they would have dealt with that. They already fighting as it is with the stimulus package. So, and the stimulus deal, so to speak. So that's very important. Very good point, Sister Mo. Very good point there. So yeah, so it's interesting. I know. We got a family that just came on too, our brother Dre. What's going on, family? Peace, power, and property. Happy to have you on the panel this evening.
Hey, what up, man? I'm just here for the hors d'oeuvres, man.
I got you, right? So it's for the hors d'oeuvres, right? You're going to pass around the moose boost, right? A little moose boost. Yeah, man. So again, I know you kind of, probably, if you got on a little bit, we just talk about this whole ordeal with Trump again being flown out the Walter Reed, and are they finna make a big spectacle out of it again? They trying to draw those sympathy points. You know how this stuff go to, right? Just before that, go ahead.
Mind. That's all it is. Theater of the mind, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just agreeing with you. As an investor or as anyone that understands that politics is theater, and at the end of the day, it plays a part in our everyday life, but you also have to be grounded in understanding that it's a business. At the end of the day, America's a business, right? And like I told somebody earlier today, with all these conspiracy theories that everyone throwing out, there's nothing we could do to stop it. Let's just say all these theories are true. What can you do to stop it? So for me, like you said, you watch it and you allow them to go on with the play. It's up to us to take advantage of the market or certain things that matriculate down to us when they do these things. You know how that works.
Facts. You're 100% right. And because again, market is obviously a forward-looking thinking mechanism, so to speak, in itself. It's always trying to front run information, right, to stay ahead of it, so it can price it into its pretty much its daily operation in terms of liquidity value that the banks are going to release for certain funds, what particular sectors at that point might need to be most looked at this time. And it's hard too, because again, when you're looking at the market during the pre-market scenario at 4 a.m., all the way up until at least 9:30. Right. Well, we knew that a lot of the broader markets was obviously paring back their, their gains, so to speak, from the previous day if they were already up. And there was only a few stocks that were still up, defying the fact that the ultimate, indicator of market sentiment, which is the SPY or the SPY, the SP 500 was pulling back, or the SPX. You had some of the stocks that were always of late that had been laggards, like your vaccine plays. Now all of a sudden they came alive. All right, Inovio, right? We know Inovio just got hit with a bombshell piece of information from the FDA, just pretty much halting their entire operation, right? And Inovio, again, if you guys are not familiar with them, the ticker symbol is INO. That one particular company has a lot of so-called, what they call funny money in it. Not necessarily funny in terms of bad money, but they're bankrolled by basically Bill Gates. So, of course, that was one of their little darling plays. And I think Dr. Fauci is a consultant on their board as well, and then it was the one stock that, over the last 2-3 days before this, this scenario today, that was just getting pummeled. It was getting beat up. Before that, it was SRNE, right? Sorrento, right? But they got some new data points that came out to really turn that stock around a little bit, and then began to bounce. But Novio was just getting crushed, right? It got crushed from 14, 13 bucks all the way back to 9 or something like that, right? And it bounced. Right. So again, very important. So again, how the markets are. They just try hey, can we make some money off this? right? Okay, Trump going, get real sick. Can we make some money off of him? Because that's how markets are. They are not loyal. Markets are not loyal, right?
I always tell people the markets are for the average investor or day trader. It's just you're investing in rumors and speculation. That's all it is. So
yeah,
if Apple say we have this product and it's going to sell for this much and it's dropping on this week, more than likely you're going to see the price go up. If someone gives you good earnings, the price go up. Someone tells you bad earnings, the price go down, right? It's just what it is, right? So Nancy Pelosi announces that there's a possible, they're going to vote it on their end. Let's see what the Senate does. Then, then it's a whole different thing. Then it's okay, we're possibly going to get a deal. Then you'll see the markets go up. It's just rumors and speculation, and you have to be able to read the tea leaves. And, and that's, as you would say, do your due diligence, right?
Right.
And that's where it all comes into play at.
Very true. And we saw that, again, we always liken it to the idea of them dangling this carrot, right? This proverbial carrot to keep you on the hook, but not necessarily, in a place where you can feel confident that, this is the moment, right? This is the right, scenario finally, right? This is the so-called right bait to make me feel confident they're going to go through with the scenario. And that's basically what's been happening here. Especially, going now into this, third quarter, right? As we see right here, INO, pumping right in here after hour. Couldn't make this stuff up, right? We got about 6 more minutes before the bell rings, or, basically until the, post-market is closed and shut down to at least, Sunday, 6 p.m. And here it is. This stock's still going up right now, right? It's starting to get a little bump here on that back end of the day. And we're just looking at the SP 500 just a few minutes ago. It's pulling back, right? And you see what this did throughout the day. It was, up, obviously, during pre-market on this whole idea that now that the coronavirus, vaccines or those therapeutics were now going to be a very magnified, interest of stocks that you want to look at. And then guess what? Soon as the market opens up, reality kicks in like, no, okay, we're going to sell that off. And they did. They sold it off. And it just did like everything, just kind of played the bottom throughout the entire day. And now it's, now starting to kind of ramp back up. Here in the after hour session, you have this U-shaped bottom here, or the fry pan bottom, if you see it here, and now starting to kind of get a little traction with about 5 minutes left here in the market. So, this is going to be crazy. I mean, between now and Sunday, I am looking for, all kinds of data, market moving data, points to come out. Right, from people, going at Trump now, calling him a hypocrite, because y'all be hearing this stuff like I have. So again, like I said earlier, disclaimer: if you are a Trump fan and you and your feelings about another grown man, and then look, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you, right? But they finna come after him because he was going at everybody else just as heavy, calling, everything under the sun, right? So now they get a chance to get him. It's like, get him, right? They finna get him. Right? And he, now being flown to Walter Reed, so it's gonna make him look vulnerable. The one thing he did not want is the people look at him as a vulnerable, in a vulnerable state,
as a weak president.
Right. That was his whole talking point. You ain't catch me out there with mask on and all that stuff. No, that's not how we do over in America. We made it in America, right? We made it in the USA. Well, your lungs better be made in the USA, because I don't know what you're gonna do with that virus, bro. I'm just saying. I don't know what you're gonna do with that Rona.
But after Emporium, you better bring them some sea moss.
I would just say I'm gonna drive down to Walter Reed. I already said I need to go and get in the car and going over to Walter Reed. If, I get my little veterans ID, that might get me in there. I don't know how far I can get to him. Like, I got the bag of sea moss. Come on, man, go and send it to him. Help him out.
That's a great photo. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Go. So it's interesting because soon the news came out that they was actually going to transport him. People had already rushed to Walter Reed. It's true story, because y'all saw the people outside the gate. Have you ever been to Walter Reed or near it? It's like a perimeter gate around the entire facility. They got check-in gate like an military post. You can't just come on without your credentials, right? And so so people already camped outside, that little front entrance there, waiting for him to, for the helicopter to touch down to get a glimpse of him, all this stuff. So they, again, news reporters and just average citizens, so they gonna make a spectacle out of this thing. Oh man. They gonna make a spectacle out of it. I can only imagine. But yeah, like I say, so I, have gotten this far, and this is a question I want to pose to you guys, right? Y'all, my intellectual peers here. have gotten this far in the pandemic. We was discussing this stuff again way back when it began, February, even latter January, and we've gotten this far off of having to kind of really fish on our own, right? Because we were never really getting conclusive evidence, even from our respected government agencies. I'm curious to think, ask you guys now, do y'all really think, now and in the last hour, right? Again, it could be karma. I don't know. I'll let y'all answer on your own. But do y'all think this is a form of karma? I'm curious. I'm just curious to find out how y'all think about this.
Absolutely not.
No. Listen, they were being irresponsible in their actions. Social distance was supposed to be king in this situation. And time again, those audience at those rallies have grew larger and larger and larger. So it was only in a matter of time.
Yeah, it's definitely not karma. If karma exists, it owes black people a phone call. That's about 600 years late.
Facts.
So, yeah, I don't. My psychology teacher in college said something to me so profound. He says there's only two people that believe in karma. And that's poor people and broke people. The rich do whatever they want and don't lose a wink of sleep.
Don't lose a week. Facts.
And once he said that to me, that was one of the key turning points in me like gravitating towards like living in 100% logical mind.
Right.
Like, getting rid of a lot of things, right? Getting rid of the God concept, because it's like
the belief spectrum
was so profound, right? When you hear it like that, because you look at like, I always tell people, if karma exists, then you should hate yourself if you ever walk past a homeless person asking for something to eat, if you got it, because then that means the scales will tip one day, right? So it's like,
right.
The whole concept of karma is very like, how can I say, it doesn't make a lot of sense because
the taboo aspect of it.
Right, because look at it like this. The human mind is so cognizant of a lot of things. So it's like when a man cheats on a woman or a woman cheats on a man, if he knew without a shadow of a doubt his woman would cheat on him, he probably would not cheat. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying?
It would just yeah.
If he had the inkling, just think about the inkling in his mind. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that would be enough to put that fear in his heart, right?
Yes. When I
or
was
her
a kid,
heart, in the inverse.
When I was a kid and I did something wrong, and my mother and father spanked me, they didn't have to spank me again, because I knew I was probably gonna get spanked, right? So It's the same thing with that, and it's such an outdated concept, because for us to keep waiting on karma, you might as well wait on Jesus too. No offense,
right? I'm happy you broke that down. Yeah, good point.
Because
I'm only reason I asked that because y'all know the headlines are going to be what? They all karma related, right? And that's for the people who obviously want to always believe that there's no other way to get to a person the way that you want to get to them. So, and nothing else you can do is throw out the what? Karma, as they say, a trump card, the karma card, right?
Right.
So
It's a way to kind of give you, a person who don't know any better, it's a way to say divine, what's it called? Poetic justice, right?
Yeah.
But like I always tell people, the place where the alleged karma was invented was the reason why I stopped believing karma. Once I went to India and seen how those people was living, I said, I don't want to hear nothing else about karma ever again in my life.
Namaste.
Yo. Radama, which preceded Hindu, I don't want to hear nothing about no karma. Don't tell me nothing about it.
Oh my man. My first, actually, one of my closest business partners when I was in college, he was from India. So I learned a lot about, none and the little religious practices and beliefs, man. Oh man,
it will change your whole paradigm on God, religion, just equality, right? So if he was honest with you, like if he was totally transparent, you wouldn't think of a lot of that stuff the same. I'm telling you.
And again, and then no disrespect to anybody who has a religious belief or a cultural upbringing and back, because that's the path of that lineage or a timeline of cultural events that a person went through, in their own respective community, so to speak. And so it's not a swipe at it. But again, at a point when I kind of premised early on during the conversation when I first came on, I kind of prefaced that, this is no swipe against anybody a particular ideology or if you like Trump or you're a Trump person, remove yourself, remove that idea from the equation just for a moment. And let's think it's what? intelligent, but beings. Let's be logical. Let's be very calculative, which we know the things that we can obviously coalesce, come up with a conclusive aspect of understanding, and let's go from that perspective because it becomes now a place of importance because here it is again. Like I said, we're close to the election. And they're already saying, the basic person that goes through a sickness, like y'all know, I know it takes at least about a minimum of 14 to 20 some days.
Yep.
Right. And so he already talking about, I'm still going to try to be, doing rallies from the White House. And man, no, you ain't. You better be somewhere sitting down with some bleach in your arm. No, I throw that out. I'm sorry. My bad. I had to slip that out there. My bad. Again, he told everybody to drink bleach and people did it. I'm just saying, people went out there drinking bleach. So I got to pop a shot every now and then. So, but yeah, so I mean, hey, that's why I asked y'all that because again, the headlines they're gonna run with that kind of level of sensation because they know buzzwords like that and catchphrases like that gets people fired up and it gets their attention. So what you say, Sister Mo?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with the way you're putting that out because a lot of the rhetoric is kind of like it's gonna be kind of like a two-edged sword. 1 minute people gonna want to be sympathetic because you don't want to wish nothing
on nobody,
right? But in the same sense, they're gonna take shots, right?
Right.
And it's gonna be fair game because he just did it on the debate stage, calling out the man's son as a crackhead, and like it was funny. So,
on a presidential debate, if that wasn't gangster, man, I know y'all like, bro, gangster, Trump gangster.
But the response to say that everybody probably got somebody who, who's been a drug addiction and how they handle it was perfect or whatnot. Because man, that was like fighting words. I said, oh my God.
That's what they are. You're right. And it's funny too, because coming from a place where he championed the idea within this administration that they were trying to overdo what? The opioid crisis, right? They were trying to get a hand of it. And here it is. He like, man, look, your son was a crackhead.
He was a crackhead. He went out there
like it ain't there. Like none slut. They just running water.
Well, you also know, brother African Emporium. He said that to basically saying if you can't lead your household, you can't lead the country.
Right.
I think he used. Obviously, he didn't have the proper tact, right? But he's basically saying like, you run a flawed household. You have a flawed family. How could you run they always use this. Once again, all of this stuff is a tapestry of what we call respectability politics and just elitism, right?
Right. Or the lack thereof in terms of respectability politics.
If Biden came out and talked about his wife's background, then he would have been mad. So I don't think it's fair game in bringing that kind of.
But y'all know he's the unconventional politician. He's not even a politician. He's just a businessman that got voted in on, let's do something different. We hated the black man so much, we got to do something different. And this was the only guy that stood up to the black guy at the level that he did because that's what, thrust Trump to the spotlight above all those other Republican candidates because he was no holds barred with it. Took Trump, Obama to task on his birth certificate, all that birtherism and foolishness. And then, of course, they say, okay, well, he a businessman. Okay, how bad could that be? Okay, yeah, look at his past business dealings. That was your track record right there. But they still say, you know what? He still has some ideology that I roll with, and they ran with him. So, yeah, what's your take?
Let me ask you, because Melania, his wife tested positive, right?
Right.
The top female staffer. Right.
Yep. Something Hope. Last name Hope. Something.
It was at least about 5 or 6 other people on that flight, plus the pilots. And all of them were top staffers or someone of close proximity within. So I think the conversation of who lead the country, and that I know. From a military perspective, those protocols are in place and you have to act quickly, whether that person really wants you to or not. I'm wondering how the protocol, I know when he went to the hospital the last time, they was already prepping Pence.
Right.
So if Pence gonna have to go through quarantine as well, even if he did not test positive, right? Because if you are in contact with someone who tests positive,
contact tracing.
It's recommended that you self-quarantine as well.
15 minutes. If you've been around them 15 minutes in a closed space, you can get infected and you're supposed to isolate.
So
You
with
can
that,
hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Go
we can
ahead.
hear you. Yeah, like I said, it was just a little muffled. We can definitely hear you.
15 minutes within the close proximity. Okay, so with that being said, if he ran 104 fever, we already know he's gonna have to be in isolation, so he can't come back and assume responsibilities because he's gonna be isolated. He has to be isolated.
Right.
Supposed to 14 days. I heard that they gave him a concoction from Regeneron, a antibody. I got that in read that in an
Yeah,
ABC
I was gonna get to
13.
that point too. That was a talking point I was gonna raise this evening because again, following the science and some of these companies are publicly traded, some of them not. But I was gonna get to that point too. So good segue into that. We'll get that point.
I thought they gave him a hot toddy when they said concussion.
Right. Probably knowing Trump, give me a cheeseburger from McDonald's. That's his favorite food is a cheeseburger from McDonald's. A grown 70-year-old overweight dude. And they talking about some, again, when they was doing this little so-called physicals, and they still try to spin even the fact that they say, well, he's healthy for his age. Like, stop. He's 70 years old and overweight and eat cheeseburgers and drink Coke at 1 a.m. in the morning on Twitter. Are you kidding me? Man, these people, I tell you, but yeah, so y'all right. Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
I know I'm wondering how the protocol is going to run because at least for the first, I remember when my cousin tested positive and he had 102. I think he broke his fever the second day, maybe. And they isolated them and he drank fluids or whatever. And someone asked me, they said, well, he's gonna have access to the the most expensive meds, this, that, and whatever. I said he can have access to whatever you want. You talking about the virus that nobody got a hand on.
Right.
Medically. So we just kind of spinning our wheels of what works and what doesn't work, which is ideal and not unusual, granted our situation. So
Facts.
it's gonna be interesting how this plays out for him. And based on, like you said, his condition, I mean, we don't know if he has underlying conditions. And and I heard that his brother the one that just passed, may have
right.
died.
That was the one they swept under the rug too. They kind of hush that one.
And he went and visited him. So it could be a few places that he could have contracted it from. And if his wife got it as well, then that means, to me, it sounds like they said the young lady had tested positive prior.
Hope Hicks is her name. Yeah.
So it leads me to believe that if she had not started displaying those symptoms herself, then that's probably would not have been exposed. And unless he drained at 104 and had to go rush to the hospital. So
like that one time when he was on having a press release, I mean to cut you there, and he was doing all that sniffling, and people he looked sick that night. One of them nights, one of the press releases he was doing, and he looked very sickly. And that's when there was the rumors about that he might have been rushed off the Walter Reed one night, and some people that were talking about, I think Dr. Sanjay Gupta and a few others, those people who were close to him, they was kind of hush about like they typically are, because Walter Reed ain't that far from office, from the White House in that regard. But nonetheless, he got rushed off the Walter Reed that time. And what was that all about? Right, because most people are saying, that's why I said, herein lies the fact that some people are going to say that they're going to try to make some aspect of it where they're going to say, well, it's conspiracy. But no, these are some of the things that they actually got, record of that it happened. Now, to the severity of what it was, that is to be determined, right? Because we don't know if, like you said, at that time, was it something serious of that nature? And, he already been doing this self-medication, right? Y'all know he's been self-medicating, right?
Well,
and good luck with that, right?
It had to be serious if they started prepping Pence. It had to be serious.
Yeah, that's when it became. Yeah, and that's at that time they was talking about they were starting to prep him, and that was back then. Mm-hmm. So that's man. Whew, good luck. All I'm gonna say, good luck. This close to the election now, and instantly when they began to really get the talking points out today throughout the news reel, especially in the investment community, in the financial markets. That nature, the first thing the market starts thinking about, okay, well, okay, number one, do we got to have, end up dealing with Nancy, right? Does Nancy have a chance? Does she really have a chance to be sitting at that White House, right?
Right.
Yep. And after that, they's like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Far as at this point, because y'all know the market has its own individual poll. The next president to try to front run it. And so the number at that point, I think the national poll was saying it was like about 60-40, right? In terms of Trump and Biden. Trump obviously, being 30 or 40, excuse me, and Biden being up there. And they say as soon as it became more apparent that okay, yeah, he's sick, the family's sick, this, that, and third, and his wife mean that Wall Street said, okay, well now we give Biden a 63-37 edge, right? And then in come the sympathy card. Right, they say, but now y'all, now you got to throw away your biases. No matter what Trump did before, now you got to start. He's still your president. That's what you start hearing on the news. He's still your president. No matter the fact that he did this and he said these things and he was all offensive and he was obtrusive, but he's still your president. Here they come with them talking points. Right, what do y'all think of that?
Let me ask you, if even when he comes, because we know the 14 days, even when he comes back, how long is it going to be? Are they going to allow him in close proximity with other people? Like how long when he comes back, if he comes back with a negative results after 14 days, is he allowed to be in close proximity? What if he does not come back with a positive reading, but maybe his symptoms have gone down? But what if he doesn't come back with a negative reading and he come back with a positive reading?
Good point.
Well, they better check out the first lady's boyfriend as well.
Right, because I've been said that. I know people didn't want to take me serious on that brother Dre, but again, I know I try to keep that outside of but again, just on a point of understanding how the game works. Well, she was already looking at Justin Trudeau.
You know what I'm saying?
A few different ways out there in Canada. That's been out. It's called
the R not factor, man. The R not factor is real. They need to check them out too, man. The R.
Yeah, so because remember he had to go into quarantine at one point too. Just hypothetical, but he did. Him and his wife went under quarantine at some point.
Yep.
I remember that.
Absolutely.
Hey, y'all, I need to get up on the gossip.
It ain't even gossip. It's just like you say, how the way things work. You know what I'm saying?
So she got a boot.
Man, come on.
Well, you know what? It's funny because
hey Mo, does a brown bear piss on a wooden tree and wipe his butt with a white rabbit?
Y'all are nasty. And like I said again, y'all know disclaimer. These are our opinions, so don't again get any feeling. We're gonna have a real world conversation like you would have anybody else,
exactly,
or at a bar or whatever. But it's just the reality thing because you got to look at it from all different angles and perspectives. Because again, if they are the epicenter of being able to champion this virus, or kind of give you all us, meaning the general citizens, ideology of how we need to kind of govern ourselves under the virus. Him being the archetype, right? Because he was always in the forefront trying to tell you how to deal with it, but he ain't went to college for none of this stuff. So how do you, you deal with that, right? It's like, okay, well, bruh, we got all these different, moments where we seeing you and your wife kind of looking all awkward. We see all that stuff. You think about all that stuff. When you think about it in the end, let's be honest. And that's how you look at it because they polarized. They're always in the spotlight. And it was obvious that, hey, man, come on. And then matter of fact, one of his aides that actually is there to be a facilitator to help, again, his wife, Melania, right, around, she has an aide too, right? She was just on, I think it was a Good Morning America, one of them shows recently, and she was talking about all the tension that was inside the family, again, between her and Ivanka, right? And also the fact that, there's some things that, that seem to be odd between her and Trump, right? To the point where they just accept the fact that she's going to be the arm candy for Trump. But so what did she end up getting out of that, though? She leveraged that relationship, that marriage. She got her parents over here.
Yeah.
Right? The same thing they push back against immigrants coming over here. Meaning Trump he brought immigrants over here by proxy of her family, meaning her mother and her daddy, and then all of a sudden he got swept in the road like it wasn't nothing.
Yeah, that's very true.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
My man has a mail order wife and want to close the border. That's deep.
Ain't that crazy?
That's under the same program.
He put everybody on food stamps. He brought the daddy in, mama in, put them on food stamps. Jared Kushner broken all these old dusty deals. He getting all kind of privileges from Freddie Mae and Fannie Mae. Man, we'll be on for days.
Did you see her? Did y'all hear her interview? She did.
Melania.
Yeah.
The one about her, she went in on them kids at the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, the secret conversation.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I told they gangsters, but these some I call it. You know what I call them? I call them rich hillbillies at the White House. That's basically what they are. They are rich hillbillies at the White House. How they getting caught on camera and recordings, I don't know. It's just the fact that he probably didn't care. I don't know. Y'all guess as good as mine, guys. Hey, what's going on, family? Chaos Reign. What's going on, family? Peace, power, and profit. Happy to have you in the building.
Hello, it's good. It's good.
You got it. Happy to have you here. Kind of sure you've been hearing what we've been discussing. Here we are, guys. I mean, we had a nice little journey to get here, but we're here now. And so, what do we do going forward here? That's what's going to be very interesting, right? You got less than 30 days here somewhat before the election. He's not going to be in a position now where he can really fight this whole thing about what? Ballots, right? Mail-in ballots. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
He can't push that narrative no more now. Not, at least, physically and vocally in front of what? All his little followers. He's going to have to do it through Twitter now. Imagine what that's going to look like. Now, I got a question I want to pose to y'all. Even knowing that, do y'all think it would have made any difference at this point in terms of who y'all think may win this election? I'm just curious.
No, it doesn't matter.
You say it would matter? Why would you say that?
Most constitutional presidents do 8 years for the last 28, and I could say almost 40 years. If it changed now, I could see it's going to start trajecting for the next few terms after, if he's no longer in office, that it's going to be a one-term president moving forward.
So you're saying the data now backs more so of an 8-year term president per what we've been dealing with?
No, if it starts to shift and they start to say, all right, he can no longer be president, we got to put somebody different, and they move from him to Biden now, then they're going to start operating on one-term presidents moving forward.
Interesting. So you're already thinking that.
I would say if this really is the fact, and this is me now,
right.
I see this going on for roughly over 20 years. At most.
Very interesting.
All right. Well.
And the reason why I asked it because in saying that means you already probably thinking that maybe Trump probably was more so the front runner before all this really hit. Is that what you're saying to a degree? For being able to win the presidency, was you saying that Trump was already that guy?
Most likely.
Yeah. Interesting. What about you, Brother Davis? What's your read on that a little bit, if you will? I think it's something happened with his mic. So can you hear us, Brother Davis? Yeah, I still think something happened with his mic. He'll fix it in a second. But yeah, so again, I
came in the house, my bad. I had to turn up.
Oh no, you fine.
I just came in the house, my bad. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What was the question you had just asked?
No, I was just asking for us the idea that now that he's not going to be that kind of front vocal point or mouthpiece for the ideal of this whole issue about pushing back against the mail-in ballots, because that was his strong point, talking point that he was trying to use to detour that kind of energy. Even though the FBI and everybody came back saying that there's no true evidence out there that's even relevant for his election, but he kept beating that drum like typically Trump does. Does that not change the trajectory of the election even more so against him, or do you think it's not going to matter?
I think it might have an effect, because I don't think people are going to feel like, because I don't think people are going to feel like he helped enough to continue to do it, because it's a lot of side effects that people are not talking about either. Nobody even went to talking about the neurological effects that people are experiencing.
Dr.
And heart issues. All that we ain't even got there yet. That might be it.
Again, very interesting scenario, because it becomes relevant for the true nature of the fact that, again, all those who was looking forward to taking him down the stretch, meaning into the election, they were looking forward to a lot of those kind of things because they needed that kind of energy to stay on the so-called American people mind. Because y'all know American people got short attention span. It used to be 60 seconds, then it went to 30 seconds. Now I think it's around about 10. You got 10 seconds to give me your elevator pitch. If it ain't strong, potent, and powerful, I'm out. And that's exactly what a lot of people, even voting now, again, they don't have that, that kind of, set in loyalty to the degree and it shouldn't be that way anyway. I'm happy they started to think like that because it should be about, a more agenda laden perspective. That's what you use a vote for. It's leverage, right? It's you casting, a ballot for leverage, right? To get something in return, quid pro quo. Now, of course, we know how politics works in America, right? Capitalism, it has to come with a bag, right? You got to present that purse with it. Without that, again, you just exercising your right to do it. Again, exercising that, whatever that means, but good luck, right? But ultimately, again, these kind of things become even more, of I would say, an issue for the incumbent president if he has or he or she has any kind of issues coming into the election cycle, especially if he was in the lame duck session, which good thing he isn't to a degree because he got the stronghold, he got the Senate still, right? So that helps him out in a lot of ways, but they on their heels like anybody else. They can't even get a stimulus package. They all focus on that, so they can't really even go out there campaign for him too, right? Because they already kind of been playing the role of emperor, judge, jury, bailiff, all that. So they just been following the line like lock, hook, and step. So I'm just curious. I mean, what you think, Sister Mo? You think it would have made any difference had he,
I think he shot himself in the foot with the debate with those who were on the line by character. And I know people keep saying that character don't matter, but when that debate was over, that's all you can hear people talk about is the character. And so I think that him contracting the COVID-19, I think that the American people may say, now that you have contracted and you have experienced what you go through when you test positive for COVID-19, I think they're going to be, I think where it may make a difference is when he comes out of this situation, how he's going to behave, and what's going to be his angle on the coronavirus, and how he's going to what plan he's going to put in place, or how he's going to implement actions in reference to
good point.
COVID-19. Will he still continue to do open rallies with close contact? Will he speak on the COVID-19 the way he has? I think that if he comes back in the same manner prior to him contracting the virus, then he's going to lose supporters. I don't think he's leading. I think in the electoral college right now, he is down. I think one of the points that he do not understand that he won the electoral college when he was running against Hillary and not so much the popular vote. And so to go after the mail-in ballots and things of that nature, which is covered through which pretty much aim towards the popular vote. I don't think he's paying attention to the electoral. I think he
Electoral
thinks he
college.
got the electoral college in the
Good
bag,
points.
and I think that the other side have started advocating to the electoral college, and that's why they're improving. But I think that what's going to make or break him is when he go through a form of recovery, how he's going to respond, and if he still begins to downplay it or not take any corrective action to how we are operating, or what his guidance to the states and how we are operating, then I think it's gonna hurt him because you gotta remember a lot of the elderly, they weigh heavy. Their vote weighs heavy and their opinion weighs heavy. The younger ones, they go with the flow sometimes. They could be with you, they could be without you. But I think the people that matters to him, his base, the ones that fear the COVID-19 and how it affects their household, I think it is going to have an effect when he's able to publicly speak on the matter and how he responds. I think that's really going to put him under. I think that he's already the underdog right now. I do not think he's going to win the election. And this is looking at all the different angles. And I think that the Senate those who are running tight races in the Senate needs his support in order for them to pull off their race. Because in the areas that it's tight, in the 4 to 6 areas that it's tight, when he comes into town, people kind of vote for those individuals off of his strength. And if he don't have the strength to come out and rally up that base for them, then they're gonna lose. He's gonna lose the Senate, and he's gonna lose the White House.
Good points. Very good points. Anybody want to add to that, or you know?
I just want to tell Mo that you will see another 4 years of that fooling in the office. At the end of the day, we ignore that Trump is America. He is what America is. He is what America has become. And that's why, if you look at the polls, a lot of people say he won the debate because of what America has morphed into. And it has very little to do with policy. It has all to do with personality.
It's all about whiteness, man. It's all about whiteness. That's all it's about. That's why he's in there.
Bottom line is, at the end of the day, people vote with their pocketbooks. And if they feel like they can get more out of his regime, then he'll win. If they feel like they can get more out of Biden's regime, then Biden will win. But at the end of the day, they're voting with their pocketbooks in 2020.
Even more so now, you know, again, I would say too, knowing that we came out of 4 years already and we saw what that did, you know, again, just from a case study, because keep in mind, when the last time we had anybody who was not necessarily considered to be El Presidente, you know, going into an election, you know, or a person who was of the political fabric, right? We didn't have that since Reagan, to be honest, right? Because remember, Reagan was out there, you know, flipping movie sets, and then people like, you know, the heads of Merrill Lynch like that say, hey, we need you to come in and be our puppet. And that's basically what they're using for to come in and, you know, galvanize that kind of Republican mindset, to kind of acquiesce the Treasury Department, things that nature. Again, those old people who's coming out of Goldman Sachs, that's how they've been there, having now that steady track record of pulling people from who was all ex-Goldman Sachs people who end up being, you know, in places of power when it came to the monetary system in terms, i.e. the Treasury. Again, Steve Mnuchin, right? Goldman Sachs, you know, all these kind of people like that, right? So the political interest in terms of the banking system now had become a wrecking force to be dealt with in itself, because they was the one doing all the what? Bankrolling, right? All those people are interconnected with people like what? The Koch brothers, right? Y'all know the Koch brothers is infamous. They didn't care who was Republican. If you make that ticket, we got the bag. We're sending you down range, right? Whatever you need, right? And so now it's the first time ever in a long time you have somebody on the Democrat side that got that kind of bag, who's vocal about it. In terms of Michael Bloomberg, he went as far as what? He went to the state of Florida and went and cleaning up the records of some some felons out there and say, I'm gonna make y'all able to vote, bro. I need y'all to vote. I know the brother like, hey boy, look at it, we'll take it. I mean, but you're right though, brother Andre. Again, it's about the purse. It's always been about the purse.
No, it's always about, I need that bag. You got my bag?
It's always about
Get me that bag. You Negroes gonna give me that bag, or I'm gonna finally get the bag. But I want to say one thing before Mo says something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You guys got it.
Oh, let me ask this question. So, is it that you could not make money in the market under another type of administrative structure? Are we saying that the only time that the market performs is when a Republican is in office?
When a Republican's in office?
Not necessarily.
That's a lie. The money's market will determined by who's Republican or Democrat. The market is the market. Emporium knows it's better than anything else.
Well, again, that's what I'm saying. And you guys now, y'all follow this stuff even in your own respective value, whether you in the market or not, because y'all know, like I was saying, literally about about 2 months ago, they were already trying to theorize that, hey, we need to start planning for what? A Biden presidency, excuse me, right? They were already kind of putting that out there, because y'all know, if you follow any kind of data points in the financial, market, the newsreels, they're already starting to kind of hinting to what they're trying to what they would like to see come into fruition. Now, even though they still saying, okay, Trump's our guy, look what he done, for the market, look what he's been able to do for us, under a tariff and trade war scenario. Obviously, it was self-inflicted, but they still, they still stayed loyal to him, because he was able to implement this tax plan, which obviously made them what? Richer, right? They didn't have to pay no tax. Look at what Jeff Bezos skated on a $20 billion tax.
Mm-hmm.
A $20 billion tax. I mean, who does that, right? And so it's even more so now the spotlight in terms of even his taxes, because he's been fighting every day tooth and nail to keep him out of the hands of who? The American people.
Right.
But see, the thing is that Obama was the president of quantitative easing, which did all that for the market.
Yeah, so subprime lending.
It has nothing to do with the actual. It has no longer to do with like Republican or Democrats. The only difference I see in both parties is regulation and deregulation of certain type of businesses. Other than that, it's a free market economy.
That's what I'm asking, Andre. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait a minute. So we're saying it is going to underperform? I don't see that.
No, I would see. What I was saying was this, right? When you look at people, okay, the last time people voted on emotion was Bush versus Kerry, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone agreed that Kerry was a better candidate, but you know why people voted for Bush? Remember that? It was evangelicals, right?
Right.
Because don't forget,
that was after the war.
The biggest thing was the war. The biggest thing was the war, and the biggest thing was gay marriage. And at that time, it still was taboo to talk about it. So if you remember when they did the posters the day of the election, the Bible Belt, the Rust Belt voted against gay marriage, and they voted for the war, right? The Law and Order Party. Now you got gay marriage. Now you got anything under the sun. Now is what you gonna do to put more money in my pocket? That's it. Like it's nothing else.
Right. And the one thing that we've been beating or championing, especially when it comes to this channel and even the Dagger Squad channel, when we talk about, again, economics in general, you see life, especially in this country, through a whole new lens once you become more accurate to understanding how this thing really works, how it really works. That in itself, again, will pretty much cancel out any ideology or belief, right? Because, again, money is not, again, subjected to just belief valuations, right? It has to come with kind of ideal of how can we transplant this money? How can we move it? How can we, put a face or name or, a product behind it or a service, right? In theory, obviously, we know there's a lot of funny money that happens. Again, that's why they just hit up, Goldman Sachs just recently, right? But again, beyond that, they're just more concerned about, like, Dre was saying, like you guys been saying, who pockets can we lace, right? Can we take more away from Main Street, the sleepers, right? And then keep enriching ourselves because they too busy chasing what? Pipe dreams and carrots, dangling carrots, right? This whole, you're going to get a stimulus check soon, right? They was talking about that way back in April. They were saying, okay, at least by June, July, another one should be getting ready to come across the table. If not then, at least August. Here it is, October. Still no, second, stimulus check. And then businesses are obviously furloughed, brought people back, and then shut them back down again, right? Again, we are now so-called in that next cycle, which we never really came out of the first wave of the coronavirus. Again, whatever. And so we're back to that same reality, right? And so again, people just like, man, we already run the register. Next, right? Who else can we use to leverage, in that seat, regardless who it is? So if Trump cancels his own self out through his own self-inflicted, value, because that's what they're looking at, like, man, it's self-inflicted. And he caught the virus. He was championing it. It was, it was this, it was that. So be it. We already going to prepare Biden, right? Now, we know that he has some different policies that may be a little bit against us, right? But we can work with it, right? We can work with it. That's how they think, like, because that's how this stuff works. That's literally how this stuff works. Because they're still going to find a way to, again, leverage money away from, Main Street and obviously rich the pockets of corporate America. So hence, that was the one thing that moved the market today, that saved the market. Couldn't make this stuff up. And it wasn't even a concrete deal. It was the ideal that they were saying, hey, we can agree that the airline industry deserves at least another bailout. Another bailout, not just, again, another bailout. And the market literally pivot on the dime like it typically does. And now we all back up to the place where we were before, like as if we didn't find out that Trump had the virus. So again, this is the craziness of, how the market is so detached from reality, as they always say, is very detached from the reality, or in terms of what they call Main Street reality. And people who are Main Street are detached from the reality of understanding how capitalism works, right? They're too busy trying to work. They're too busy trying to, again, feel fake patriotic. Again, quote unquote, fake patriotic. right? They're too busy voting against their own what? Self-interest, to the tune where it just it blows my mind. Like, how are you still doing that in 2020? Had y'all not realized what's happening in this country? The money is always showing you that it don't, favor you in the grand scheme of things, until you find out how to go out there and get it on your own time, own dime, own merit, own understanding, this, that, and the third. It's not made for a worker bee society. It really isn't. As far as having freedom, I should say, excuse me. But nonetheless, again, the president is just there to levy policies to kind of take away more from what taxpayers have to a degree, more than necessary. So anybody that's voting against big government, of course that's more favorable, because nobody wants to be regulated, like Andre was saying. Nobody want to go through all that regulation. Government's supposed to be a small factor of society anyway, but of course they've found a way to gain more privilege, more ground, more power, and now they don't want to relinquish it. And then the American people haven't realized that yet. The power's in them, so they got them now what? They need that fist to cut. Civil war breaking out. Civil war breaking out during the middle of a pandemic. This is the kind of anarchy and chaos that the things that you see in the movie. Like, okay, now they finna tear up the streets now. They're already frustrated. They got, they're sitting in the house. They ain't got nothing to do. Trump. Look, I mean, of all things, this joker get on the national stage during the debate and talk about people that's going through divorces because of the COVID-19. As if that's the sole reason why. Oh, just because they had to be around each other, that's gonna cause them to get a divorce. You couldn't make this stuff up. Like, seriously?
For African foreign.
Yes.
For people that's getting divorced because they had to stay home and really be like husband and wife, it's telling right there that, in the society, this antisocial environment, and that is revealing a lot of people. That you're cool once you're away from each other, but now they had to be confounded. This is where it's going to really test you. And if it leads to the divorce, which most likely women are divorcing more than the men, it's telling right there that that's where it stands. That we're not really sociable like that, like our old parents were. They dealt with much worse stuff than this. A little in-house coronavirus, and you divorce after a week. It's telling.
It is revealing in a lot of ways. And it'd be interesting to kind of even see some of the data. When I say data, meaning how, what's the real true stat of what we dealt with as far as the coronavirus. Again, all these different social, plot dynamics or scatter plots or, whatever. What has happened since then? Because, ultimately, again, especially military, since Mo been there, I've been down that range. Typically the military always kind of rule that roost regard, right? The most divorce, rated values always come out the military because it's stressful, right? So if they're going to say this is a silent war we're in, so you're not taking that and putting that back in the hands of the average Joe, and like, man, look, man, I gotta look at Diane every day now from the house, man. I don't know, right? But I don't think that way, of course. But for some people who use escapism in terms of work and whatever, that could be a topic. I mean, I can see that to a degree. I can see that.
Brother African part, how they used to say, man, I'd rather be downrange than to be back home.
Yeah, in some cases, again, that isolation, and then, again, you still performing whatever, but you still kind of, you have that moment where you say, well, I'm kind of, responsible for me now, right? If nobody else, I'm responsible for me. Obviously, I have to be. I'm out here in theater, but more importantly, you still think about your loved ones at home. But like anything, the human condition is very fragile sometimes. Again, too much, right? It's like too much. Not enough. You got to find that sweet spot, right? That balance, so to speak. And so, yeah, I can see it to a degree on both sides, right? But I don't think it's to the point where how they were trying to really make it, because the talking points was that suicide is going up. As if suicide was a big issue before the pandemic, right? The drug use is going up. As if drug use wasn't a big issue before the pandemic, right?
22
Anything
a day. We was at 22.
Say again?
We were at 22 a day before the pandemic.
Yeah.
A day before the pandemic. We trained on suicide so much, I could see it. I used to see that nothing in my sleep.
Right. I mean, ain't that like a good old fashioned briefing, right? And that perspective. So again, for us, you go through a scenario like this. Again, this is me, kind of, my aspect of hyperbole to a degree. But if you're not getting a daily briefing, meaning you're not, speaking to your citizens in a way where you say, hey, look, again, the one thing people want to hear, regardless if they know they got, issues with other people, other races, other genders, whatever the case, and they still want to hear in the back of their subconscious that we're all in this together. right? Even though you know it's a lie, but you still need to hear it because something in you, in your terms of your human conditioning, will say, okay, all right, man, for 2 seconds, I'll do this, right? If he gonna, get me back to normalcy where I can still, wave my little rally flag, or I can, I throw my fist up, or whatever you do. But of course, that wasn't happening. It became worse, right? Because Trump was just pretty much like, hey, look, if you ride with me, I'm gonna say everything against your enemy or your person that you got issue with, and we're gonna light a fire in even, right? It's gonna be incendiary, it's gonna be raw, right? I'm not a politician, I'm me, right? So, and I'm saying that because I want to segue into the next conversation or talking point, because again, even during the debate, this whole issue surrounding this whole Proud Boy situation, right? Him being able to denounce it, whether it matters or not, because again, Wall Street still says, well, how can I leverage it regardless? That's what Wall Street said. All right, because again, we're investors and traders, we're on a different mindset, but still, the American people don't understand really from that perspective in a lot of ways, because they just say we're close to a civil war, right? They talk to a lot of people and we're close to a civil war, and it's all Trump's fault, right? Again, their words, not mine. So far as this being a situation too, now that he's sick, does that also now be a blow to his base, because he can't now really get out there and galvanize those types?
But after the Emporium, is my going on here now? Do you hear a lot of static when I'm talking?
It was a little bit earlier. It sounded like somebody was typing something.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm under the wall. Okay, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna restart.
Everyone should just mute their mic at first, and we'll see from there.
You know what happened was somebody called my phone, and I think it messed up my audio.
It might have messed your signal up. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you go ahead and come back in. I got you. So I'll ask you over, Andre. I don't know if you can or not. What's your take on that? I'm just curious, because that's the now hot button topic, right?
You talking about the Civil War discussion?
Yeah, to the degree now it's been fanned even more so in terms of it somewhat being a whatever. I mean, you've been watching it too, I'm pretty sure, in some aspect, or hearing about it in passing.
I approach those things like I approach all these theories. I feel like, what can Andre do to stop it, right? So if so facto that there is one of those civil wars, what can I actually do, right? That's why I don't lose sleep over it. And all you could do is, like they say, prepare for the worst, and expect the best and prepare for the worst. Like I say, if I was to sit and really apply myself to all these things, we'd go crazy. We wouldn't be any different from the people that's making up the rumors or making up the scenarios. For me, is how do I take advantage to put more money in my pocket so I can get freedom? That's just how how I approach things at this point.
Right. And I'm saying that from a nationalistic perspective, because again, in relation to the idea of this whole new election, to a degree, even then, a lot of this stuff is kind of far removed from our reality anyway. Again, granted, but from a hot button topic aspect of how this stuff can or cannot be a hindrance in terms of how American people are already setting up for this election. I'm curious of that, because of the fact that we are at a time where we hadn't been, just to be honest, in terms of I'll speak from my lifespan, right? Y'all know I'm in my 40s, but I've never seen this much overt tension. And again, we know a lot of the reason why it's there, but that overt tension where, okay, yeah, these people, they really, really want that smoke. And they trying to do everything they can to be provocateurs of it. They trying to do everything they can to kind of, start it. Again, we was having another issue where they was already sniping a lot of our sisters. They were sniping our kids. This ain't nothing new in terms of America. Obviously, of course, in that perspective, even from law enforcement, but even some of the citizens now, they was going out there doing these kind of like little, underhanded militia little hits and stuff. And so it's just it has emboldened that populace. So, if he loses, because he's already been trying to set the premise, if I lose, it's going to be because they tried to shut me down, try to rig it against me. They tried, it's their fault. They did something that caused it, them do nothing, all that kind of stuff, whatever. Do you think these people going to really, really what? Stick their little chest out, try to run out there and cause that kind of scenario? Again, that kind of civil, confrontation that they already seem like they want anyway.
Yeah, you know, all that stuff is a possibility, right? I think that it's better to be prepared. Luck comes to the one who's prepared. The one thing about me is I'm not going to feed into that drama, but if it comes, I'm prepared. Like because I'm just at the point where this country is where it is, right? Me and you were talking about this the other day when I said I don't understand how all these businesses decide to shut down after getting all this money. Right? So it's just like, so you're not even going to
Right.
use this money for what it was initially given to you for. That in itself is a conundrum for me, right? Because now you're putting more people behind the eight ball. Then you have the eviction crisis that's ahead of us. You have so many different um, scenarios that's really facing us, right? And they're here now. So to me, it's just like they're compounding it and compounding it to where it's like, yo, we just gonna snap anyway. I just hope that that's not the case. I'm just in that position of in mental thought. Like, you know, you see the videos, you see the video that they're sharing now with the white guy talking about we're standing by, we're ready. It's just like, yo, it's like you don't want to make it your reality, right? It's like right now I'm looking out the window, but then if they knock on your door, then it's your reality, right? So it's kind of a conundrum to say the least.
Right. Kind of goes back to what we've been saying too. Stay ready. That way you don't have to get ready. A lot of people who are, who don't necessarily see it as a potential issue or threat, because again, there are always going to be different, aspects of society who welcome, a threat, who don't see a threat, who care less about a threat, and unprepared of a threat. Again, in these moments when you're dealing even with this coronavirus, how it caught a lot of us somewhat off guard, right? And I say some because, again, if you don't have enough of the things in play to help backstop, your situation when it unfolded. I'm not just talking about toilet paper and paper towels, right? Right, raiding Costco. It really revealed a lot where we were, as individuals, like citizens, so forth, and how the corporations again said, okay, this is a payday. We've been waiting for this. Right? And they finna get distracted, and we finna go in their pockets. Right? We finna pick their pockets in broad daylight on Broadway and the Broadway, right? And it was just so obvious. And then on top of that, income to confusion, right? Send those people out there, send the provocateurs out there to keep them even more disassociated. Throw on your latest, rap beef, throw on your latest, celebrity, gossip, whatever. They know the playbook now. They know how people operate. Again, y'all saw, I don't know if y'all did, they had a study. I was watching something the other day about how they had actually a study they put together, a quant study, a think tank study that was obviously put through an algorithm to now go out there and try to find ways to try to detour black people from voting. That was used actually under Trump during his campaign. So these people are getting very, very sophisticated now in terms of how and who they're going to target, to either, disrupt the process one way or the other to get those votes. So again, it really is a mafia mindset to a degree with white collars, around his neck now these days. So, it just behooves of us to get more and more, serious about, again, being the owner, owner, operator, orchestrator of our own existence. I see no reason how you can convince yourself that you're going to be comfortable waiting now. After you know everything that they're exposing to y'all, you're going to be comfortable just sitting and waiting for them to say, okay, yeah, you can come back to work. You can't come back to work. I'm going to give you a little benefit. I ain't going to give you a benefit. I'm going to cut your check. I ain't going to cut your check. And in the meantime, you like, everything is everything. Right? But it ain't, it really isn't. So and saying that, I mean, what's you guys, thought to that too?
I asked that question last night. That was on stream, and I asked the question last night. What I wanted to hear some opinions on what are people doing in their households right now, knowing that it's a possibility your norm is has changed, and that how they guiding their kids in the direction of career fields. I was talking about technology. Did you guys see, or Andre, did you see that Uber, I think their prototype has gotten approved in New York to do the taxi, the flying taxi, that the same flying taxi that
Yeah, I
you
seen
can
that. I
buy?
seen that the prototype was pretty much approved, but there's also, that's just the beginning of that phase,
Right,
right?
right.
But once again, we're looking at the third industrial revolution, maybe the fourth industrial revolution. And this time, the person that gets left out is the American people,
Yes,
right? And I don't think people are ready for
America
that.
to me be left out
Okay.
because of capitalism. That's how I
we're
look.
behind.
What do you say? What you say,
wait
brother?
though, chaos. But wait though, so everyone knows
But
that
black people should take advantage of this fourth industrial, I call it technical age now, before the
that's
next
what
10 years.
that's what I was getting at. That a lot of the corporations, tech companies are offering free courses for your kids to learn how to code, learn how to get into this tech world, right? And
Mhm.
so, what
Behind.
I was asking was that, are you guys adjusting to the new norms? And if you are, what are some of the things you're doing? And I was saying how I was exposing my niece and nephews to
Hold
those
it.
free courses online and things of that nature. That's tech
The ones
driven,
that I show you, right?
huh?
Ones I show you, right, Mom?
Yeah, I actually called your name yet last night. You and my friend Coach, and then I
Hmm.
know Microsoft offered, and so I was sharing that you may want to start getting into some technology, and I also was talking about cryptocurrency and things of that nature, and how the government is exploring cryptocurrency. And so people thought that was far-fetched. I didn't understand that, and I'm like, how do you not know that technology is getting ready? I mean, not getting ready. They threw scenarios like, okay, we still need people in warehouses, and who gonna deliver your packages? I said, I know Amazon is exploring drones, dropping your packages off in drone with drones. Right.
Even more so now that they even got more of a reason to want to do it, because guess what they just did? How many people just turned up positive on COVID at the Amazon
20,000 or
warehouses
something like
recently?
that.
Out the blue. So they just either further their cases and say, you know what, I ain't got to deal with these people. I ain't got to deal with their attitudes. I ain't got to deal with none of that. Forget all these unions. We done away with the unions a long time ago anyway. The middle of the America is rusting. Let's take this thing to the next level again and price out everybody. Let's do away with the middle class and make it what? Wealthy and what? Poor in a
And
lot of ways.
some people
Well, it's always been like that African porn. I don't know why people think that middle class was something that was always the continuing existence. There was always a topper and lower.
right. So I'm really concerned about the us's because I don't know, we seem to think that getting a stimulus every now and then is going to help you through. But I'm like, they're giving you the opportunity right now. Like during the pandemic, if you at home, this is perfect opportunity for you to train on something. I was so proud to when I went in Walmart to get my hair done, and the girl, one of the stylists, was showing one of the young boys on how to get on Forex. I was so impressed. I was like, so I had to chime in, give me
See
two
that kind of
cents.
stuff right there make me, yeah, I get that little tear in my eye. I get that what they call that triple OG tear in my eye. Like y'all gotta forgive me. I did just a little net flew in my eye right there, dude.
Yes.
I like
And
to see the youth turn up like that.
I was so impressed with her, and she got scared when I responded, right. And so I had to make sure that because they were younger than me, and so I didn't want to like overbear her conversation. So I just said, I'm super proud of you introducing him to the investment world, and so she could kind of like relax a little bit. Because I didn't want to think I was getting ready to overbear her conversation because what she was showing them. So what happened was the young white girl that was behind me, she asked me, she said, "What are y'all talking about?" So I told her, and I said, "No, you don't want to follow me." I said, "You got a young lady right here in your shop. You guys, when you don't have customers, she can share with you and you could get on." And so she was like, wow. And I was sitting there, I was like, in my mind, I was like, oh, this is so exciting. Like, the young people are trying to train each other on trading. I was like, yes, finally.
Light bulb goes off. Whole new different dynamic once you get your young base interested in the one thing that's going to really determine their life. It ain't going to be who they meet. It ain't going to be how they went to school and what that experience was like. It's not going to be none of that. The stuff that they paint to you that this is, the aspect of living so-called, quote unquote, that life in America, that American dream. No, it's going to be about what you can leverage
Yes,
and what you can keep and build off of, and then hopefully you can leave something for your next,
yes.
scenario.
So he sat under the dryer and he popped. She sent him the video. So he sat under the dryer and he started watching. She's like, "Oh, you really watching?" He said, "Yeah, this seems a little interested. I think I want to get into it." And so right before I left, I rolled by and I said, let me give you a little bit of motivation. So I showed him my portfolios. He looked, and I said, let her go ahead and continue to train you. You'll be all right. He was like, oh yeah, I'm about to get on this.
See that right there.
Yeah, but that was awesome. I so we're not for. I think that just like you said, getting someone to, once they get interested, or you develop that common interest, and when you start talking about money, people listen. But when
Facts.
you're practical and you tell them, hey, we got a platform to train you, or you can, you help them through. He said one of the things he said, I don't know, I've never heard about this, and I don't know nothing about it. And she said, oh, don't worry, we have training rooms, we all do it together. And so as I said, yeah, that's a safe space for you or whatever. And he said, man, I'm not about losing no money. I said, no, you can get a demo account. That means it's like monopoly money. You can do it as long as you want, and then when you're ready to go live, then you're able to do what you need to do. And so he was like, oh, so you mean I can practice this thing with play money? Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, man. There it is.
In that moment, just go to show you all they need is direction. Most people who over time who really begin to say, okay, I'm really really thinking about this thing and really take a chance. The one thing that was lacking just really someone to kind of really give them that level of understand all that breakdown or just what's really going on within it, right? Because they're gonna push back if they feel like it's gonna require them to number one, put up equity, right? Because that's one thing, the hard thing for people to do, learn how to let their money go down range, right? In a way where they feel like they can't control it because they're afraid of what they can't control, right? But again, we don't think twice psychologically when we spend it recklessly on things that don't have a return value to it, right? It just comes like second nature. I earned the right to blow my money the way I want to do it, how I want to do it, and that's me, right? But when you ain't got it, it's like, why did I blow this? Why did I spend it on that day? Why did I do this? And then we're like, man, we didn't. We've been trying to say, man, hey, take a third of it, take 20% of it, take 10% of it, right? Put it away so you can leverage it one day. And so sometimes you have to go through what they consider to be, that hard knock, reality aspect a few times before it set in. But when it does, the light bulb goes off, you're set, right? You're going to be set. But so as I'm always saying, that's why you guys are important. All you guys are important. Whether taking on this journey or you just getting started, or you've been in it, you have to pay it forward. You have to pay it forward because it's going to make other people around you, even more, protected in a lot of ways.
Hey, what was really bad today when I heard that President Trump tested positive, and then latter part of the day that he was on his way to Walter Reed. I went straight to my Webull app to look to see what stocks were moving. I was like, oh, I'm so bad, but I'm sorry.
Yep.
I need to figure out what's going on in the market. I felt bad. I felt bad for the moment, but I was like, oh, wait a minute. Something's going on in the market. Trump headed to Walter Reed. They was like,
Yep.
what are you doing? I say, shoot, I'm about to see which one of these stocks moving.
Exactly why I went on live. Exactly why I did it. Because as soon as I started seeing the headlines, I said, oh, I got to go live. And, only for the reason, because, again, moments where you can leverage it. And, again, I was just trying to also put a story to the days anyway, because this has been a very interesting turn of events over the past 24, 30 some odd hours, leading up into it to getting into the thick of it. And now here we are on the back end of it. Again, the story is still unfolding, obviously, him being there. Again, his wife still being in the White House. Do she have a wing to herself? Is she isolated, from any and everybody? How that even look? Again, and so most people like, well, American people have a need to know. Again, whatever happens, again, I ain't going up there anyway, but good luck, because all it is going to really just put more of a lens on everything he been saying. It's either going to hurt him or help him, right? Because he put out a lot of incendiary talking points to kind of get people to kind of pull away from science some aspect. Some people say, okay, well, he had enough information, he was briefed properly, so he was already on point. Whatever a person's stance is, that's totally up to them. Again, I'm not either or. I'm just saying you have to be in a position where you know how to research yourself. You have to be get your methodologies game up to par too, and you can't be uninformed, right? Those who are uninformed are always going to be who are going to be unarmed, right? Unarmed, not just physically, but what? Financially, right? And your finances ain't in play. You can't fight. You can't dictate nothing with no, with an empty cash flow, reservoir. Again, people ain't gonna take you serious. It's the same thing when it comes to even the different sexes. Yes, sir.
I can't fight back with the little pennies in my pocket right now. Say I have three pennies. Can I, dictate something in politics? You
know
take
what?
3 pennies.
We got some stocks out there by 1 penny, 2 cents to get in that trade.
Yeah, no, I have it in my pocket right now. I'm not sure about the trading thing right now. I'm taking a break, but I got 3 pennies right now in my pocket. I can give to the politician that's change some policy here and
try
there.
to push a pod with a couple little change, right? Do a little something.
Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? You know how we do it. I'm saying it's the little man, so we don't got much right now, but we got something to give you. Nothing for free. So take these 3 pennies and hold this meds. You get me? Why Mo drop? See, Mo drop. Can I talk about 3 pennies? See right there? They get black women running quick. 3 pennies? What? I don't get the
again, it just goes to what we've been always, it gets nothing new that if you come hanging out with us in there, because you kind of know where we're at, but it really does take precedence in terms of why these conversations are not as I would say a norm to a degree, right? The norm, right? Like the audacity of people to act as if this aspect of their life has to be more private and secluded and kind of off the record. Like, no, this is your way of life. You need to have resources. You need to have, access. Right. Yeah. Again, the COVID-19 pretty much exposed all that. That's why I say, here's your track record now. Same way we look at charts, right? We look at the previous chart history and say, okay, here's a past performance, which is a predictor of the future in a lot of ways. Okay, we just came out of, that last aspect of it. Again, I still say we're in the first wave, but let's say hypothetically we're not going to the second wave. What did we learn from the first wave? Financially, socially, scientifically, all these different things, that we're supposed to follow as so-called, hierarchies of, guidance, so to speak. What did we learn from it? What are we implementing going forward? And you in an election cycle, which is even more of a big issue, because the next person or the returning person have to really, step up. Because again, who wants to, how the saying goes, fool me once, shame on me. Excuse me, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on what? On me, right? So if you for or you against or you neutral on the fence, no matter what it is, just from a place of saying, if you look to a leader to be the number one thing that you get all your direction from, then you already behind the game, right? You're not practicing self-preservation. Okay? I mean, I get it. I understand the whole ideal of law and we get all that again, but this is 2020. Right? This is an environment where you're seeing people who are at the age of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, an entrepreneur mindset. These people are already at millionaire status. They found a way to hustle their reality. And now they're not dependent upon what? A system analysis, a government, right? They're not thinking about that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, do what y'all want to do. Okay, I'm just going to go to this island. I'm straight. Y'all can have all that foolishness. I'm not going to deal with that rat race. That's why I did what I did to not be a part of that. So again, it really shows a lot how, we have to start realizing that the power is really in the people. People used to say that and like, man, this sign that's so cliche, right? But it's true. It really is. It's just some people are just hard-headed. They cannot receive the fact that they know that anything that's going to come in life that's going to be a part of a change is not going to come from a policy, right? It's going to come from them, within inside of them. And just some people just late bloomers in that department. Again, I don't hold it against them, but I still say it's still a part, of your evolution and revolution. You got to get it, faster than what later.
I have to ask a question, African.
Yes.
I see here on Facebook, this is something pretty much new. Somebody's sharing this link about the government released that they're going to force vaccine on everyone. And I see a link here saying CYC link false information. Since when Facebook put false information on people sharing links? This is new.
Oh, yeah, the fact checker thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that they can't do for all your constitutional rights. So if you just knew your constitutional rights, then you already know they can't do that.
Yeah,
the only way they could do that is on them.
Why I'm seeing that's weird. But anyway, but more to the story. It's like this is why I look at it. Yeah, it's gonna come to the point. We gotta see how we can make use of this internet right now to make some more money. because it look like we're not going to be making that physical money like we're going to see in the coming year. So we're going to have to probably get comfortable trying to figure out how we can make this money
Wait,
without
not
even moving like
chaos,
without
not me.
moving a finger, because right now they're not accelerating. They force people now to be dependent on this digital age now, and a lot of people, as much times, because we're at a certain age, we gonna be accustomed to this. But anybody that's over the age of 50 or 55, they're screwed. You know what I'm saying? Right now.
Well, just it's evolution. Again, it's something
Yeah.
that we've all, and they had to deal with it even back in their heyday. Keep in mind, because they in their heyday they had their form of what revolutionary technology, and to them they was like, man, shucks, them jokers that came before us, man, they had no clue, and that's how evolution, how it works. But for the most part, over time, how it's supposed to be. Again, this is my hypothetical perspective. Of course, over time, evolution has a place, a moment of, kind of intellectualizing its its field of play, its people, its quarry or its cadre, whatever the case like that. Based upon, you constantly tinkering and tankering and building stuff. You learn how not to make mistakes you made before. Basically, what I'm saying, right? But in some cases, again, some people regress. So when you hear people say that, okay, well, America is the greatest country on the planet right now. But when the coronavirus hit,
they like,
did it seem like we were the greatest country on the planet? That's what I'm asking. I'm just saying, bro. You speaking it with your chest, but it ain't showing on the paper. It ain't showing on them stats. It's showing that you. I gotta go my Bernie Mac voice for a moment. I'm just saying.
But Emporium, you said it perfectly the other night that how when you showed on the Urban Economic Empowerment show how people making money from YouTube. Where do I have?
Yep. That one there, man. I'm still I be up late at night still thinking about that. Seriously, I get my email tell y'all now got like a little bed in my office, so sometimes I be up 2, 3 a.m. I didn't roll over there, fall off in the bed, be back about 4 a.m. because I'm sitting there perplexed in my mind, like, man, okay, I've been to corporate American role, I've been to school a little bit, and you go through all these different parameters in life, and you say, okay, I was groomed to say that this was the way to do it, right? And then you think about it, okay, but I was actually hustled. They hustled me, right? They hustled me, and I wasted a lot of time in process of trying to, materialize those things, and it just never came back, fruitful the way they said it was going. And not that it couldn't, because it served me well in place in times and moments. But I'm saying ultimately having freedom, though. Ultimately having freedom. And I was seeing that as soon as I went to, again, got to this point there, let's say, man, let me see what's really going on in these little digital roles. Okay, you spoke about the chaos reign too, like how to access, leverage the internets and things like nature. But for a lot of us, again, we still kind of like, behind that a little bit, because we still, we're still trying to, it's trying to set into our cycle. Okay, I got to do something else. I got to make sure I have, 2 monies, 3 monies, 4 monies, 5 monies, whatever. I'm not dependent upon one source. But nonetheless, again, when I began to really dig through some of this stuff, I said, man, this right here just didn't make my whole. It just messed me up. These jokers sitting around here making, $100,000 a month, $50,000 a month, $30,000+ a month, just by being on the internet, just by having a head count. They ain't even got to even pay attention. They just got to hit like, watch a few minutes, and dip. It's counted.
Yeah. But I was that as well last night. I was sharing that as well. How people are making money, just content creators and popping up, sharing information that's being put out in the public, but they just reiterating and how they're making money. And I was saying, why aren't you creating this new norm and getting acclimated into the tech world? And people are really so far-fetched that they do not want to break up their norm. I'm like, y'all gonna get left behind. I'm not trying to give you a fear tactic.
It hurt your heart too. I know it.
Risk assessment.
Oh man, it could be family members, close peers, just strangers. Because you was thinking at this point, what haven't you feel like that you still hadn't, endeavored yet a part of that kind of broken regimen to make you feel like you reached it? Yeah.
Since March. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I agree.
You better get on.
I agree.
Since March. So you're telling me I'm saying, okay, so you got, okay, you know what's going to be a real big heartbreak? These holiday, these holidays that people, it's already an emotional moment for most, and then now you tell them they can't socialize with their family. They're gonna do it anyway, and some people gonna die.
Right.
And then you're looking crazy. Oh, we didn't think it was all that. Yes, you did. They tell you every day. What are you talking about? What's so hard about washing your hands, wearing some gloves, and social distancing? I don't understand. And then you're gonna say, well, I can't really get into I said I can talk to my friends on the internet and I'm cool with my social interaction for the day, right? No, I gotta be in person. Well, good luck with that, honey, because person might not be your best friend right now.
Right.
I don't mind if they want to deal with it in person, man. That's a decision, If they want to be still connected to somebody around coast to coast, I mean, that's the decision.
Then yeah, it's always gonna be a decision to die too. And so
Well, I don't know about that, but,
What do you mean? Okay, why Trump at Walter Reed right now? Because he made a decision.
Well, because he didn't wear his mask.
He rolled them dice. I tell you what, they mother playing crap in the Oval Office. He throw them dice and crapped out, well, like, because I was like, man, if anybody, that's why I said to
and
get this far,
overdue. So if
to get this far, he made it this far too. That's what's crazy. He made it this far.
But think about this: people that's over 60-something years old, and you get it, and you still live. I gotta give you the salute. Say, damn, you're Mr. Strong as hell, dude. You know what I'm saying? You up here survive a disease that's taking out people by a few hundreds.
But even more so, Brother Chaos, it's even more so what we always been saying too, especially as investors and traders or financial literate people. You have to stay ready and not have to worry about getting ready, right? So a lot of people preventive checks, maintenance, and service aspect of their life, taking care of themselves has a lot to do with it too. They regimens, right? Some people, again, you still can't be, again, popping drugs, popping cheeseburgers, drinking Coke, 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, not getting sleep, not exercising. Because again, people say, well, it still take you out. Of course, we know that. Again, there's always going to be a, or, but it's still about what? Putting yourself in the best scenario to survive. And so, yeah, you're right. If you, especially of the age bracket and pre-existing conditions, a thing that you, man. So do you want to chance it? That's my whole point. My whole thing. Do you want to chance it? Is it worth chancing? Do you really want to make that gamble? Right? Just to say, you know what, I follow that guy because I think he knows better than anybody. And so when your guy catches it, right, and things like this happen, now you're hearing about, well, okay, he's off, flown off to Walter Reed now. Right?
Hey,
he's on his way to Walter Reed.
If that cat come out of Walter Reed and says the hopes I'm gonna pass out.
You know it's coming, Mo. Y'all, man, come on, man. Y'all already know this stuff in the head.
He gonna say he took hydrochloroquine.
But I was gonna get to that. So I'm happy you already break it. So we're gonna jump right on into it. We ain't gonna play around. And so in knowing that, they already put out his so-called preventive maintenance pack that he's been taking since he was diagnosed to find out he had it.
Oh, what they put out? I missed it.
It's the Regeneron.
Oh yeah,
right. The Regeneron. So let me pull that up on the screen so that way people may be familiar with it, may not be.
Let me see these charts.
Yeah, we're going to drop that in. Over Brandon was already dropping something on it too in the back chat. I was on earlier, so shout out to Over Brandon. Again, he's our resident hospice. So that
was on earlier.
Say again.
That was on earlier.
No, I'm saying he was in the back chat, but he was in the chat. He posted in the chat.
Oh.
All right. So I'm just doing this as a place of showing people who may not be 100% quite there in terms of their investment prowess, in terms of how we look at this, this information. So it's not above your pay grade, quote unquote. It's just general knowledge in terms of how to access Google to get information upon things that may have a financial gain for you. Everything you need is on the internet. I guarantee. I'm gonna say it like they say on the block, on the internet, right? The internet, right? So right here, clear as day, Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, right? Clear as day here, right? After hours, look right here, guys. Soon as they mention it on ABC, CNBC, Fox News, all the news publications that ran it, that this is what the president's been taking. Before he gets ready to head to Walter Reed, they gave the list, the Regeneron, right? Obviously, zinc, all right, vitamin C. The one thing that they was sending the health organization up in these people businesses, raiding them and telling them they can't have vitamin C in their business practice. And all of a sudden, this joker been popping vitamin C since the beginning. Couldn't make this stuff up. Even Dr. Fauci came out and said it. Like, yeah, matter of fact, dude asked him twice. I think Matthew McConaughey asked him, and another guy asked him, what have you been taking? Yeah, I've been taking vitamin C and doing this and that. I was like, oh, but that was the stuff that the CDC and the FDA was like, no. You couldn't make this stuff up. Yeah, I'm going to move on, brother. Move on with it, all right? But no, you see right here. The stock jumped how much after I was here? Y'all see that?
This fool, listen to this comment. This fool say RBG goes to heaven and God is like, hey, you need anything, queen? She says, he said, just let me know. RBG is like, well, if it's not too much trouble, and that's how Trump got the COVID.
Y'all a mess. Y'all a mess. They go. I always say y'all know that stuff coming. That's why I said earlier. Don't get any feelings. It's going to be a lot of satirical stuff when it come out, especially over the weekend too. Because this happened. It couldn't happen at a more opportune time for people to really process this. It's a weekend, and on top of that, again, everything that was, he was using to really hammer other people. They finna not turn it back on him. Again, you just got to take that L. If he's your guy like that, you gonna have to take that L. Ain't nothing you could do, because when he was dishing it, you were smiling, right? Because that's like, that's my guy. That's my guy. Right, you know how people are. It's just that human condition. That's my guy. All right, now that he finna catch it, you can't be crying foul. You can't be getting your feelings. You can't be blocking people. You can't be around here swearing and want to go to fisticuff. It shouldn't be that serious anyway, especially over another man. Y'all know how that go anyway. Shouldn't even have that conversation. But ultimately, in the end, again, this is why you gonna have to, realize that, hey, this is, what's going to be, the field of play going into the election. And he has to be sitting down no less than 14 days. No less.
Yep. No less.
No less. So this is going to be
and that's going to depend on his progress.
And another thing, that's why I think he's like, man, get him off the wall tree. Somebody give me something. Somebody go pop me a peel or go dig up me what that flower they're trying to push at by the guy to make the pillows. They're trying to the oleander. I don't know if somebody go give me some oleander.
And Chavez brought this up earlier. Chavez brought this up earlier about the long haulers, the effects after. And when I watched Chris Cuomo, when he talked about it with the young lady and the mental effects, neurology
right.
Guy was speaking on some of the studies that they're getting data on how it's affecting the brain and how people thinking, their thoughts, depression, the twitching in the legs, and
right.
The one Broadway actor who went from being in tip-top shape to getting legs and cut off and then dying, right? And so these are, he doesn't have to just worry about testing positive. He has to worry about the side effects, the long lasting issues that come along.
Right. They're still unveiling data behind this coronavirus being a novel virus, all the different extremities or the carnage that it leaves behind in the human body. Right, the whole idea that it scars the lungs, right? And subcutaneously aspect of that, and how the most, I would say the most fragile aspect of your even your life in terms of your lungs. So your nasal patches and all this stuff is being now changed again. Not even dealing with, like you said earlier, in terms of dealing with the brain, right? And all that kind of stuff, your nervous system and the lymphatic. I mean, it really has changed the dynamic in a lot of ways, again, from a health practice perspective, and how you go about now, because that's what's going to happen. Every time you have something like this in nature, or like this, again, when you say nature did it, or if you want to even say it's planned, I'll let y'all debate that, but I'll just say this here. One thing that's going to happen is that it's going to be a whole new different changing of the guard in some aspect of what people got to start doing in the future, right? Yes. Because no one wants to deal with this again. That's how this stuff works in history, right? You don't want to have to go through something like this again, right? And again, especially if it claimed a family member or a friend, like, man, they ain't really have a fighting chance. That's it makes you feel very defenseless,
right? And I think that, and I could be far-fetched, and this. I think that when was the Affordable Care Act passed? What year was
that? Was
2011.
2011.
11? Okay.
In my opinion, and this just Monica, because of them implementing pre-existing and all these and mandating that everybody get it. I think that they had a notion that we possibly were going to be hit with something natural, and that the insurance was necessary and needed. That's just where I'm at with that, with the them being able to pass it through. And then now, I wonder if he's still going to feel the same way about getting rid of Affordable Care Act after he
After the
goes through
fact.
his
Good
situation,
point.
because he's not at least I don't think that he is untouchable to the insurance requirement that's when it comes to
I know exactly where you're going with that.
yeah.
I mean, even though the American bill, American people footing this bill, because we get to foot the bill, for his well-being, again, for his $70,000 hairdos, we got to foot the bill on that. The taxpayer got to foot the bill for Melania, 100,000 plus hairdo, bill and all that kind of stuff. So you say to yourself, man, and again, I know it's tomato, and it's minor things and aspect because, on our side of the fence, we make our own money. So it's not like we have to sit there, really have to take it to heart, like some people do. Like when they get so-called, I call it fake patriotism, because that's basically what it is, fake patriotism. But man, but see, the Democrats or the Republicans, he playing golf more than everybody did, and this person, spending money on this more than everybody. I'm like, whoa. Right? Because again, ultimately, at the end of the day, of course, you may vote or something, put him there, but that doesn't determine the fact of how it, really, governs your life, right? And ultimately, it doesn't really have a real true bearing on your life to a degree, again, because they can't, drop policies, stuff like that, whatever, and they can dismantle policies, right? So in a case like this, where the pre-existing condition actually was removed under the Affordable Health Care Act, which was a really, really key point for people who might be subjected to something like this. To remove that right now would be like genocide. To be honest, that would be an act of genocide. So smarter and cooler heads have to prevail and be like, whoa. I know y'all hate it because it was something that, again, quote unquote, a black man pushed, and y'all just can't stand the nature of it from that reason alone. Regardless of the fact that you say it might be a busted policy and it costs more in terms of co-pays and that is at the third, but ultimately, there's a lot of people already own it now. So you just don't snatch it away out of the blue in the middle of a pandemic because it's not a good move to make now. Because if not, what are you going to replace it with?
Right.
You can't dangle the carrot and say what you're going to do. You got to have something that's already ready to rock. That's why they asked the Republicans right out the gate when Trump came into office. I know y'all finna go out this Affordable Health Care Act. What do y'all got to replace it with? It's 4 years they ain't in the game. They still ain't got what? A pot to pee and a winner to throw it out. They got no policy. So what does that really tell you? It was not so much about the policy. It was the fact that it came from under that administration. Whether you like it or you don't. Because if not, you're supposed to have something to replace it. That's what? Equal or greater than. That's the whole value of what? Putting people in office to do, right? To bring more equal, greater than value tangibles back to you as the what? The voter, the citizen. Right. So what do they have?
Nothing.
That says a whole lot in itself. They still bickering about whether they want to give you a $1,200 check to help you pay, and put some food on the table to feed your children. Yeah. They bickering over that, but they just bailed out what themselves. They voted to keep the government from shutting down, and then they turned around and did another one. That just listened today, during a moment when everybody was sitting there waiting, the markets all over the place to figure out y'all gonna do something for the American people. They did something for who? American Airlines, Delta, United Airlines, JetBlue.
Keep them from letting those people go, right?
And everybody already losing jobs left and right. As if those people special that work there. As if you ain't special because you work over the other place.
How much money did they approve?
$20 billion.
Woo!
The first one was was like 56 billion, 52 or 56 billion. The first one under the first act, they gave him 56 billion. I think I want to say at least 35 billion of the first one was grants.
And he gave HBCU 75 million for all of them. Come on, man. Y'all can't be serious about
Hustle game. The hustle game strong when you feel like you ain't got a home.
How many airlines? 3, 4.
Right. And again, that's a total now around about 76 billion dollars. And that's been under
A year.
under 4 months, even a year. You say that, but even more insult to injury, it's been under like 4 months because they just dropped that one around May, June, right? When they earmarked that money and it went down range and they ended up getting it. And then here it is just October, just beginning of October, and they finna get another 20 billion.
Bailout.
Couldn't even make this stuff up.
They ain't got to pay back.
And now I got to ask you this, and who been flying on planes? It ain't like they've been essential. It's not like they've been essential.
Right. And they ain't even got to pay it back. And they gave us loans and we got to pay back 30 years, 3.75%, 2.7.
This is why I be shaking my head. This is why I be
Y'all get out of here.
This is exactly why I stay up late. And I be sitting there looking at people who don't have, it's not that it's just their fault. It's just a lot of it's just that, again, we know the system is set up to really empower them to be doers and makers and producers and distributors and sellers. Like I'm always saying, owner, operators, orchestrators of their own existence. They gotta feel like they gotta fulfill that mandate of being a worker bee. So they're not gonna deviate, right? He that is most comfortable is least likely to change. He that is most comfortable is least likely to change. And that comes from being propagandized. That comes from thinking that, okay, I need to step outside my comfort zone. I'm trying to play it safe. That is just, I get it. We were all there at some point before we took a chance, but how long is it going to take before you realize it that you don't have a luxury to have a luxury and you don't have time to waste, right? Because again, you're not going to really get what you want until you take it. That's how people really leverage what they call level up. They go out and take it. That's entrepreneurship 101, serial entrepreneurship 101. Again, it really revolves around self-preservation. You have to be of that mindset. You can't skip it. You can get lucky. We get it. But even when you get lucky, you got to still learn how to maintain what you got lucky with, right? Because if you don't know how to handle it, you're going to lose it. You're going to be right back where you were before.
Right.
Right. So again, case in point, look at the airline industry. I rest my case, Your Honor. They spent over $45 billion in doing corporate buybacks and executive bonuses during a time when they should have been putting money away for a rainy day after the last major crash in 2008 on the subprime lending crash. Everybody had their hand out begging to the American people. Of course, they had to do a quantitative easing. That's why, again, Obama was dealing with that and forced to deal with a bailing out of war that was an unjust war. It was bills on top of bills that were coming across them desks. And them people like, man, look, we got to do something, right? Again, this is not me taking up for somebody. No, I'm just going off the data points. And a lot of people who ate good under that same tenure, now again, they jump ship and switch sides. Now they Trump. These people are not loyal, right? They got another terminology for it. Y'all know I ain't got to say it. y'all know what I'm saying. They ain't loyal. That's why I say America's is one fake hypocrisy country. It's a lot of entitlement and a lot of fake patriotic value of people just walking around marching and saying stupid stuff because they feel like they got the need to do it. And it ain't really helping. It's not benefiting. Again, I just can't see it. Me personally, again, these are strictly my opinions here, but that's why we have these discussions, because I'm curious to know how you guys think as well, because once you start getting on our side of the fence again, we have to be more practical, logical, strategic, right? Because that's what it takes to be in this industry. You can't be a fly-by-night success story in this. You can get lucky, but can you be consistent, right? This is a game of base hits, right? This is a game of consistency. The same way a person runs a business, they have to be responsible for them employees, for them payroll, for them bills, for all the things that keep that business up and running, because people depend upon it. Right? You
ain't got a whole thing.
Right. So it ain't nothing,
forecast.
Say again, Sister Mo?
I was saying, and you have to forecast, forward thinking, and you have to be able to do your risk assessment when you get hit with tragedy, or when you get hit with an obstacle that you may have to start doing a little things different. I think we've gotten complacent in the wow, I've conquered it. I'm an expert on it now, and I don't plan on doing nothing different. And then, oh, by the way, yes, you will, and you bucking against the change when you should. One thing I was so glad that I was exposed to, but being part of the military is change. So you change supervisors, you change commanders, you change leadership, you change so much, and you change locations. You might change who you're in charge of, who's in charge of you, and so you get so used to it that if you are complacent, then I be trying to figure out like how did you get there when this person is going to change the guidance change, regulations change, system changes, right? And so you get used to adapting and overcoming. And I think, and I feel real bad for those who have been just doing the same thing year after year and not even exposing themselves outside of the pandemic to doing something different that will bring value either into their household or maybe extra. Because think about it, if they mitigate the value of your job position because you're at home now, then that means your income decreases in your household. And you got a whole nother issue, especially if you live in check to check, or you robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Right.
And so I'm just wondering how, I know a lot of individuals say, well, what's interesting to me about Emporium, where they say, I don't want big government. I don't want the government in my business. And then when crisis hit, they're like, the government's supposed to.
Where the government at? Remember, we had a conversation on our other affiliate value and channels, and when we had that conversation one time about that, like, man, how much a person really trusts the government, right? What you mean you don't trust the government? Because you need the government for this and that. Okay, yeah, we know about proxy, you need them, but you don't have to be dependent upon them, though.
Man, I ain't got no horsehair on my head, honey. This is natural. Y'all better quit playing. It says stop putting hair from the horse ass on your head, sisters.
Oh, for women. Priority. And there you go. See somebody throwing shots in the chat. Let me go with the chat. What did we do?
Yeah. Man, and then I had to reread it. He just said it in general. I was like, wait a minute, Monica is natural.
Yeah. But again, a lot of it is, we all make fun of it to a degree in some of those aspects. But, again, that's why I said earlier, this has really shined the light back on, the individual and the collective. Because out of any scenario, when you have a chaotic moment, there's always going to be some kind of form of a change. Now, is it lasting or not? That's to be determined. But there's going to be a value of change. There's going to be a change in the guard. There's going to be some kind of formulating where you're going to have to kind of rearrange your cards a little bit because it has now disrupted your existence. Again, it disrupted your comfortability, which is sometimes can be the best thing to usher in change because you can't go back to that old thesis anymore. That has been barely having you get by, right? That goes out the window now. Now it's like, okay, well, they already disrupted me already at this point anyway, so I may as well kind of
Yes. My first introduction to economic change was coming. I think it was coming back out of Germany or Iraq, one of them, and we had the. Remember when the fuel prices went up?
Yep.
It's like $4 and some change or whatnot.
New York, they were around $5, and Cali was out there around about $6-7 a gallon.
Yeah, and so at that time, I asked myself, what salary could I live off comfortably that I can actually start mentally working my way back in my mind, like if I'm getting pay raises, things of that nature, but I don't want to live to the target of my raise. I wanted to come back down and say, okay, what salary can I live off of and be comfortable with and still be able to, drive where I needed to go based on these prices. And when I changed my budget at that time, I didn't go back. I keep my expenses, my livable expenses, the same as it was when those fuel prices, because I was like, I don't want to get caught in a catch-22 of not being able to sustain my household. And so I wonder about a lot of people who, okay, we're in a pandemic and their economic situation may have changed due to their employment situation, but in the same sense, they set back, they get the unemployment, and what's gonna be real when it's, I think when the rubber gonna hit the road for many people is when it's time to file them 2020 taxes. When that taxable income has put you in a different tax bracket, you no longer qualify for EIC, right? And you don't own a home-based business, so you're not gonna get any type of credits or anything of that nature. And reality is gonna kick in.
Facts. And that's what we're all now dealing with.
Deferred taxes, who, if you didn't put that money away, when it comes down for 2020, you got to pay that money back. And so I worry about the individuals who are not prepping so they don't have to react later. And then I tell myself, like, okay, family members, I talk to them all the time. I'm like, you might want to jump on these investments. You might want to jump in from my econ and some residual income or something, right? And they just chilling. They hanging out under that tree, having a good old time on Friday nights. And how can you sit on a live stream and learn about stocks all night? Because it's going to put money in my household. I can listen to y'all all day, every day. If I'm going to win. But
exactly. But you said something there, and you understand, because again, you number one, you understand business. You are a businesswoman. You are a business owner, and you know what it's like when people who are been in the entrepreneur aspect or entrepreneur endeavors. Basically, people who own, operate, produce, distribute, or sell. Again, I'm always preaching that for a reason. Well, you already know what it's like, and that's to really want to maximize. Again, y'all know I come from the scripture of get money, right? Jesus said, go out there and what? Save people? No, he said go out there and maximize them profits.
Yep.
Right? Go maximize them profits. Right? We need profits. Right? So, and I don't mean profits. I'm talking about profits. Right? So for us, again, I'm serious when I say this, but you have to be understanding now that if you hadn't realized the true nature of being in this country, what it really affords you in terms of being able to leverage opportunity, how you can literally, luck up into opportunity in some cases and turn around and run with it and do something extraordinary with it. That in itself should invigorate people to say, come on, ain't nothing really separate me from another person who may be in that, in a position like that. Except the fact that you need to learn how to take advantage of opportunity when it's presented to you. Right. Yes. And so if we're always saying the least path of resistance, which, we're always saying, because that's how business people look at the world. They're saying, well, what's my least path of resistance? Right. What's my less, what's the least liability aspect I got to deal with to get me a bigger bang for my buck, my investment, for my, my hustle, whatever. Then that's what they're going to again, submit to. So it's not like any less intelligent than a lot of these people. A lot of these people just got people around them that do all the heavy lifting. They just came up with a concept, and then again, y'all know how this stuff work, especially in America. People willing to pay you just for your passion, and so you just got to be the front man or the person who really learn how to organize. If you get good to learn how to organize your thoughts, well, I guarantee you'll learn how to organize your pockets. Let me repeat that. You can learn how to organize your thoughts, because that's going to require you have to go in there and shift some stuff around in terms of your ideology. A lot of things that you kind of been holding true to for so long, and you got scared to get outside your comfort zone. Once you get that stuff out the way, you know what I'm saying? Then you can come back to the table and okay, I'm finna go out there and get this, right? I'm finna go out there, find my, my position and my place in this, because I'm not just sequestered to this one little domain, this little city, this little state, this little nation. This entire planet is yours. So basically, I'm saying you got to change the way you think. Again, y'all know I like to go on the mentality route. I'm a stickler to the psychology aspect of it. You got to get that psychology right. You got to get your mind right, as they say, right? That's what it comes from. And that's how every entrepreneur out there who took a chance on themselves, when they realized that and they got serious and they was in the basement late at night, or they was hidden away from the club and all the stuff that they used to do, the extracurricular activities, spending money, they say, you know what? I got to go in the lab. I'm sorry. They went down the lab and they came back 6 months, a year later, 2 years later. And now I was like, okay, well, who is this person? You brand new? No, I'm just better than I was before, because I took my time serious and I'm now trying to leverage it properly. So, because I understand time really is money. And that's how entrepreneurs really, really move under that mandate. It's not so much a cliche anymore. It becomes a reality. We are engaged in the markets. we are understanding that time is what?
Money.
1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute.
I missed my trade. I missed my trade today, right? My options. So I really screwed up. And I was negotiating the contract. I told you guys we were negotiating the contract with Commissioner DeBond. And it was time for me to submit that, them to approve that invoice. And I got on it, and I just forgot about trading. And I missed that target price. Oh my God, it ran up. And when it ran back down, by the time I looked up, I was like, wait, what just happened?
Right. Just that fast, just literally that quick. Opportunity presents itself, and opportunity what? Pulls itself.
It was gone. I wanted to cry. I was like, I had my first problem in the car by the thing. I had my first deal. So Janisa said, "Oh, Mo, it's gonna be all right. It'll be another day." And then I had to think about it. Okay, Mo, don't get emotional. They told you to set them darn alarms, and you did not do it, and so you just got caught slipping. It's too easy, and I already knew it because you guys did a phenomenal job on Wednesday's show. It's for the archives. Oh yeah, and I need to download that thing too. Definitely. And I miss that. I just that moment, a lot of times when I have to share with people why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I tell them, just in a moment that it can make or break you, right? Yeah. But also you gain a sense of comfort, because when you could make residual income, or you could increase another source of income through the market, it makes you feel really good and comfortable, because some people struggle with getting an emergency fund. By just pinching a little bit away and putting something in the market, created my another emergency fund so fast that I was like, oh, I like this right here. That's why Garfield be like, African Emporium stole you, because they was live too. I left their room and came over here. And they was looking for me. I said, "Oh no, I'm over here learning about the money. Y'all tripping over there. I'll be back."
Yeah, because they still fan, but how this stuff works, because
my brothers.
we all, because again, like I said, we're all respected to the idea that we're just trying to again now maximize a lot of the time, right? A lot of us again got the knowledge, right? That don't mean we know it all. It's just that we got a lot of the knowledge. We got enough to kind of prepare us for a lot of the different lanes and different situations that we may embark in. So now, okay, that's fine, but so spend a little bit of time over here too, right? Spend a little bit of time into those things that you can leverage. And that's all it is. So it's always love on all aspects. So
it's exciting when I didn't realize how I'm able to maneuver around the charts now, and so I get, when you start doing it, and people be like, "Wait, you need to slow down." I ain't understanding. Then you say, and I can remember when I used to watch you do it, and I used to be like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just going."
What's weird too, because y'all saw a mini version of me when I brought on Sister Who crowned his nappy.
Yes.
You saw how she was talking. Did you hear the intent in her voice? That's when you know this thing is authentic, because again, this is a woman, just using her as a, the case study for that perspective. I did not have a vocal conversation with her. It was more what we typed back and forth before having her. And, as soon as the sister got on, she was like, look, right? This.
And she had the same attitude with the rest of us. I will show you
that winner's mentality, that hungry mentality, that humble mentality. That I've been down the rat race road, the hamster wheel. I've done all that. You ain't finna remove me off this, because I know now what I know now. Ain't no way I'm finna go back to. It just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. And I listen, my hat goes out to those who are out there who helping the assist, and for people to continue to sit there saying that we can't work or we don't work together. We've proven that. Like,
man, we didn't knock that thing out the water.
No. That's not even in the fog.
Right. Not even our psyche, our conversation. We understand it. So I say when grown people come to the table, things get done.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that. And,
Yeah.
again, when grown people come to the table, things get done. Because when you can see a clear path to an actual tangible benefit, and it's not so much stoked in emotional, cues and things of that nature, you ain't sitting there arguing anymore about, again, trivial things. Because they serve as purpose. If you just want to kind of shoot the breeze, we get it. But when it comes to being able to put some food on your table, or put some dollars in your pocket, you ain't pushing back against that. Once you learn how you can really find a way to really acquiesce that, and it really didn't take from you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It didn't require a whole lot from you. That trade-off becomes like, what?
All
I have to do is just do this. The stuff that I typically do when I'm just already out there, partying, BSing, but I don't get a payout from that. And I could just read this and do this in it. Man, I'm just saying, light bulb goes off.
Woo.
That light bulb goes off.
And the way it goes off, like, is with ease. And when you continue to add to the toolbox that perfects, some of your little understandings and your how-tos, and you start to develop a strategy, you feel like you're on top of the world. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get it.
You know what's scary about that? It only gets better.
I know. And look,
I told y'all that way back in 2017. I said, once y'all really get serious about this, and once you get started, you don't lose this. It only gets better with time.
Yeah, and you know what? I used to tell people all the time, I hated getting up really early in the morning. Once I was up, you would swear that I'm a morning person, getting out there, calling cadence ready, pumping people up, right? But I did not like it. But since setting that alarm at 4 a.m. in the morning, my mama was like, is you getting up at 4 o'clock for real? Like, since when?
Yeah, I'm about to go do some PT. some paper training, right? Some paper techniques, right? Some paper tactics. I'm gonna go get some paper.
I thought that was very interesting. They was like, Mo ain't never been a morning person. She be up with the chickens. I was like, man, what you be doing? I'll be over here trading. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me look at my charts. Hold on. I'll be right back with you.
Man, I'm done. An hour in the game, you roll up at 4. You already know how to, accessorize the game. You see what's going on. You find that 1 or 2. You bang it out. You done. 20, 30 minutes in, 40 minutes in, you done. You back to sleep.
Yes.
And Joker's just not getting up to get ready to put on what?
Mm-hmm.
Big monkey suit, as we used to say back in the old days. Big monkey suit. I mean, them clothes to get in and go hang out with Mr. Charlie for about 7, 8 hours. Like, God, dog, here we go. You be like, okay, you got your bagel? You need the bagel in the refrigerator.
Now I know why when they would be sitting in Starbucks with their computers or whatnot. Now I know what the word they've been doing over there.
See, I've been trying to tell y'all right here. So y'all to be sitting there telling y'all this why your brother ain't sitting. I told y'all. Jiggle like, man, look at that brother always, focusing on this and that. This is why. Because especially anybody too, Sister Bo, especially back when I really came on the channel, especially with the Dagger Squad at that time. And that's when we had everybody in the house. And I wish we, again, how that's what we're thinking, but everybody can get past that silliness and get serious again. Because again, think about Maru, Sean, Danny, everybody, like everybody was, kind of like, okay, yeah, brother MBK, and so, you had all these, wonderful minds. But again, like the one thing that we was all missing, the same thing that, again, giving credit to even Unc, and then, Unc thing is what? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. Right? Brother Danny kept beating the horn about what? Organization, right? You got all this collective brain power, but no organization behind it. It's what? It's futile. It's going to return mute, right?
Yep.
It's going to return back with no kind of return on it. So, again, at some point, you got to strategize this stuff. You're going to have to pipeline it and put it into practice, right? Because if you can't financially benefit from it, then, again, get published then. Do something. Right, so we got some brothers out there now. They're moving into that lane. They're getting published now. Shout out, to the family, the Monster Warrior Clan, and all those guys. They starting to make some things happen. But again, it's the interest that makes things move. It's the interest that moves the needle. It's the interest that moves the dollar. It's the interest that grows the dollar. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we're not pushing back against that any longer. Why? Again, when he got these little assets running all over the place, and you cutting out the middleman, you're going straight to market, literally direct to market. Any respective businessman out there that deals in anything, any form of value or marketing, they know the best form of the bang of the buck is going straight to market. Again, cutting out the other hands and going straight to the source.
Right. I love the fact that I don't have to sit in front of someone and they fast talk me, and I feel like I have to go with their decision because I didn't understand anything they just said, and they made it seem like it was in the best interest of me. And now, so sitting back making your own decision and watching your money grow has been phenomenal. I have to admit,
it's unlike anything that you probably ever witnessed. Mm-mm. And again, the one thing that keeps you really even more so now, it keeps you even more hungry because you kind of like, man, I got to make up for all these years these jokers that stole from me. They stole a lot of years from me by not putting me on this road a long time ago. And it was already predestined that I needed to be here anyway, because that's how they tell you how to structure your life in terms of, even in America. Go to school, get an education, get a good job, get you a savings plan, right? Get your little 401k, your TSP, your Roth, and work into it and build it up for you can have a nest egg when you go to retire. But that's, again, come on. Now, y'all know it's a little bit more. But they ain't saying, but they ain't telling you also what that and part. But right? They leave that and part out. They leave the and part out.
And the young lady who were doing my hair, I asked her, I said, do you have a retirement plan? She said, no. I said, that's what investment is for, right there. You can take money out your check every week and just put it in, and don't get anxiety about how much or how long or what, can I get it back out? Just put it away. As just same way you go and buy lunch and spend a certain dollar amount on your lunch every day, and you feel like it's an obligation and you have to do it. Take a dollar amount, that you're not going to miss, and it's not going to give you anxiety, and put it away and watch what happens in a few months. You're going to be amazed on how much money you just spend trivial things. And you're like, wow, I didn't realize, I was spending this much, because it's small. You don't see how it's compounded over time. You don't see it right now, but you contribute that small amount for a long period of time and watch it grow.
See, again, it's that penny candy theory. It's that patience. It's all the things that we sit around here saying in a very hypocritical fashion and don't really take ownership of it. It just sounds good in theory because we know it kind of makes other people feel comfortable when we say it. So we'll go off with the cliche, we'll run it off and make people like, yeah, I'm with you on that. You right, patience is a virtue and all this. I'm like, man, look, don't tell me that if you ain't finna put it in the application, because you know what? Because if I bring it to you, right, then and worst thing you know what? I ain't ready. How? Show me how your condition is already superseding the fact that you feel like it's not a need to kind of take it further anyway. I already know you. Come on, see you no, man. That's why people, again, and it's not a shot at anybody who has a belief. We spoke about it earlier, especially Andre, who was on, the things that you truly say that you believe in, you can't put it in words alone and throw it up in the air and just walk away and it's going to come back. You have to go out there and work for it. You have to go out there and work for it. Life just does not work in that perspective, in that kind of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Right. Yeah. So you have to put something you got to put something to practice in order for it to come. Right. Because it is fanciful. Then it becomes delusion of grandeur. Then it becomes a value of, come on, you're not living in reality. Right. So that's why, when we speak about these things and we're excited, and guys, you guys know it because you guys are in this stuff. You guys are, just not starting to embark on it for some of you. Some of you guys have already been there. But we're not saying anything that you already don't know. This is the edge that you've been waiting to be, to get to. Yeah. Right. And so the rest is history at that, because you don't look backwards. You rarely people walk away from this. Rarely do people walk away from this. Right. You walk away from, having to deal with a joke on the job. Right. You walk away from even sometimes you own your own business, because it takes a lot sometimes. You can't, because you're trying to establish something. It takes a lot. You got to deal with personalities, all this stuff. But man, I tell you, you really have to get your mind right. As we keep saying, that's the secret sauce. It's all in your mentality. It's all in your mentality, because if you can formulate an idea or a game plan and figure out how to monetize it, right? Because if you can't monetize your talent, I would say your artisanal talent, then the greatest thing you got is your mind, right? Because your mind can definitely conceive a lot of different, aspects of understanding how to interpret data is where I'm going with this.
Yep.
You can really formulate, how to make things make sense. When that happens, you just need to be in the right places, in the right lanes to be able to kind of extract, the money from that brain power. And there ain't nothing out there, again, on my opinion, again, this is strictly my opinion, that beats this business model.
Ooh, you're right.
You're going straight to market. You're going, I'm using you, Apple. I'm finna use you, Boeing. I'm finna use you, Caterpillar. I'm finna use you, Tesla. I'm finna use your little penny stock that was at 50 cents. Now you done ran to $14 in a day. I don't even know, Richard, what you really, really, truly do. But right now, I see you over here jumping bad, and everything seems to be formulated right where I can see the potential here and what's happening because all the other stuff around it. Okay, I'm finna benefit. I'm finna leverage it.
Yes.
That kind of opportunity. And guess what? No one roadblocked you. No one told you couldn't do it. No one said you had to wait before you go do it. No one said you can't. You got to ask before you go to the bathroom. Get out of here, boss. Get out of here, then. Right? It ain't none of that. This ain't Shawshank Redemption. This ain't the movie Life. Tell them about the gun line, boss. You don't cross that gun line, right? This ain't none of that, right? Right? This ain't Ferris Bueller. It ain't none of that stuff. This is you, your laptop, cell phone, computer, right? That connection signal, some capital, and some knowledge.
Nope.
And you on your way. 4 a.m., 4:50, 4:30, 4:20, I'm done. Right? You can go whatever for the rest of the day, literally. Whatever it is. You can go whatever for the rest of the day.
Whatever for the rest of the day.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do have a group, Family Stacy. And again, it's not a pay group. And we do it on the strength. It's a group of like minds, think tanking. To do the things that we're discussing here is pretty much the same thing we're discussing there. Again, adult-minded people that come in under the umbrella of saying, how can we find a way to better our situation? And that's what makes what it is. So that's what you should endeavor anyway to be a part of. Your circles need to be fruitful. They need to be a giving, living, breathing entity of energy that keeps you engaged in it. Because the only way that keeps you engaged in it is that you're going to have the same level of interest that everybody else has in it. And so that hunger feeds the crowd to what? Always want to perform, right? Because it's selfless at that point. We all want to see everybody succeed. So, of course, you're going to want to give it your best because you will have to do that to be able to perform in this anyway. This is an industry where, again, you have to be, understanding that, again, you're here to obviously interpret data, right? We understand we just basically what we're doing. We're just understanding some data based upon what these companies are doing, what they're not doing. But ultimately, again, what I'm in saying that you are in control in this environment. You are in control, right? You're not really waiting on anybody else. And so it's going to be dependent upon you making good, again, business decisions, business-minded decisions. It's putting you in the realm of a executive board seat holder, literally, as even a shareholder, right? Even if just for a minute. But that's what it does. Again, it really matures you. It's the point I'm getting at. It matures your business acumen. That how to learn how to read the tea leaves, how to see what the big boys are doing because they're playing with your money anyway through tax benefits and tax write-off.
Yes.
True story.
Yes. All
American Airlines going to get about $20 billion right now. You had no say so in the matter. True story.
All yours, paving the way for their agenda, and you act like you feel bad about going in and trading the market and making such an amount. When you give it away to them out of your paycheck however often you get paid, that's crazy. You could take that tax dollar. You could take that tax dollar and that they take from you. You could put it in the market and don't get taxed until
the
just
following fiscal, or not even that. It could be the 2-3 years because again, it ain't a realized gain or even a loss until you cut it loose and sell it.
Yep.
So it's just accruing. Right. It's out there just it's out there recruiting. I told you a dollar's a recruiter.
Yes.
Your money become a recruiter. I use all those analogies because I understand that's basically what this is. It's again, your money is a soldier. You don't send your soldiers to battle with one boot, right? You don't send your soldiers to battle without, bullets or a belt or a Kevlar. They got a fitted cap on instead of a Kevlar, and you go into war. Seriously? They're gonna shoot your head off out there. You don't think the same way you don't send yourself out there any kind of way. So don't look at your money as any less, because it's, man, I could be here for days talking about it, but I'm not, because y'all didn't heard me speak about this stuff before. But that's just the level of, when we say repetition becomes repertoire, that's what we're saying. You have to take that ownership. You got to take the ownership, because the ownership is going to be the thing to propel you to stay focused, to stay disciplined. You make your bag. Make your first bag in the market. You ain't walking away. You like, this joke, man, look, I'm married to you. You got me. What's it going to take? Right? How much time I got to spend with you? What's it going to take? I mean, what I got to show up here? There's some flowers. What you need? When you bake some biscuits, what you need?
What's it going to take?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I absolutely love it.
It just puts you in a form of power. That's what that's why I say power and profit. It's the reason why I coined that phrase in a way that I stand on it, because I did it in its intrinsic value in terms of what it really means to have power, to not be subjected to power, but to have the power where you can levy it. Have your own, be in a position where you can make your own. That's a form of what? Power.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't take this away from you. See, they can take your job away from you. They can take, they can, dirt up your name and mess up your education credentials. They can do all kinds of things, and really, the things that they have control of, what I'm saying, they can really take you out of the game. But this, they cannot. Cannot.
No decision in it. No evaluations. No come to Jesus meeting on the carpet. No
none of it. Credit history with or without kid.
No
right? With or without felony.
No
none of that.
No calling references. No past performance.
Right. No, I need to see a resume, and it got to be 12 room of Times Roman font, and man, look, you that nitpicking? I'm showing up to do the work regardless of the day. Man, stop all that. You know what I'm saying? That kind of trying to convince yourself you got to be perfect to imperfect people. That makes no sense. Be your own, again, your own generator, right? Be your own operator, generator, organizer of your own environment, opportunities in life. That's what it gives you as that value of a person who sees world through the lens of an entrepreneur. Again, it don't have to be the markets. If you feel like you just can't do, again, if it's the same aspect of learning how to, again, run your own business. It's because we talk everything across the branch of financial literacy, but ultimately in the end, again, you're trying to have the least path of resistance to get you there. So if you can handle that, and you manage, a person who like to manage risk, because that's what it really boils down to: risk management, right? You get those things in play, and you learn how to leverage it properly. You'll find, you'll figure out what you need to be sustainable.
Yes.
Right? You will figure it out. So I'm excited. Again, every time we had your conversation, I get all, worked up. I ain't even ate dinner yet. See, that's what happens though. See? I'm good for it. What's going on, family? Crypto Kid, Peace, Power, Profit. Happy to have you on the panel. How are you doing?
Peace, Power, Profit. What's good, fam? This Marquise.
I know. Come on now. See why you gonna do that?
Nobody go Marquise.
See, you gonna act like we ain't attention people, because we do that for a living. I know that's your handle. Yeah. What's going on, fam?
Nothing much, man. Just really waking up, man. I was pulling one of them all-nighters.
See, just sat there and said all that. See,
I seen them charts you showing off. Hey, Brother Emporium, when you got off, went to sleep or whatever, him, Marquise and Kiana and Brandon were getting it in on that Forex trading.
I know they were. That was one time I tapped out, because rarely somebody out tap me, right? Because y'all,
I was surprised.
I cut the lights on, I cut them off. I take that kind of mentality.
Man, Marquise and Kiana they started talking that talk and going back and forth. There was no stopping them. There was no stopping them. And I don't even know how we stopped.
Yeah, that's facts, man. That was definitely a vibe, man. That was definitely the vibe.
Yeah. It was awesome. I was like, wow, we outlast Brother African Emporium. Something ain't right.
Yeah, that's rare. Yeah, because man, this whole past couple weeks, I just been burnt out because all the turn of events, everything. We getting down to crunch time, the election, and so this is where a lot of the money is being made. Even though we hit a chop zone somewhat this week a little bit, right? Especially post the debate up into it again, we had some expansion, some volatility, but it's going to pick up. Closer we get to the election. Because keep in mind, if you go back and look at the historical records of the last, obviously, election of a new president, you're always going to have that somewhat, again, like we've been saying, change of the guard. Markets are going to either, like it or not, nonetheless, we're going to make money one way or the other, up or down. But in the interim of getting there, the buy the rumor, sell the news reality becomes more of a relevancy. Not just equities, but what? Forex too, because now this stuff going to shake up the game because it determines how a lot of these currencies and stuff and policies and trade deals and negotiations work even for some of these other nations. So it's all synonymous. So no matter what lane you're in or asset class that you're in, you're still in the game. That's what this is all about, just getting in the game, right? That was my first little pitch I gave to Garfield when I met. Was like, getting in the game of financial literacy. So it's just a no-brainer. To me, it's a no-brainer. And so we got to stay ready and not have to worry about getting ready. So again, Brother Mike, he's been over there, again, taking the bull by the horns and just tearing up that crypto, not crypto, but crypto too, but that Forex market, man. So I'm just happy to see your journey, man. I'm happy to see your journey.
Yeah, it's definitely been excited. It's definitely exciting when you finally, feel like you're starting to get the hang of it. You're starting to see the things in the market that you need to see. So that's and it's just consistency. I'm having fun. I live for this. And that's why I said when we had these builds late night, I'm happy. Y'all just keeping me company, so I'm happy to be up.
Yeah.
With y'all.
I tell people, man, it's just it's like you get a lot done when especially when you're having fun. Because same reason why when you go to, like, say, clean up a house and you cut the music on, whatever you do, your go music, whatever, you get something done real quick when you kind of get lost in the sauce. And it ain't no better when you're making money in that kind of energy, right? In that kind of mentality. That's, man, shucks, that's next level, right? Some of you guys, when you kind of got your little gaming thing on and you kind of get focused, but when you can make money, when you can make money, and have fun doing it, and have fun, make money kind of mentality. Look, I'm not going to be arguing against that, pushing back against that. I'm just sorry. It's not going to do it.
Yeah, I sold my Xbox because I got tired of playing games.
Right? See, come through. Right? Next level, right? Some people like, man, well, that's sacrilegious, man. What you talking about? You sold that blasphemy, bro. You what? Some people, right? But they don't understand. Sometimes when the light bulb goes off, it just goes off. And then in that moment, guess what you do? You cut something off. And sometimes it's what TV. Sometimes it's, a couple of, not necessarily fruit for friends. Sometimes it's cutting off, distractions, basically is what I'm saying. And you have to start to get serious. You just got to get serious at some point, Got to get serious at some point because, again, you start to realize, man, how vulnerable you really are in the grand scheme of things when people out here making all this, this capital and they're making all these moves. And it's like, man, I know I'm behind. You can already have a little something, but you still feel like you're still behind because you deserve a lot more that's what's been presented, to you, right? And that's coming from an adolescent into an adult reality. Right? Mm-hmm. Nothing will take you off this here once you get it. Again, whatever movie Color Purple, nothing can keep me from it. Nettie, nothing can keep me from it. Nettie. Hey, you call it Celia Nettie. You looking crazy. Hey, look, that's how I am right now. I'm like Celia when she like home. What's Celia at home for the shade, Mister? That's me right now for the shade this market because that man, look, them joker been messing over me for too long.
Y'all see this promotion Weebull got going?
Yeah, they step the game up, man. So again, free money. I tell people even with that's the hardest thing to even get people to see that. Just even how to get free money just by order broach account. They feel like it come with all kind of strings attached. They need a kidney. They need to know where you stayed for the past 30 years. It's like, no, this is not that kind of party. But it's even hard to even share that with people who just feel like, they ain't ready to kind of, acquiesce. They just still think that they got to go work for it. Right? They got to go hustle hard for it. Right? Mm-hmm. Makes no sense to me. Right? Makes no sense. And they people giving away money. What's the next latest one? What is that promotion now, Marquise?
You refer 3 friends and get 15 free stocks.
Say that loud, man. Say it with your chest, right?
It's on my avatar. I just put it on the avatar.
Look at that.
Refer 3 friends and get 15 free stocks. The stocks range from $8 to $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing. You better go make 3 friends.
And what do they got to give up to be able to take advantage of this opportunity? What are they giving up?
Just a deposit, the initial deposit. What's the initial deposit? Like $10 or something like that?
I think it's $100 for the if you get all of them. But still, I'm saying when I say what I'm giving up, it was kind of somewhat rhetorical. But you know what I was saying by that. What are they giving up to be able to get that
information? Nothing.
Not Nathan, as he said in the South. Not Nathan. And they still trying to convince themselves that, man, look, I don't know about all that, bro. Come on, man. Let me go clock in. I'm sorry. Like, all right, bro. All right, sis. I get it. When you ready, we here.
That's facts.
So these people just they want. It's like, hey, man, it's over here. That over there is gonna be depreciating. Over here is appreciating. Come on, choose one. Which one you want? Right? Which one you want? So at some point you're gonna get tired of losing, right? You're gonna get tired of having all this slippage in your life, right? As they say, right? All this slippage, right? This slipped away. Now that slipped away. Now this done slipped away, right? Y'all just pinching at me, right? Take a little bit at a time. When you stop that, man, and you see again, you turn that thing around the other way, and you start becoming, the person who can extract, right? You could be the extractor, right? That need to be a move. I don't know if one out there like that, but yeah, I want to be the extractor, right? Right. That's next. Again, it's just next level. It really is. It really is. And so I'm seeing. I already know. When I look around and see you guys, which are my peers, my intellectual peers in this, I see what's happening. Right. I'm not sitting here to fight against it. And I know a lot of y'all peers see it too. They might not necessarily see the ownership in it quite yet because they're still trying to feel you out and seeing if you can be consistent at this, but they don't understand. See, this is a game where, again, like I said before, you get better with time. It's a curation process. Just by proxy, you being around it, eventually it's going to rub off on you.
Yep.
And then it's going to be like, okay, shucks. My goals used to be like this. Now my goals are like this. Now it's like, look, whenever I get ready to, because I already know what I need to do to be able to get what I need. And that didn't require, again, getting up in the morning, going to shave, or having to do your hair and having to do all that, to put on your little monkey suit, to get in your car, to drive uptown, to try to impress, to be perfect, to try to impress imperfect people.
You say put on your monkey suit.
See what I'm saying? When you remove that out the equation, that's when you what was his name? The guy, the comedian, Lil Duval. What the little saying is? You gotta do what? Live your what?
Best life.
Well, what's your best life? Working for Mr. Charlie? Trying to convince yourself the debt game is the best game. Is that what it is? Right? The whole elbow grease and bootstrap, that's your best life? Because that's what people convince themselves of every single day. I used to do it. And I was trying to be my best life on Mr. Charlie payroll, though. like what? This show get the best of me for 8, 9, 10 hours. He get the best of me, all of my talent, all of my everything I got. I get separated from my family, separate from everybody that love me and respect me. I'm separated from them all this time, and I got to go give this person the best of me for 8, 10 hours. Y'all got to think about that for a moment. And then they say, you are value, or your valuation is, okay, we think you worth this. We think you worth this for this amount of time frame. Yeah. And then eventually you start taking ownership of that. And you start convincing yourself, I'm only worth this. And then you don't really start this. You don't really aspire to be anything but young what? That. And before you know it, 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, 11 years, 13 years then pass you by. And you're still trying to convince yourself what? This is just good enough. it just don't make sense. To me, it just does not make sense anymore. After we, have seen what we've seen, after we witness what we've witnessed, after we've seen, again, being able to kind of experience the things that we've experienced, to me, it doesn't really register if a person really have the mental aptitude to say, okay, this, it got to be something better, because people have always saying that in common circle, right? It got to be better than this, right? It got to be something better than this, right? Well, yeah, of course it is, but you just ain't ready to take ownership of it yet. Right? You standing in your own way, not nobody else. You standing in your own way. And so sometimes we need to have that kind of, lucid conversation, because from what we know now, obviously, of course, it pisses you off that it took this long.
Yeah.
You see, they already robbing you anyway. Look what $20 billion gone. It's finna go down range to the airline industry. Can y'all are y'all gonna get some perks off that airline deal? What perks you gonna get off that deal? But it's your money now, the taxpayers' money. What perk you gonna get?
Zero.
Some stale peanuts, an aisle seat. Okay, good luck with that.
Zero.
That's the center.
Some higher ticket prices.
Yeah, on the baggage fee, right? Some old ruler, person on the plane giving you a hard time. Again, I'm just saying, man, look, man, I ain't finna play them games no more. You get serious about this, again, like I said, you don't play those games anymore with yourself, and you don't allow people to play games with you and your time. You go on that paper chase, things start happening. If it takes a year, again, 3 months, 2 months, 5 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years, as long as you stay at it, it's going to happen. It's going to unfold. It's going to unfold. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always going to be, again, I like to say, a champion of the people. I'm going to be a person of, the champion. I mean, if it's my sister Mo, she the champion. My brother Marquise, he the champion. I'm always going to play, again, that duality, because I understand that's what it is. The people around you, again, still sharpen steel. This is a scenario where, again, it's not competitive. This is not the dog-eat-dog world that they prepare you coming out of high school, right? You finna go out there into the real world, all this stuff. You're going to have to compete, right? You start getting that mindset. You start even doing people wrong, doing bad, burning bridges, because you feel like that's what you've been told, how to go out there and achieve success, stepping over other people, right? Because people do that all the time when they feel like they out there in that predatory, and they do it. But that ain't how you really supposed to do this. Because now you just, you come in, you doing what they call you doing a little too extra, you being a little extra, but they say you being a little extra now, right? It ain't that serious, bro. It's a job, man, right? You still on somebody else's payroll. But here, you don't have to deal with none of that. You welcome your brother. You welcome your sister. You welcome that comrade, because now that gives you better collective power. Oh, we strategize now. We finna go get these jokers who really got the bag, right? We finna go after the CEO or where you was actually working for. We finna go after them on a different way, right? We're gonna sit on that board virtually through our investment dollars and extract away from them for a change. From the comfort of my lazy boy, my little wherever you are, the beach, park, on a date, on the train, plane, boat, wherever. And you finna get some of that back for a change. And see, again, that's the next level. That's the next level in this, where we're not sitting there fighting against that any longer. That's all it is. I'm pretty sure Sister Moore ain't fighting that any longer.
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure brother Crypto Kill Marquise ain't fighting that any longer. That don't mean necessarily that you still can't be out there in Corey, man, because you can do both. That's the best way to do it. In most cases, to be honest, because now you still got what? You just leveraging them to get your what? To power up and level up on your own back end. As long as that gravy train still, that tap still open, you leverage it, because it ain't really taking more out of you than what you're already willing to give anyway, because that's what you do when you submit to a job. You have to be willing to commit to what? They rules, regulation, policy, time, and all that. So you already kind of submitted to that at least. You might not like it, but you submitted. So, but in doing so, now you got something else that what? Protects you. Because guess what? If Mr. Charlie ever jump bad, let him jump bad. You be having them kind of days like that. I wish that Joker would. Like what they're saying, I wish a Joker would. I wish he would.
Real. That's a good point you just made. Like, people willing to submit to a boss, but they ain't willing to submit to themselves.
Woo.
That's crazy.
Yes, and I definitely like the stream but it'd be like, what are you doing all this for, man? I need all my multiples. You would never ever make me feel like this is the only avenue and I need it to survive. You just won't.
Right.
I got me a residual check today. Actually, 2 of them. I was like, shoot. They'd be like, you don't never be pressing. I'm not. I'm not.
Man, if that ain't the best feeling,
What?
when that liquid just come through and you like, okay, that's because you work hard to set up that pipeline, right? That distribution line. You got it open, and it's now what? It's a multiplier.
Flowing.
It's a force multiplier now.
It's flowing.
It's generating. It's flowing. It's bringing currency in.
And they folk, a lot of people, they want to be where you are, and so I try to be as transparent as possible to say, no, this is why I showed you my journey so you can see how it works. And although some people can make what I made along the journey in a day, in minutes, in hours, the point is you have to do what's comfortable for you, but you have to start, and then you have to have some perseverance along the way.
Facts, because that's what it entails for you to be in that position. Again, that's what you can have. Again, how many bachelor's degrees? You can have many masters. You can have the PhD. You could be your emeritus status. You could be any of that. But I tell you what, at the end of the day, again, because again, some people obviously do it because of the passion, and the payment, comes, directly, or indirectly because of it. Again, people say you get paid for what you do. Then the others are saying, okay, well, here's another way I can have that same kind of, value, but I'm more so, in control of the situation. And I don't need the greater audience, right? I don't need all the other little vestiges, so to speak. And so that's what gives it. That's what happens when it gives, comes into the lane of the investor or the trader. He or she is in total control, or at least what that they can control in terms of the situation, right? The mechanics and all that stuff, and the back end stuff, it unfolds obviously throughout a trade scenario. But in the moment, though, you are in control,
right? And
nothing else, obviously, at that moment matters, because it's you going straight to market. You direct to market. You cutting out all the foods and going straight to the bag. Basically, is what I'm saying.
And I love it.
And so you see something like this here after hours. Regeneron then jumped up and went $19.
So
it ran $19 after hour only because what? It was name dropped when Trump was headed to Walter Reed. Oh, this is what he's taking: Regeneron, zinc, and some vitamin C. And it was some other little drug. I forgot the other drug. But all people need to hear the word what? Regeneron. That's publicly traded. Let me go over there and see what they're looking like real quick. Oh, it's already up $3. I'm in. And then it went up additional what? 16 more dollars, hit 19. And you could have cashed out even before 8 o'clock. Like, man, I just took advantage of a quick little, $10, $12, and I'm good. Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
Boom.
See, that happened in a matter, again, a couple little minutes or hours or however the time frame. We can go see exactly when it happened, how it happened. You see it as here. Yeah, as soon as he began to talk about it, it was like 405. It jumped. 464, hopped up there to 485. That's $20 right there off that one jump. On that one jump. That was 20 minutes. Now, actually, what, 15? 15 minutes, it jumped $20. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yes,
right? So it's just that kind of opportunity again. And then it fell. You could have hit it on the way back down again. You rolled it back up again. And stuff, again, all that stuff coming in practice. Again, you got to train, of course. We're not going to tell you that this doesn't, it just comes overnight. It comes with practice. Like anything. Yes, practice. Yes, you, Allen Iverson. Practice. Right? Everybody that got that Allen Iverson mentality, it's like, yeah, it's practice. Yeah. So you want to practice like you play.
All right, baby.
So, that's why these conversations, again, they just bring truth to power from that angle, because we know that's what it takes. Right? We know that's what it takes. But ain't nothing that you're not already doing and you're not benefiting off of it. You show me you're a good researcher when you trying to figure out, did the Sumerians, do this, that, the third, or did Kobe Bryant hit this many point AIP to him, right? Or when LeBron stats is this, and you kind of reeling off the stats to me like you just, notice like you worked at the doggone front office.
Mm-hmm.
Market cap, his worth value, if he can be traded into that stuff, that stuff like the back of your hand. And then I look at you and say, you know what? Can you monetize that though?
Mm.
And I don't mean on DraftKings, right? I don't mean on DraftKings, all right, or bet your little buddy. Now, can you monetize that on a consistent basis? Right. That therein lies where I'm talking about. And so eventually, again, it sets in, and then people get it, and then they go out there, and really start performing. So again, all we're doing is trying to do is set up some different pipelines, some different ways to get money, without having to work hard for a change, right? For a change, right? Kind of, brother and sister kick back for a change, right? Can we kick our feet up for a change, right? Of course you can. I'm not about to tell you different that you got to go out there and sweat equity your way through life. That's the dumbest thing ever. And stop telling your kids that too, right? I'm gonna leave that alone because I know Jacob like, man, you don't know what you're talking about. Man. I teach my kid where I want to teach my kid because they're gonna go out there and do what I didn't do. Right? No, they can't. They ain't trying to look. Them kids got to live vicariously through themselves, not you. I'm sorry, right? Give them the best opportunity to win and let them go win. Stop blocking them, right? Stop blocking them. Right. So again, whatever. So that's my next thing, though. I'm gonna do something for the kids. I got something coming up. I want to do something for the some workshops for the young impressionable minds to get into this industry because then they are left out. They're the ones who's being really left out in this.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing some of the success story are the ones who did it because their parents obviously woke up and realized like, no, I got to make sure I get behind my kid and put them in a position to win. So when you see those stories about that little kid that 13-year-old kid that made that $78,000 option trade.
Right.
And he made more than y'all made in the whole year on your little salary, on your little job, looking at Mr. Charlie, watching the paint dry on the clock, drinking a little stale coffee, and stumping staples across the room and acting like you just love to be there. You don't. And that dude that made $78,000 on one option trade. And you're going to convince yourself, well, he was lucky or whatever then. But no, I'm comfortable doing what I do over here. What? I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, all right. So hey, have at it. But we're gonna find them same people like that. See, people want to look at that person as a what? As a prodigy, right? They call them people prodigies, right? No, they're not. They're already impressionable. They just need to be put in the right lanes to go out there and what?
Right.
Execute.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're intelligent, but I ain't saying, but it's not like they're an anomaly. No, they were already built for this. That's my point. They already built for this. Same way a lot of us are, but we just let, the world chip away at all our prestigiousness, right? Our dreams, our talent. That's what being on a job for so long will do to you. It strip away your prestigious value, don't it? It strip away your dream. You get saying, man, they got me. Now you so codependent upon them. You don't have time for what? They say you don't have time for self at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Because you get caught in the regimen. Sleep. Now you built the family. Now you got kids. Now you barely got time for everybody, let alone yourself. So how you doing anything extra to increase your situation? If you ain't having to, sacrifice, stay up a little late sometimes and when you want to and find another way. Because if something ever happens, something come knocking at your door and you ain't able to, backstop it, then what you left with?
Mm.
Your only option is what? To go in the hole, right? Literally. Right. So again, I'm just like, man, I don't want to fight like that no more. No, I'm straight. Right.
Mm.
So again, that's what we need to be doing. We need to be trying to get these young folk prepared. They keep saying that, these young kids out there lost cause and nobody want to work with them. They scared of them. Elders don't want to work with them because they scared of them. They terrorizing this. Okay, give them something that they can work with. Well, here's a skill set where they can literally be their own, owner operator. And they already want to show and prove that they, talent. That's why all kids always trying to show you how much they,
Yep. How much
what they can do.
What they can do.
Mm-hmm. We just be shutting down. Like, no, stay down. Right? Cause y'all remember, especially my, I'm pretty sure you probably know my sister. Where in my look, where I come from, where's the child place? Quiet. So you get around the door, be quiet. Right? Shut up, be quiet before you put some, close your mouth for you permanently, right?
Stay out of grown folks' business.
Stay out of grown folk business, right? And all this, the kids are just trying to sponge. They're trying to obviously soak up game, right? So of course they're gonna obviously try to emulate, and all that kind of stuff. But you got to just learn how to cultivate your children's talent. See, that's what a lot of parents haven't been taught, right? Because they came out of that, you got to do it this way, the iron fist way. You don't stifle their growth that way, right? So you got to give them something that they can blow off all the so-called energy that the parents can't keep up with, right? You got to put them in a scenario where they can. It's, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the difference. See, that's the difference. So we got some now because custodial accounts, let's go. Demo accounts, let's go. Here's your project for the week. I need you to pick me 3 stocks. These are the company. This is the list of stocks that got earnings this week. I need you to go in and research, pull me 3 stocks out of this list. I need you to give me all the research you potentially can get out of them. And then I need to tell you whether or not this is a good, favorable opportunity in terms of investment, or it may not be. Yada this, yada that. It becomes like a psychological victory. If you can give me at least 2 winners out of 3, guess what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna fund your investment account. It's not going towards no bubble gum, no none of this. It's finna go towards you having the ability to get money, so it can turn around and make more money. And over time, when you learn how to respect it and be responsible to it, when you make it and generate it, you'll know when it's right for you to go out there and buy your little video game. Because once you start making it, you ain't gonna want to lose it, because it becomes attractive to them. It got their attention. I want to do. I need to do this again. I don't need your money. I pay my own allowance. That's my child. That's my baby right there. That's my baby right there. What? That's my baby right there. You don't need, like Cat, when you say, see that thing? I love my daddy. I love my daddy. That's when it becomes that reality, because again, you give them something to fight with. So we all need to take a page out that book, because we're all trying to get there at some point. Whether we start a little late, whether we start on time, whether we early, whatever. But again, that's what it should be about, to solidify a legacy, a body of work that has a tangible track record behind it, so to speak. So kids have this. They ain't got to be dependent upon being discriminated against, singled out, all that kind of stuff that comes along with the system, right? They have one bad mistake, and then all of a sudden they want to hold that over that child's life for what? For the rest of their life. Seriously, think about that. Your child can get indirectly caught up in a situation, get caught up in a felony, and they don't have the legal wherewithal or representation to get that stuff expunged or whatever. What the world gonna look at them like? The world already is a hypocrite. The world itself already a hypocrite and a felon, but it's trying to tell you that you're a bigger felon than it. But they went out there committed a bigger crime than you, but they're gonna tell you, no, we can't work with you, because you ain't, Think about that for a moment, right? They handicapped. So what do they resort to? You know what they resort to. But if you give them this, then guess what? I'm straight. I'm finna go right on my little Robin Hood, right on my little wee bull, and get this bag. It's man, look, if you ain't training your children the same way, if you're going through training right now to learn this, your kids need to be right there with you.
100.
Now cut the game off, cut that off. Let's get over here. Let's learn these charts together. I'm finna show you the power of patterns, right? Matter of fact, you more familiar with patterns than I am, because you just came out of that, learning that. Right? You just came out of learning patterns. Literally, they came out of learning patterns. They've been showed you, so you like, God, dog, boy, you're a genius. Tell your mama give you another piece of chicken. Right? So man, look, I'm just saying, let's go. Learn how to
video game right here. This the new video game at the end of the day. All the kids care about is winning. At the end of the day, they just want to win.
Yes. And here you get a payout. You don't just get you won the game victory. Right? This that situation where you actually get a prize, right? A real prize. Could make this stuff up. So again, so that's my spiel, right? Say that, and I'm sticking with it, right? Because I understand it.
Right.
And I know y'all get it too. But again, it's important when we have a discussion of this magnitude. We get it. Yeah, we get it. All right. Hey, what's going on, brother Michael Green? MAGA, yeah, MAGA to you, bro. MAGA all day. MAGA all day. Do your thing, bro. Peace, power, and profit to that. So again, it becomes a game of get what you need, right? Get what you need, and don't feel again, any kind of way about it, because you've been deserving of it a long time anyway. Right. So you want to equip those who are around you to be in that same position. Right. So that's important. All right, that's important. So that's it. So again, I know it's been going on. Yeah, it's important. It's all relevant. Again, like I say, right now, Trump, he down in Walter Reed, right? They got him a little wing in their setup. They got him a little, they got him McDonald's on tap, right, on DoorDash.
Yeah.
Right? He's still gonna be eating them cheeseburger, right? Drinking that Coke, right? And they hitting it with them Z packs in there right about now.
You changed the screen because it's still on the in the drawer. Yeah, change it to the.
Oh, yeah. Hold up. Yeah, he over there getting them Z packs right now, and getting all over there at Walter Reed. I might drive out there tomorrow just on GP. Like, hey man, where you at? Where you at? I got that CMOS. You want that CMOS? I got that CMOS over here, bro. What you need, Trump? I got you, bro. I got you.
Did you ever get a hold of the sour salt?
I'm actually finna make that move now. Finally, it's late, but like I said, a lot of stuff got disrupted because of the coronavirus, and I've been trying to, one of my sources, she's still trying to get right, and again, I got a couple other things, but I'm trying to get that back popping. Got to get that back popping too. At least having the sour salt. So bear with me for a minute, and we'll get that going again. That's gonna be a game changer too. I know you thinking that in your scenario right now too, Sister Mo, and that's gonna be really, really
What's
really
the benefits of sour salt?
Oh, powerful! Oh man, this is the point where all my little Amara Squad family, y'all might want to log off right now. y'all might want to log off right now.
Yeah, cause
I did when you got to play, you got to play Iron Man, whatever. But
definitely a cancer fighter, Angie.
That's it. When you bring out that sock, boy. So see, that's why I said, man, nature undefeated, man. Nature undefeated, boy. Nature gave you something that tasted good and it got all the benefit to it. And you still trying to say, "No, man, give me that stuff over there that can put in the closet for 3 years and it still look the same for 3 years now. Give me that." you bypassed it like, "No, give me that over there." Right? Like, y'all remember that Dave Chappelle when that one skit he did when the kid went over came over to the black dude's house, right? Oh no, the black dude went over to the white kid's house, and they went to the refrigerator.
The wife,
he's like, "Man, what you got in the refrigerator, man?" He said, we got this Sunny D, we got all this stuff. What's that stuff in the back of the refrigerator? That purple stuff. What's in it? Sugar water purple. And what's the ingredients? Sugar water purple. Right? You know what's going on there. Right? It's some straight garbage, right? Because you get caught up in all this, whatever, man. Let me leave it alone. Move on, brother. Move on with it. All right. But yeah, sour salt, man. Yeah, nature's fruit. Nature's candy. Right? Nature's candy. Something can taste this good and have so much of a great value for the body. I mean, loaded. It's loaded. And this is right here on the front page here. I mean, this is one little channel, but again, it's loaded. I mean, as you guys can see, some of the things just right here. I got soursop leaves up there now. Yeah, I put it in coffees. When I say coffee, I mean like you do like a hot beverage scenario like that. Like this stuff called a Pero. It's called Pero. You got like the taste of coffee, but it's not coffee. My Eva found that. It's called Pero, something like that. I gotta look it up. Go out there and get it one day and show some more pieces. But you can put it in teas.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee, man. I gotta switch it up.
Oh, well, I gotta go get that right now then. Yeah. But y'all read this and y'all talk. I'll come right back. See? Now you started stuff. Let me go get it so I can show it to you.
Yeah. One of my friends, friend had
got diagnosed with a cancer, and she started giving them soursop twice a day, and it reduced the size of the little ball from like the size of a golf ball down to probably a marble. Yeah, I just
Oh
ordered some
wow.
Mikalo .com. Waiting for Brother African Emporium to get here so I can start ordering it from him. Yeah, it's good properties.
Mm.
You do see more?
Yeah, and he said it tastes good. I'm like, that's what's up.
Right. Do you take CMOS?
Yeah, I got. Yeah, I do. I hadn't ran out though, but I got some more. I got a couple pounds on the way, so yeah.
Right.
I love some of that stuff. I've been taking the CMOS for a while now.
Okay. You
Probably
make
ever
it,
since I moved to Atlanta.
you make
I
it
moved
yourself?
to Atlanta and huh?
You make it yourself?
No, I used to get. I was getting it from Red Pill and Blue Pill, Mama Pill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was getting it from her in Atlanta, and then I just started, getting it. Have my partner get it from her, and then just like shipping it to me the jar.
Right. Already made up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, already made up, already in the jar. I never actually had the actual raw CMOS. I just always got the gel. Always got the gel from her.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get mine from one of Brother African Emporium friends here in Columbia, and he makes the smoothies, and he adds it in the smoothies for me, along with some black seed oil.
That's what's up. That's clutch. That's clutch there. Especially when you got somebody local like that. That's clutch.
Yes. 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 It's been a huge favor. So I'm someone to add this soursop to the list and see how it all works out. See how I can make that work for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mac. Yeah, soursop's good for the body, man.
Yeah. I'm anxious to
You
see
do
how
it
it
in a
tastes too. They
liquid?
say it tastes good.
You do it in a liquid, Brother African Emporium?
Yep, you juice it the same way you do anything. Like you could juice, like the same way you juice watermelon, all this stuff. Again, you see, you got little seeds in there. You take the little seeds out,
Oh,
you
I got
juice that thing down. I made it almost kind of like an elixir, right?
Mhm.
To the tune, it was close to even to that of a tincture in some cases, but it's potent. So, what I would do, juice it down, and I would cut mine with, people cut it with. I would cut mine with organic, young coconuts, right?
Mhm.
To kind of stretch it out, because again, you get the amino acids and the electrolytes and all that stuff from the coconuts, which is also an aid aspect. And then I would add sea moss, all right, sea moss to mine as well, to really even kick it to the next level, right? Juice that thing up a little more, and rest was history. Throw that joke in the little jars, little 8-ounce jars. I used to have it out there when I was doing my little workshops, whatever, on the weekend. But yeah, it's super powerful, right? Super potent. And it's the taste is just unlike, and it's like the taste between like a pineapple and kind of like an apple, pineapple, and mango kind of flavor to it. It's delicious. All right, some of my soursop eaters out there in the back chat. Y'all had them soursop. That thing, man, boy, it's something serious.
Yeah, I love a pineapple.
Yeah,
I used to take the pineapple and grill it with some brown sugar. Oh man.
Yeah, so that stuff, man. Like I said, it's kind of a substitute for coffee, right? Again, it's called Pero. I said it right the first time. Man. It's Pero, right? And also, yep. Matter of fact, let me put the camera up here. I could probably let's see if it'll show it. I know I got this little thing up here. Let me see for the look. There's my camera now, right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to make like a concoction, right, that just pretty much covers all your daily vitamins and minerals, by using maybe like sea moss, some moringa, I don't know, like a concoction to when you pretty much cover, the basics of what you need. That was my goal. And tastes good at the same time.
Yeah. Because I know, I definitely, that was when I first got into the health side, it was always, it's all about trying to kind of, find the alternative, what I considered to be at the time alternative, but it's not. It's like, well, ain't no Mother Nature not an alternative to nothing. We know there's some aspects of science that obviously that has a use case value, but again, the blueprint is always nature, right? That's what everybody's trying to synthesize. So that's why the only way you can patent that stuff anyway, because you can't patent nature, right? And so they have to go out there and profitize, chemical, and say, not that they don't have a place. Again, I'm not saying that because Joker be like, oh man, what you talking about? I'm like, Joker, look, you ain't even went up on the microscope ever before, and then act like you, Dr. Sanjay Gupta or something. Like, come on, calm down. Right? But for the most part, again, nature is always going to be that blueprint. It's always going to be that blueprint, right? It's always going to be it. So, for me, it's just when you learn how to. Why this thing ain't showing? I'm sorry. It's called Pero though, but that's the name. I posted in the chat, nothing there. But it's dang it. Hold up, how to do this thing? There we go. God, oh, that's it there.
Oh, okay.
So as you can see there,
take a screenshot of it.
100% all natural. So for all people who struggling trying to get off coffee, this is the greatest substitute for coffee. It literally tastes just like it, and it's a lot more obviously healthy for the body. Again, you're talking about some barley, malted barley, and then chicory, right, and got the rye in there too.
Oh, that's what it's made of.
Mm-hmm. So you can flavor it how you want, if you want that. Again, of course, I don't use cane sugar, but date sugar, agave or coconut sugar, if you need to sweeten up.
Yeah.
But again, you can add so like this. You can add sea moss to it, right? Sea moss to it, a little maca powder. Maca powder obviously good for energy, right? Especially really good for women when it comes to reproductive system. Maca powder, the red maca is really good for women. But yeah, that's it there, Pero. So
yeah,
and then without the caffeine,
that monk fruit.
But
for sweetening.
Yeah, so again, like I say, for what we're doing, I was in the case of what we have abnormal aspects of ours anyway, but it's still good. So another one is the robust tea, right? I don't know if you ever had that, right? A robust tea, it's really good. It's kind of that same reality. Matter of fact, let me see here. How do you stop this thing? Okay, there we go. That's it there. Hold up, turn the camera this way.
Whip out my notepad real.
Yeah, so it's Republic tea. It's really good too. But yeah, I add soursop leaves to it. Steep it with it. You could do soursop leaves just in warm water, same way you do like a regular coffee or a tea, and just steep the leaves, right? The benefits in the soursop leaves are phenomenal.
Oh, so
in itself. Yeah, the leaves, bro. Go to some of them little health sites, man. And junk will be running out them soursop leaves quick. You got any more of them soursop leaves? No, we ran out. Yes, same reality. Yep, literally the same reality, right? So again, you're talking. I'll be up here for days if I go unload mechanic. I've done it before. It's more intense. I would one night while we were unloading, joke like, hey, let me show you about this right here. Let me show you what y'all know about this right here. All right. And the other joke was like, man, I ain't got time for all that, man. You know how it is when you step on a joker toe when you trying to be healthy and they ain't quite ready to take that step yet. Everything they had to deal with the health stuff is gonna be what? And stuff ain't real, man. That stuff pseudo, man. That's that snake oil stuff. All right. So you call it nature snake oil, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Hey, well, so all right, power to you then, bro. All right, more power to you then.
Thanks. Yeah, my whole thing was just the understanding that at the end of the day, most of these pills are these actual things in nature with a whole bunch of cut. At the end of the day,
yeah, that's basically what's going on here. It's synthesized. That's the only way they can profitize. They can't put a patent on it if it's nature. That's what hurt AMRN start. Remember Amarin stock, that Vespa, that fish oil drug. I was like everybody. Like when it first took off, that thing went for like $2-3, and I ran like 24. All over there. So after further review, right? You found out that they were actually kind of skewing the data a little bit because it really hurt them. The first time they had their CRL level, they had to go back to the drawing board and come back because they were trying to now deal with the fact that if you take it in relation to that or with a statin, right? Because that's how you have to take it, right? Anything people dealing with heart attacks and stuff like that, heart disease, you're dealing with those kind of things. You have any kind of drug because obviously fish oil is really good for heart, heart disease, right? The megas, 6 and 3, all that stuff. So anyway, they was using a mineral oil and that's to the aspect of the placebo that was throwing off a lot of their data to be inconclusive. So it hurt them, a couple times going for the FDA. And so they barely ticked by on a technicality where they were still, not necessarily able to kind of really, say unequivocally that mineral oil that they was using inside the placebo wasn't an issue, because obviously it was. But they said, okay, still there was some benefits there. There was still some value of benefit. Y'all know FDR, the FDA is. At some point they'll say, okay, well, at least there's still a little bit more extra benefit here, and they went ahead and ran with it. So they was able to get a patent, right? And it turned out that the patent, when again upon further review, it was so much, they was using so much of the regular fish oil itself that they couldn't claim that it was a chemical, right?
Right.
So therein lies, you cannot put the patent on nature. You cannot put a patent on nature. For anybody who knew that, they didn't know. Now you know, right? You can't do it, right? You can't be trying to make money. So that's why, again, more people finna say so, but that's why they couldn't really take Dr. Saber down. They can say what they want to say about him in the day, but when he sat before that judge in New York and he pretty much told him outright, I just use food as a medicine. I don't have no chemicals. I'm not pushing that. I just use food as the catalyst. And so that's what I'm saying for like Curtis saying that. Whether he cured or not, you can debate it, whatever, but they couldn't take him out on that because he's saying food is the medicine. I'm using food. Right? Cellular level cleanses in terms based upon the food you put in your body, the stuff that you're supposed to be eating to give you the best optimum you. That's what I'm using. And you still had these people who thought they were really smart, that ain't really smart, them right there, right? Trying to push back against nature and say, no, if it ain't in a pill form or this, it ain't. Like, okay, hey, good luck with that, bro. Not finna argue that, right? Do you? Right? I'm not finna sit here and convince myself otherwise. Because again, life is, like we said before, it's preventive maintenance. You have to go through the preventive maintenance and checks and services. And so I know we made it just address that tonight with the Trump scenario. Because again, do he look like a person who's been doing a lot of preventive maintenance checks and services? Don't get any feelings if you're a Trump fan. I'm just saying, because he pretty much told out his mouth, man, I love cheeseburgers and Coke. Right? He that kind of guy. You cheeseburger 2 a.m. in the morning on Twitter, fighting everybody on Twitter world. And you supposed to be out there trying to do something to, balance the country out. And you out here, man, look, man, all that people, man, y'all better wake up. But yeah, Amaral was that guy. Amaral was that guy, as you can see here. I was all over it back here. Back in the 2018, it jumped, like I say, around $3 and gapped up on the FDA news, went up to like 24, pulled back a little bit, again, went through all that. Went up there, tried to break out again, couldn't, pull back, went sideways, chopped up, pulled up and tried to test again, couldn't break out. Again, in this area, this time for him, they started having issues like, with their mineral oil. That's when this came back to haunt them. So I was like, I'm going to start showing into this till they get this right. And they couldn't necessarily, explain it in a way where FDA could really say, okay, we gave you a pass, but it's still a lot of inconclusive data to it. But what happened was some of their competitors who were in the generic market came after them. Have any of you guys ever heard of Dr. Reddy's product? I'm pretty sure y'all probably have. All right, Dr. Reddy's. Some of y'all probably used some of their products before too. Well, they make a generic fish oil. Generic fish oil, you can get that from GNC, Vitamin Shop, y'all know. Again, it's really good for you just as a natural supplement. To be honest, it really is. People need to keep, fish oil serious, because if you don't eat, fish that have high values of, omega-3, again, obviously, salmon being the benchmark fish to eat because it's loaded in omega-3s, right? And 6s or whatever, right? But, you got to fight the mercury in these days time because the water's so jacked up, right? You got all kind of testing nukes in the water and, the mercury just sitting out there. The fish out there, man, look like the Incredible Hulk, bro. They get mad and they turn to a shark overnight. Like, man, what happened to Nemo over there? Japanese over there testing them nukes again. But again, but seriously, they messed up a lot of the quality of the ecosystem, right? Again, that's the whole pushback of what's, another conversation another day, but y'all get it. But ultimately, again, it hurt the stock. The company said, you know what? No, y'all, you can't put a patent on this because we've been doing, using the product for years as a supplement and it's cheaper, because Vascepa want a top price for it too. Like they always do. Again, maximize profit. But they were trying to maximize what? Profits on nature with a fake patent in terms of fish oil, which you cannot put a patent on nature. You cannot. You have to alter it enough to it and meet a certain standard, And then, of course, at that point, you could say this is proprietary. So they tried to play the game, and it backfired on them. And so from here, as you can see, from 25, 26 here, when it became apparent that they didn't have to go to court, basically the people took them to court. It was Dr. Reddy's and a few other players too that's in the space. They teamed up against them jugglers on the class action. And then recently they won. They recently just won. This case right here, when they got the last scenario was the dagger. This was the dagger right here, back on the March 30th, right? Well, it was before that, wasn't it? Before that. They got hit harder. Then recently they got hit again here. This is where the last court case determined that ultimately now you cannot have that patent any longer. You have to release the rights to the generic. People can also now formulate, back to doing what they've been doing for artificial. So basically at this point, at the gap down here, when it was obvious they had to go to court and fight, here was what they call the death blow, right? It dropped basically from 7. I shortened it. I was 10. I shortened it, total brakes off of it too, right? It shortened it from here all the way back, down here toward like $3 and like 40-something cents. So you see where it's at now. So the only thing they got going for them now, since they can't, because they had even got to the point where they even put insurance, Medicaid on their books for their product. Y'all probably seen some of the commercials. That's what's so crazy. Y'all probably seen it's called Vasepa. It was actually even made regular, they got on TV basically in terms of marketing. Vasepa, VASCEPA, Vasepa. That's the name of the drug, whatever. But yeah, so here it is now, $3. So the only thing they got going for them now is that they have a European market that they don't necessarily have all the laws that we have here for regulation, and they was already building up that pipeline to go overseas. So they still can potentially sell the entire portfolio to a European, broker. That's the last thing they got going for them at this point. And so I think in all of its entirety in terms of its portfolio value, they can probably get at ultimate best, they can get lucky, maybe get 21, but real world case scenario, they're saying around about $8 to $10 if they sell everything. So they get about $8 to $10 a share. So you see where it's at now, like $4.50. So if they sell it, they'll get back right up into the VWAP, basically back on the 200-day moving average, as far as that, that valuation value. Right. So that's a little breakdown about that little company. See how this stuff work? That lets you know we see about what we do. You can just break these little companies down and juggle it. Man, how you know all that stuff, man? Well, this is what we do for a living, right? We just study data, and we chase data, so to speak. So we're doing the same thing a person that sit around and watch LeBron do every night. And they're like, that's my dude, that's my brother. Yeah, I mean, you getting paid though? Well, see. So about that. So that's all I'm saying, man. Take them skills and put it to work, right? Find a way to get the money, right? Find a way to get some money off of it. So, but that's it. So yeah, a little Vasepa. That was it right there. That's a little peel there. I got to show it since I went there, I guess. But that's it. This is it. Good luck. So they're gonna be stripped of the patent, and only thing they're gonna have left is just they can still sell it, but they won't get top dollar for it in America like that. So they went through all that work, building out their little website, building out the stuff. You see right here, they even got a chance to get on the copay, $9 for 90 days through the insurance and copay stuff. Not anymore. Yeah. So that's it. So yeah, man. So health and wealth, right? Y'all know I'm always talking that anyway. So again, I started out in that reality, in terms of the biotech sector. And again, that's how I jumped out there, learning a lot of this little stuff indirectly. You learn a lot about what's going on in and around you on a global commerce scale. That's the benefit to investing in trading. I'm pretty sure you guys will second that, right? You learn a lot about, what's going on in the world by being in this lane, right? Through the different products and services. What's going on, Oba Brandon? I see you pop in the building, man. I know late, we be a bit grinding late. Stay grinding late.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Man, you got it, man. Peace, power, and profit to you.
Man, you got me on a health kick, mentally and financially, and physically too. I'm over here looking up soursop right now. All types of good stuff right now for me to eat. I'm trying to change my eat pattern.
That's what I'm talking about.
What's up, Brandon?
That's what I'm
What's
talking
going
about.
on?
Because I mean, you know what I know, man. At some point, you know, we got. I always used to say this a lot of people. They's like, man, I get it, but it's easier to say it than to do it. I get it because the body is like anything, right? It's food is a drug. It's addictive. Why you think America's the most what?
Fattest,
Disease-ridden, you know, nation
obese.
on the planet, and the most obese.
Yeah,
It's the most disease-stricken. It's all that and then some. And then people running around looking at you crazy because you saying, you know what, man, let me go back to the base. Let me go back to nature. It's anything got to be better than just what they've been giving me. I mean, you got to really think about that for a moment, right? But it's hard to because again, food has become an addiction. It's a lot of the stuff that goes into it, the chemical makeup that's been altered and stuff. That's why they banned what MSG. Why did they ban MSG then? If it wasn't you know, it's a lot of these foods ain't chemically induced. See, people don't want to deal with that. You know, it's obviously, you know, monosodium glutamate is made in the what? In the laboratory. It's to induce what? Hunger. To make you never feel satisfied. You know, they still saying that Starbucks today still putting a little bit in their coffee. They, you know, they ain't made the catching yet, but I think they still doing it. I'll be honest, man. You know, these jokers went crazy over coffee. Now they paying $5-6 for a cup of coffee now. Man, people ain't that much fat in the world.
Yeah, they're just naming something else.
Yeah, you go right and buy you $2 can of coffee at you know at whatever. Buy you a can of that whip. Buy you some little caramel syrup that they got a little dusty out of Walmart. You make that same cup of coffee. Dang
Exactly.
You know, but again, it's all the ideal of you gotta, you know, it's the mystique, you know, no, but you don't have the barista aspect of what they got with that, you know, with that latte machine. Man, look, you can get your Keurig, you can go get that same machine. You can buy them things now, you know, and make it at home. But you know, people always like to pay for what they consider to be convenience. All they're doing is wasting money. But we know that because now we what on the other side of that coin as investors. But the health game is important because, again, what we're dealing with now, even the pandemic, you know, and so a lot of people who really unfortunately got jammed up behind this because they was what? They were already a little kind of pushing it, you know what I'm saying? Pushing, you know, the boundaries in terms of health. So they had nothing really to fight with. So, you know, I just, you know, that's why, man, this pandemic thing, it was a wake-up call for us, on us, you know, period, humans, period, on so many levels. So many levels, you know. And it's funny, too, because it's not funny, but it even ended up over there messing up our little kinfolk over there in the Andaman Islands. Now, you know somebody took that thing. I mean, I posted that in the over there, like, who took that virus over there to them people? Them people been over there like that for like about 20, 30,000 years, and then all of a sudden they end up with the virus. Now, who took it to them?
Like, what case is over there?
You know what I'm saying? You know what happened. You know who took it over there to them. Oh, raggedy jokers. Right? Them people been left alone for like, obviously they don't have the immune system we got because they ain't been exposed to all this, you know, stuff we've been, you know, exposed to.
Right
on the daily. You know, again, I know bacterial mixing, even again, you know, the so-called quote-unquote herd immunity theory, right? But this ain't something that you want to herd immunity on. Not this one. I'm just sorry. They're not their Rona. I don't want no pause there, bro. You know, and I just, you know, more power than anybody has, you know, dealt with it. It's serious. It really is serious. You know, whether you conspiracy or not. So again, I'm just, you know, I know we kind of caveat off that in terms of the segue, in terms of this actual, you know, little program talking about Trump because he was the one that downplayed it more than anybody. He was like the grand wizard, you know, downplayer.
and you know he was going to get it too anyway, regardless. Like the first time when they mentioned like somebody in his camp or his administration had it, he was like, all right, that's a little too close. And then what? Today he get it.
All of a sudden, that's why I say, man, ain't that something? That's why I asked the question earlier. Man, what's the odds of that? He got this many days close to the election, and it hit him.
Right.
Couldn't pick this stuff up. He dodged it this long. Even if he did dodge it long, because he might. Y'all know them people don't always tell the truth about everything. That's what the part where the conspiracy spot where people like, man, y'all just making stuff up. You know, people just want to believe that they just think they got it all, know it all. I get it, man. Say it with your chest. I get it. You know, everybody want to feel like they got something that everybody's saying got. I don't think that way personally. But again, for those who are still in that, Because I always look at it this way: if you can't monetize, then you ain't really talking, right? Because
Right.
I can't make no money out of it. I ain't, or obviously if they ain't hurt nobody, but I ain't, man. Look, y'all can have all that. Y'all can have all that pontificating and filibustering and fighting and pandering. I'm good. Right? I'm gonna go get this bag. Right? But yeah, he was, again, he was like Grand Poobah of what, playing it down. Yeah, man, anybody don't catch no virus, man. I don't need no mask. Make America great again. Make America without masks again. All that kind of stuff. Right on out there. And again, then damaged Herman Cain. They just swept that thing under the rug. They ain't even talk about that at the debate. That was the most perfect thing that they could have brought. But you know why they did it? Because in that moment they got on what? They got on code. Let's be honest. They got on code because they know, that was definitely a scenario where if it ever showed gross negligence, that was it. This is a guy that ran for president of the United States. He was respected in his, particular circles in a lot of ways, and they let that guy go right on out there, falling behind, Junebug Trump. Right? I got to call him Junebug now because that's what he was. He Junebug Trump now. Listen to the Junebug, Holiday Inn, sciences, and Herman Cain went right on out there at his age, knowing his situation because he bought into that. It's a hoax. It's this. He bought in. He really bought it, hook, line, and sinker, and it took him out. And then they hushed it too. Keep in mind, that was a perfect leverage point to really say this is the reason of gross negligence here. Republicans and Democrats swept it on the rug. Why? Y'all gotta think about that. I know y'all probably did it and whatever, man. But I'm just saying, bro. I ain't, man. Look, man. I'm not. See, people ain't finna get me on that personality stuff. I don't care who you is, King of Scotland, King of the Hood, King of Pennsylvania Avenue. You play all that stuff you want, man. You don't, man. Look, man, say that for somebody else, bro. I live my life on my terms. Anybody finna be making me fall into the more stupid blind loyalty. That's the dumbest thing, when you hear people say that stuff. And no disrespect, people who really got that mentality. I know it's a part of evolution and growth. But when you get a certain age in life, right, they say two people to tell the truth, right? Older people and what? And babies, right? And I ain't old yet, but I tell you what, I learned early on, I'm not finna sit and kind of convince myself. Right? I'm not gonna wait till I get older to understand what I need to be paying attention to. Right? I'm not gonna be lying to myself just because it seemed, the consensus thing to do. When you saying, okay, well, you not, patriotic and all this because because they want you to like highlight, they want you to like from what they call hell or high water to still follow these charlatans.
Right?
Like, no, bro. Like, what? Are you serious? That's just a small lie. What? Yeah, people dying, man, behind this stuff, man. We ain't got time for all that foolishness. And if you knew better, you be the same way too. But so it don't really hit, matter until they hit one of them. That's when they say the road meets the road. It hits home. Then just like, man, okay, man, you all right, man. So again, they took Herman Cain out because he went to that rally. Guns blazing. Trump, my guy, man, I don't need no man. Joking up in there, this wild beast savage up in there. Went right on home, caught that Rona. And then it took him out fast. See, that's what crazy about it. It took him out fast. Think about this. Soon that rally was over, we talking about what? Some days, a little bit after we heard about, Herman Cain passed away. Really? Yeah, he was at Trump rally. And it's, wow.
Oh.
So guess what? I know in the back of my mind, consciously, subconsciously, that had to kind of sit in Trump's consciousness. He got diagnosed last night in the AM hours, basically. That joke at Walter Reed right now. No, Mr. It ain't that serious. No, don't go to Walter Reed. Sit in the White House and fight that thing like the champ, like you say you is. Come on, Rocky. Yeah. Then he was the same person that put his face on the body of Rocky bad boy. Right. I remember I was listening to CNBC one day, and they were clowning him. They said, "Man, this is the same guy that superimposed his face on the body of Rocky." I mean, this is Trump. You can't take it serious. This is people that's in the industry. They're like, you can't take this guy serious. And then they want you to. You see what I'm saying? Let me pull that picture up, man. See, y'all see? When I saw that picture, I was dying. I was like, man, Trump, boy, Trump, crazy, boy. You can't tell him nothing, man. Tell him nothing, man. You can't tell him nothing.
Trump, 2 years younger than Herman?
Yeah, I remember what,
I think he was born in what 46. Trump's 47.
I believe so. Trump what 70? How old Trump? Like 70?
74, I think.
73, 74? Yeah. Juggle out there thinking hasty, man. Like, I'm like, man, y'all better sit down somewhere, man. You know what I'm saying? You still out there trying to grab women by the crotch, and again, you know the story. It ain't like it ain't public news. You out there going, unprotected out there with all kind of women from the Playboy Mansion. He just put it this public stuff. Think he was out there saying, man, I had STDs and all this stuff. Like, man, bro, TMI, bro. Too much information, bro.
Right. You want to sit down?
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Get you a shot, a syringe in the arm or something.
Man, look at the Joker, man. Couldn't make this stuff up, man. So like, bro, you don't want their work. You don't want their work, bro. You don't want none of this here. You don't want that smoke.
That's hilarious.
You don't want the smoke. He was that kind of guy. He's more of a character than anything. Just be honest. I'm just being honest, man. A lot of the stuff he did was just funny. It pissed you off a little bit, but it's just funny. Like, man, and how did he get here? Like, where this dude come from? Again, a clock is right twice a day. I get it. There's some stuff he did that I can agree with. I'm not that kind of person where, I can't see value in some things that obviously has a falsified value where it just makes sense. Right? But again, like anything, you still gonna weigh your pros and cons. Again, man, he just all over the place, bro. No, straight. Y'all keep that. You ain't forget me on that congeniality bus. That ship been sailed. You can go right down with it. And because right now, everybody who was believing in him that he was just like this here, because that's what this is all about. Right? Now, bad boy got that Rona. Adrian! Now you call it Adrian now. I know you let lips slurp to the side like rocking to Adrian. Yeah, you got that Rona, but that's all right. Don't sit down somewhere with that Rona. Like, don't come over here with it too. Stay right on over there with that. Right? Because I bet they ain't all up on it now. Let me see where them diehard Trump fans at now. Go hug up on them right now with that Rona. Right? Because you still probably like, that's still my guy. Okay, get him. You get the Rona then. It's all right. Yeah, we can do the case study together. We can do a scientific experiment. So let me see if this, how great again it could be.
Did his wife go to the hospital with him?
No, she didn't. That's what I was saying. She didn't even go. They sent him. As if, as if that virus ain't, like she got the cotton candy version. He got the, the nicotine, the Newport 100 version. Couldn't make this stuff up, bro. I'm just serious. And you still in the nation's White House. No, y'all need to be up out of there. Because people work in there.
Giving the whole White House Rona.
Right. Get y'all infested behind. I know people going to get upset when I say this because they don't want people getting their feelings when their little personality worshiping those celebrities and this. I'm like, man, look at y'all infested now. I would not even be that self. I caught the Rona, guess what? I'm up out of here. I'll get me a motel room for some month, a week or 14 weeks, or whatever I need to do, 14 days, and not put people out that I care about in harm's risk. These jokers here, I told you they're high-priced hillbillies, rich hillbillies. People got mad when I said that before. Matter of fact, that's how they banned me off Stock Twitch. I be going in on Stock Twitch. Them jokers banned me off Stock Twitch, bro. I'm like, man, I made it. Them jokers banned me twice. I'm good. I made it there. I'm straight.
Banned me twice.
Yeah, they don't take it. They don't stop my money. I still get, I'm still getting my bag. But again, that's all I'm saying. People got to realize that, man. Look at it. You got your one shot like everybody else. Ain't nobody left this place and came back mean the earth. And if you're gonna go hard, then go hard on a lot of other things that matter the most, right? You can have principle morals in the process of going hard. You don't have to be loose like a loose cannon. As they say, a bat out of hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, man, seriously. People might be trying to get you all amped up so you can go down that road first, and then they see how you came back or didn't come back. Then like, no, see, that's why I ain't do it. But he did it for us. He was a test dummy. Again, a la Herman Cain. If anything, you say, okay, all the elderly people here, we're not gonna take that chance, right? Everybody in here that's over the age of this, y'all gotta wear a mask if you're gonna come to my rally. No, you good, bro? Ain't no Rona. It's just a virus. It's just like the flu, bro. It's a hoax. It's not that serious. It's gonna go away. Okay, I got you, bro. I'm coming in. Guns blazing, no mask, no vitamin C, no nothing. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drink some whiskey before I come. Make my immune system even be more compromised. And then again, end up taking the dude out. This is weird too, because when he went on Twitter, and really, again, made it public that he had the virus, the first meme, or the first gift that was coming across was what? That picture of Herman Cain. That picture of Herman Cain. And I think it had the caption underneath, Herman Cain looking down from heaven or something like that. Something like that. It was something crazy. I was like, oh man, these people got way sick. These jokers sick, bro. But again, I just showed you how people, again, like I said, that fake outrage, man. That whole fake outrage, they fake patriots. These people ain't want that smoke. They really don't be wanting that smoke. It just seems to sound good, and so they follow, right? They follow along. Right. So again, they got, man, I don't know if y'all been over there and seen it or not, you had to, but they've been lighting him up on Twitter. They've been lighting him up. And a lot of people been waiting for this. A lot of these people, people lost loved ones. They had no other way to kind of in their mind, kind of push back, from what they figured was, really gross negligence. Right. It's like, okay, well, I tell you what. And nothing else, you better not catch that virus before you get out of office. That's a lot of them were thinking too. And that joker caught that Rona. Did you see this one? He let that tweet go down range at 12:54 a.m. in the morning yesterday. So today, I guess, because it's 12:54. Anyway, we almost there the next day. But again, you on Twitter. Look at it. They got him drinking that, Coke. But boy, look at him. Got that Clorox challenge going. This, like I said, people like, man, look, this is how you know the people who out there who be all in that fake outrage. If you come to his page, literally his page, you'll see how everybody on there that you would think that people like, well, no, man, you just being insensitive, you just that. I'm saying I don't wish nothing on nobody. Don't get me twisted. That don't mean that he ain't fair game the same way he made everybody else fair game. Because he had that same mentality with the people who was out there suffering. And he act like he didn't care. So you think them people don't have the right now to say, you know what? See, you did this to yourself. That's basically what I'm saying, without even being really nasty and incendiary like they really could be. You see what I'm saying? Because they really can go in on him if they want. Right? Because America don't have them kind of laws where you can't go in on no president. This ain't no dictatorship over here, bro. Right?
Oh no, give it time. Give it time. I bet you they will.
Yeah, but you know what's weird though?
They ain't gonna hold back.
Y'all remember that time? Well, it's just 2 months ago, if that, when the governor of New York, what his name? Chris Cuomo. What his name? No, what is and what president? What's the governor of New York? I know it's Cuomo. One of them. Cuomo, got a brother. His brother work at CNN too. I be getting them mixed up the name, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He literally told Trump on national TV, "You can't come back to New York. You can't come back to New York because the people would not let you." You know exactly what he was saying when he said that.
Oh, you talking about Andrew Cuomo?
Right. He said, "Go to Florida, stay in Florida. You can't come back in no more after what you done behind this virus. The people ain't gonna let you." And you know who in New York, same way they up in Boston, them types. You was a failed businessman while you was here. You ain't really do nothing for the state to that regard. Don't come back here. He did this live on TV. I know I wasn't the only one watching that night. I said, man, this brother didn't totally straight up just threaten him. And Trump did what? Shut up and didn't say nothing about it. They ain't put none other press out about it because they know man, look. So I'm just saying, man. So again, people don't understand this. They be caught up in this fantasy world. Like, say people still got that old thinking this like some old, monarchy again. No, this ain't no monarchy over here, bro. Y'all say that stuff for for Alice in Wonderland. You go to Europe for that. You won't do that over here. Right? That's the whole reason why people got away from that, right? But yeah, they've been look at him. They've been lighting them up on Twitter. They've been lighting them up. They even got solar money. They even got a picture of solar money out there. All right, you know what that's all about. All right, but yeah, again, I ain't gonna sit here, take y'all through all this and bore y'all through this stuff. But man, that's the
Hey,
brothers there.
that's karma. That's karma.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. A lot of it just, the value of just reality. Again, just he got caught in chance, got caught, because again, he didn't do what he was supposed to do. To be honest, it's more so he didn't do what he was supposed to do. Not that again, everybody has the perfect or the absolute way to not catch the virus. Again, I'm being responsible in saying that. Of course, I'm not going to be reckless, but he was very brazen, right? He was very brazen. Again, you see right here, this was just what Tuesday. So he had to have the virus during this debate. He had it, obviously. It's obvious he had it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had the virus during this debate. And I don't know if it caused him to be unhinged because they say it does mess up your neurology, right? Your neurological factors and features. So he got unhinged. He was just all over the place during the debate. Or maybe he was just so angst and wanted to get into the debate with Joe Biden after kind of pumping it for so long. And, he got out there, just went straight, not even off script. He wasn't even, man, what script? I ain't never seen no mess like that forever.
Yeah, he over here criticizing him by the time his mask was too big. That's the biggest mask he ever seen, and you wear it too much. All kind of stuff.
Going in, right? Again, I'm not a pro Trump or pro Biden person. So disclaimer, so I don't want nobody coming from. I know I did.
Me either.
Right? I ain't from neither of these jokers because I know what's going on here. Right? But it was just like, bro,
It's like when two teams go to the championship and neither one of them your team.
Neither one of your team kind of reality. Yeah, that's good. That's a good analysis, right? But again, how people they just can't stand the stomach that you can't that you don't have to side with with their guy, right? Like, you got to pick a side. No, you don't. There's another scenario the equation too. It's called what? None of it, right? Abstaining, for the sideline. I'm just
watching.
Right, so they already brought out that Simpson meme. That's been all over the internet today. They like Simpson did it again, right? Y'all remember they had that in the Simpson? Y'all probably remember that episode where they had Trump laid out in the casket like that, stressed out. Now, yeah.
It's just like people don't got no mercy for him because he never had no mercy for nobody else.
That's how they take it. Like I said, that's why I said people out here be getting all that fake outrage. You can't tell another person how they feel like they either can mourn or how they can react to certain things. They feel like they've been rubbed the wrong way. That's the human nature. Yeah, they got the juicy box, right? They got that Capri Sun. right over right now with the watch me right now with that little juice box, man. Which I got that on tap, man. On tap. Again, his words, not mine. And that's again, they get mad when you bring out the evidence, right? Like his words, not mine. Then they still push back. Well, you insensitive for doing it. No, he said it. He made it fair game when he did it. You know what I'm saying? And they still want to push back on you. Like, I'm like, man, grow up. You can't have it. You can't. It's everything what they call all fair and love and war. You can't have it. You can't have it your way and then not have an issue when people push back. And it's not even a lot of it's not even people push back. It's just saying I'm just showing you what he did, not me. He did. Of course, he didn't make that meme, but he made it very adamant. Right, they got my thumb there tonight. I got Joker laid up in that. We over there watching me right now. They hit it with them CCs right there. They hit it with them CCs right now. That's saline bag.
When you sent out that alert and I seen that, I died laughing at work. Man. I was crying. I was in tears.
Yeah,
I was dying.
His word, not mine, bro. You said what? Maybe we can inject the bleach. We can inject the Lysol or drink the bleach and inject the Lysol. That's what he said. Yeah, he said inject the bleach. No, he said drink the bleach and inject the what? The Lysol.
Inject the Lysol.
I was like, God, dog, bro. Do you understand the microphone that you in front of in terms of what people do when it comes to looking at a person or that bad? You can't. Oh, bro, somebody ain't briefed this dude, man. Somebody ain't briefed them. And people went right out there and did what? Drink the bleach and injected themselves with Lysol. CDC and if they had stats, all the local health services department got data saw coming in left and right with people out there was doing this stuff.
Horrible.
Couldn't make this stuff up. That's why I say you ain't finna sit here and get me all up in my little so-called feeling because you and yours, because this your guy now. And people out there actually went out there and did that and died. It's on record. That's why I know you can't come at me, because people did that. They drunk that bleach and they injected themselves with Lysol, and a lot of people died, and it got, obviously put on the record. And so you ain't finna tell me that, when you have a position like that, you can't just say and do anything.
Yeah, then you gonna turn around talking about that was obviously a joke. Why you joking? This ain't the time to joke. This people
When you
live.
got
Why you
the
joking
type
when people live?
the type of followers that you got and that kind of mentality, and you out here, I'm like, bruh.
It remind me of that Dave Chappelle skit when keeping it real goes wrong.
When keeping it real goes wrong. I keeps it real, right? I keeps it real. I'm like, okay, right? So I'm just saying, man. Hey, when they turn it back on them, then people want you to be what? Sympathetic. And he showed none for a lot of people. He showed none for a lot of people. He showed none for a lot of people. He didn't want to denounce certain things that he had the opportunity to do. He didn't want to stand up for things that he know that was a consensus that needed to be done. He played everything down because he was trying to speak to a select few. They had to pull his teeth to get him to even say something about this little Proud Boy stuff. Now, whether you for me or not, again, I ain't got no dog in that fight anyway. But they made a big issue of it, right? So it was like, hey, you ain't gonna denounce this stuff. You don't want to denounce, white supremacy. Well, then he didn't try to play dumb. Well, what do you want to call it? Well, you know what we call it. We've been calling what we've been calling since the beginning. You don't want to answer it. That's much what it is. That's what they should have said. You don't want to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
So stand down, stand back. Hey, bro, what? What the hell is that?
What do you say? Stand down and stand by?
Yeah, stand back and stand by. I was like, what is that?
I'm surprised Biden didn't say nothing about that. Like right there. Like I'm like, what? Like
because it probably caught everybody by surprise, like the same way it caught everybody by surprise. Because it never really hit home until you go back and really start thinking about it. You be like,
as soon as I heard it, I was just like, that's why I posted
me too.
Like, hold on, did that man just say this?
I was the same way. Because we catch stuff quick. Well, we invest in training. We catch everything, right? We train that way in a lot of ways too. Right. I was the same way. I was like, bro, okay, good luck with that for everybody that's in that fight.
Man.
But hey, it is what it is. His words, not mine. Literally. He said it is what it is. And what he told dude, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
During that interview. Yep. It is what it is. Right? With his little hand shaking like he always do, open them close. It is what it is. That kind of scenario. When the body language inside, you know what people mean when they do all that. You know what they're saying. Like, bro, I'm just here for these numbers. Right? I run them numbers. What them polls look like. Right. Yeah, couldn't make this stuff up, man. So, but yeah, so, for what it's worth, we have, for what we're doing, again, we have enough for what we need to get us through no matter what the scenario is, no matter who's sitting in that, seat up there, or down there, wherever you are around the planet, wherever, you know what you need. And it's not dependent upon this kind of reality alone in a degree to get you what you need.
Yeah, this should be more evident, more than ever, is that you can't depend on the government. You got to depend on yourself and the people that's in your circle, man. Everything else is an illusion, straight up.
Very much of illusion. It's literally the ideal of what the Matrix was designed to be in terms of even how the fact that they say art imitates life. Man, if they didn't lay a lot of that stuff out, and again, and Joker's still out there trying to, I just gotta, live this, this fantasy, man. It just ain't nothing like it. I just gotta, what? Like, how old are you?
Like, and then seriously? What happened when you go to speaking the truth? What happened? Them agents get to coming for you.
Yeah. Man, they go. They be. Just seriously, bro. But again, we'll see. We'll see. Again, Walter Reed right now. Walter Reed popping right now. He didn't mess it up for a lot of people that actually need to be at Walter Reed now, and have to worry about all this security and all that kind of food, and they can't get what they need because he got his little dusty stuff over there. All right, so Joker like, hold up, now you get a little person there, brother. But that's what happened. When they move in certain public spaces, they command all the, the attention in a lot of ways. So it's real people who over there did some real stuff that they actually need to be over there at Wall Street. They don't have to be dealing with, getting short, what they need in terms of they serve. And you got people who fought over there who got, limbs and all kind of stuff blown off at Wall Street, and messed up in terms of PTSD, and all that. And, he over there with that Rona, taking up all the entire wings and stuff. They pretty much say he's going to be there for some days now. They building him an office and everything over there right now. They building him a makeshift office over there at Walter Reed. Couldn't make this stuff up. So that's going to command a whole lot of attention and news, extras, all that stuff now. Now it's going to mess them people whole, operation up. And it's people who actually went over there that went to war and, got blown all up. And again, y'all know what I'm saying without me having to say it.
Man. Yeah, this is crazy. This is like a crazy movie, man. This is like Twilight Zone stuff. I know they're gonna make so many movies about this in the future.
Yeah, I was saying that even about the first woman that he's supposed to he got it from, right? That lady Hope, right? Oh, brother Ramsey, you can't use that language, bro. No language, you can't use that language. I gotta remove that. I gotta move that language there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and at the same time, how we know he ain't getting her. You know what I'm saying?
Right, it could be the other way around. Cause they, people, crazy people like, man, Trump probably already.
Like, I'm thinking like they probably already knew, and they had to have somebody throw under the bus to take one for the team. So it looked like he ain't mess around and catch it at this rally and get everybody around him with his reckless stuff.
Yeah, but again, it's always gonna be a fall guy. If you don't leave, I mean, look around. Everybody that was, riding with him, he threw all of them under the bus.
Yeah.
All sets of tires caught him too. Front tires and back tires caught him. They didn't get lucky get one set of tires. They got all 4 sets of tires across their backs. Right? He don't have no problem throwing a joker on the bus. Switch sides on joker fast, and man, look, must be 2 sides. Trump ain't 2 sides, man. Look, Trump 2 sides and then some.
I can imagine orientation trying to work for him. You might get fired. I might throw you under the bus. Just know.
Right out the gate, you already know what you're dealing with. So again, that lady Hope, she outlasts a lot of them people that's that close to him. He already on his second press secretary. The first one, she was just they beat her raggedy. They said they beat her down so bad she ended up having sleepy eye like Forrest Whitaker. They made one of them. They had a meme with her, but she was just looking like, I was like, God, dog, bro, the internet brutal, bro. The internet brutal, bro. You don't want to get on the internet bad side, bro. They had her with the Forrest Whitaker eye. Like, man, Trump then drove this woman. Boy, she had to get up out of there. And this new one, again, she barely hanging on. She got in the spat the other night with some little news person. That, man, they were just like, you mean tell me you sitting here defending this? I know it's a job, but seriously, it gets to that point. You know what I'm saying? We never witnessed something like this. And again, I don't necessarily make it wrong or right because, again, the truth is the truth. But if he coming with a real hardcore truth, what you can't deny, then of course, you gotta let it be. But we know what's going on, man. You ain't got that, bro. You ain't got that.
If he do make it through this, I wonder what his last Hail Mary gonna be.
This might be it. They already saying Michael Moore. Y'all said that tweet that Michael Moore put out. Y'all know Michael Moore already. People. Some other people saying it too. Michael Moore pretty much came out and said outright that he wouldn't be surprised that this was already orchestrated. This is Trump's Hail Mary, claiming he got the virus to try to gain sympathy points. Yeah. Exactly. Right here. Matter of fact, y'all see right here. See Michael. Let's go to it. I can show it better than I can tell you. I'll let him speak for himself. I don't like to paraphrase. When we can go straight to the direct source, primary source. So again, y'all know he always been on Trump back like a lot of other ones do. But yeah, he was like, man, look, man, this Michael Moore said Trump might be lying to gain what? Because he got them type of followers too. Now you know what I'm saying, Trump. Yep. Them type followers.
Because it's funny, like how I was just to see out of curiosity, I went and looked at Fox News and seeing how they reported it, and they was just like, had this basically just had these little pictures just showing him looking so sad, and every picture had
smallest violin ever.
Exactly. And every picture he had a mask on, and he's just looking all frail. I'm just like, oh man.
These people politicized.
And they just like, we're gonna stick
Man.
together for him and all this. What happened to the fire and brimstone? Like,
just literally just hours before that, they were going in on anybody that was just, man, couldn't make this stuff up. Could not make this stuff up. That's why I can't, for the love of me, see another grown adult sitting here acting like a child at a rock concert with their favorite rock singer, as if they're going home with them and getting any kind of look. They there to serve a purpose, to entertain you. The tax hike amendment. And then when they get from in front of you, they go what? Home and do what they want. They ain't think about you like that. And of all people, he really showed it. Again, I know people like, man, you going in a little bit too heavy now. You being a little too biased. I'm not. I'm just going off what I was privy to see and witness in terms of how I can interpret it. I'm not an idiot, right? I'm intelligent. I know when people are BSing.
That's fast.
And he was just a consummate BSer. There's a lot of sayings in the military that define a person like Trump is. And I ain't got to say it, but more people been down range, they know exactly what I'm talking about. There's words for people like him. That's why he was fighting even the people in that echelon. He was fighting all them people in the military too. He fought them too. He fought generals. He fought all them. Now I ain't fought a lot of them jokers because they are neocons and warheads too. A lot of them are, right? But for the most part, for some of the stuff that obviously more dealt with, more just saying, okay, this is more probable to understand what how to bridge and leverage the military in the most effective way. Then you need to know how to do. So again, when we had the issue with that, y'all remember when that was Honore down in Louisiana came hard at Trump when we had in the very beginning of the coronavirus. Y'all remember said I played it on my channel a while back when Honore came at it. Like, dude, this is the time you're supposed to mobilize your military.
Yeah.
You sit on your stupid behind hands and you hit in the middle of a pandemic, people out here dying, and you got the one thing in your favor is the military, and you ain't even accessing and leveraging it. Because he kept, at that time we found out later he was trying to play it down. He didn't want to cause no panic. Man, who is you to look, people playing around, man. I don't do personality worship. I don't get it, man. People out here, if you don't even have conclusive level of science on it, even the scientific community was baffled in itself. What gives you the right at that point to even, think about hiding for people so they can't necessarily try to do the best they can and prepare? You don't want them to wear masks. You barely want them to social distance. You keep trying to tell them we finna open back up literally a week into going into quarantine. You talk about we finna get right back out of another week afterward. Remember that? We want to be open up by Easter.
Yep, open up by Easter.
Right.
Trying to get all the churches open.
Easter, right? I got to tell them what character. Easter, are you what? Easter. Yeah. What if we would have opened up by Easter? Where would we be right now? Anybody? Go.
In church.
In the casket, probably. In church. A lot of people been laid out in the casket. We'd open up by Easter. Couldn't make this stuff up. He wanted to have everybody back doing the norm during Easter. This is y'all's God. Now I got to say that. You say y'all's God. That's y'all's man. Like you said, that's your man's B. That's y'all's man's B. Whose man's is this B? It ain't my man's. Because that's what they did. They used that again. So he was trying to have y'all back out there by Easter. And here it is in October, and they still ain't got a handle on this stuff. They'll say they do, right? Cutlow, they're gonna go out there and beat the drum. We turning the curve. They've been turning that curve. That's a long curve, bro. That's deep, boy. That's a long curve. But you can't even turn that curve with some swingers. Swingers involved for my Texas folk, right? That's a long curve to swing, bro. Again, you could not make this stuff up. So again, I know, hey, I know I'm preaching to the choir and I'm all this and that, but I know this to be a scenario where, man, we have to really start to really see these people for who they really are. You got to see this country for what it is.
That's facts. Look at the actions. Now, don't mind what people say, but look at their actions. At the end of the day, like we too many times get caught up on getting emotional off of this and that, but you got to see people for who they is. Not they'll make you 100 promises, but do they follow through with them? What are they doing? At the end of the day.
That's what I'm just waiting for people to show me some conclusive evidence, data, hands down, unequivocally, that it is what it is. Where he done something enough to really say, I did this to stop this, and this was the reason why we benefit or better off than we was back then. Anybody, please tell me, please let me know. I've been kind of like, you just overlooking this African poor. Please, anybody. What did he do conclusively enough to make us feel like we really that better? Oh, I'm gonna ask y'all this: what did y'all do? Anything far as different to the tune? What you feel like you got from them? Where you better off right now, as if it was, if we were even open back doing East? What happened? Anything? Anybody? I'm curious. Again, it could be something. If it is, I get it.
Nice. Crickets.
Because I don't see what we did anything different, really. I mean, we did more than what we got from them. Because we said, no, I can't depend on this. I'm finna what? I'm finna level up. I'm finna layer up and level up. If I go out to general public, I'm taking clothes off, put them in the garage. I'm going still take a shower. I ain't finna play no game. Whether if it's real, true, or not, I'm finna still what? Act like I'm in a real world situation. They didn't give you nothing to that regard. My opinion. Again, I gotta say that disclaimer. My opinion. So to me, it just negates all the talking points. I did this better than anybody. If it had not been for me, it's been that the entire time. No responsibility. Me. And when things go wrong, it was them. This ain't took responsibility for nothing. It's not even the mindset of a leader to never feel like they don't take the onus or the ownership. A ship go down, who go down with the ship?
The cap.
Y'all know that just by natural progression of understanding and hearing it and seeing it for so long. Because they take that credence, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the last one off. Because who got to get off that ship first? All my crew. They're going to be the first ones to get off, my crew. I'll be the last one to lead the ship.
Nice. That's the type of leader that's the type of leader you want, because at the end of the day, that shows that they selfless. They care about other people. If you got a selfish leader, it's gonna trickle down at the end of the day. You want that mentality to trickle down to the people of being selfless and caring about everybody else, more, care about the greater good more. But if you're selfish, that's just gonna trickle down to your people, and that's why at the end of the day we're in the climate that we in now.
Because everybody want to be what? Down. They emulating what they feel like they're getting him. What? The selfishness. Yeah. I don't know what you tell me. I'm going to the bar. I don't care what you say. I'm going to go do this, and all them the ones catching that Rona.
Yeah, bringing it back. Super spreaders. Here they want to call black teenagers super predators. I'm gonna call all these wild beast savage bar hoppers super spreaders. That's what they super spreaders. Couldn't make this stuff up, bro. So I'm just saying, man. I ain't playing them. They ain't finna get me. They ain't finna get us. Because I know, for the most part, like I say, if we're gonna be practical, logical thinkers, right? If we're gonna be really serious about putting on our big boy pants and big girl pants and really thinking as opposed to just feeling, because a lot of these people are just out there feeling some kind of way, because they can't go have their little favorite little beer at next to their little buddy. Like, sit your behind down. And you finna tell me you out there to the point of all this stuff that they saying, okay, people out there committing suicide. Like, man, come on, man. Y'all just
stretching. Y'all reaching. Anybody real out there like that? Again, in case you're gonna have some people because they were just already felt like they had to be dependent upon other people to make their life mean something anyway. Of course, you're gonna always have that in a societal sector anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have fringe scenarios like that. That's not the norm.
Facts. People way over leveraged and lost everything. And I feel like them the more the people. I mean, me personally, I don't know nobody who was thinking about doing something like that because they had to sit in the house too long. I'm just be honest.
Right. If anything, again, people out there for the people who, again, man, look, I'll move on. I ain't gonna go there, but I'm joking that be really out there masterminding to do out the real evil people out there. Right? All these sick people out there be formulating opportunity to go out there to hurt other people, and that's all they've been doing, right? During a time when everybody out there so-called business, they sit back, strategize the plot like them people that be shooting up in schools and blowing up and stuff like that. That idiot that left what it was his state and went over to Minnesota, shot them 2 people in the face or whatever. Mm-hmm. That idiot that they herald him as a patriot.
Crazy.
This is a gun-toting, underage, wielding, lunatic, wild beast, savage, retarded behind, dumb dingleberry behind little doofus kid, and they finna say he a hero. Matter of fact, to the tune of the Christian societies are donating money for his defense to get out of trouble. Christian organizations are also funding him. The same Christian funded organization that funded Dylan Roof that shut up the church down in South Carolina.
That's crazy.
These kind of people. And you finna tell me that, no, bro, you being insensitive, you're a traitor. Maybe you don't get out of here. Misery loves company, right? Y'all, we done heard that a million times. People want you to follow their bull crap. Because it only validates how sick they are, right? So they got now they in so deep now they can't find a way out unless something catastrophic happens. In this case, obviously Trump catching the Rona, or they catch the Rona, or something of that nature, or a civil war actually does pop off. That'll be the ultimate, moment for them. They live in that much of a fantasy. They need that to validate in their mind, how crazy they really are. Because that's what it is. You ain't saying you crazy at that point. You're going to just, overlook the science, overlook the data, overlook, best case practices, overlook reality, overlook logic, overlook practicality, reason. The basic that's supposed to come with you innately in birth is humanity. Well, we know a lot of them ain't got that anyway. That been gone. Like they left that at the birthing table, right? Jump on the port like the alien, right out somebody's belly, just laying havoc. Man, you couldn't make this stuff up. That's why I say, man, look, don't put your hope in humanity. Don't let them people propagandize you. Man. Those who solid, they'll always step forward. But them rest, look, you're gonna spend 30, 40, 50, 60 years trying to force a person to be who they not. And they didn't cause all kind of carnage and destruction and death. And you still trying to give them a pass. Not at the point that they're doing something that they can overcome from, but they just out there really mashing up, the planet. And you still trying to say, no, So that's why, again, when something happened on certain different spectrums of the ideological class, even with race, that becomes an issue where it gets polarized. Person shoots up the school, he's suffering what? Mental illness. A black dude kill a dude in Chicago, he a wild beast, savage, and a thug. But he killed one person, not one too many, but the guy that shot up the school, he shot about 20, 30, killed about 5 or 6, 12, 13 of them. But he got what? Mental illness problems.
Crazy.
He's suffering from mommy daddy syndrome or something like that nature. It's okay. And they talk it up in a way where it's very applicable to say that it's more of a illness. Couldn't make this stuff up. And people find a way to desensitize themselves to it and start saying, yeah, you're right.
You get to saying it's the world fault when it's this person
clearly his person.
He's accountable. That's him. He ain't went through nothing in his life, or they ain't went through nothing in their life. But when this person do it, it's the world
problem, right? Biscuit. He been riding through Biscuit Wheels and Gravy Valley for a long time. Had to do for nothing. just for crazy. Other joker really just out there trying to whatever. But y'all get it. Hey. But those things become cyclical, or cyclical, I should say, excuse me, because the fact that we're just timelining the events that got us to this point. 20 some odd days out before the election, and boom, it finally caught the Grand Poobah. Right? It caught him. It caught him. Again, I don't wish it on nobody, but it caught him of all people.
The irony.
Totally the irony there. It caught him. That last hour, it caught him. So I'm just like, man, look, okay. I'm finna just sit back and watch with Wall Street do. Right? Because they ain't loyal. Bruh, they ain't loyal. They're like, oh, really? One of them guys, they're like, yeah, okay.
It was like, okay, they was rocking with him. He getting us a little bag, doing little things. Now it's like, all right, what's next now?
Yeah, it's just like the concept how we have right now, and it be in that tone, like, yeah, man, yeah, bro. Oh, woo, good luck, bro. Yeah, we gonna miss you. Can't get right. We gonna miss you. Can't get right. We gonna miss you. Can't get right. Can't get right. Can't talk. Move. Yeah, can't get right. We're gonna miss you. Can't get right. You can swing that back, but man, that can't get right. He can manipulate that market, right? But that can't get right. He out there want to grab women by the crotch and be wild, be savage, and be put his face on the body of Rocky Balboa, and man, look. That's your man's, bro. That's your man. That's y'all's man's, right? That's your man's and them, right? That's your man's and them, bro. Again, I ain't saying that, man. Don't get any feeling, guys. If you are a fan, again, we're I'm just saying. That's your guy. He put
his those real strong, biased supporters. He just hear crickets right now.
Man.
They just try to go, shrink down somewhere. They'll do a little defense stuff, but for the most part, they just shrink.
Hey, brother Ramsey, you can't lose that language, man. I keep saying that, man. They, YouTube ain't doing that no more like that. You gotta put the disclaimer out there. I don't have the disclaimer out there for that, man. I can't do that language right there, bro. I can't do that with that. I know you. It's Friday. You having that good moment right now, but a good thing I did look at the chat, but you in there going in, man, because we don't, not this. I know we kind of talking, but shooting it a little bit, but not, ain't that level now. Not that level.
You gotta act like the kids around.
No, not yeah, because I still do. Again, that's what this channel really all about. And I'm trying to get the kid, get them something, and everybody else that want whatever. But you get it, man. If you're in that lane right now, they're going shoot. How this stuff do, man. You're dope. You're grown people out there. Shoot your little DM message to whoever you're talking to, whatever. Right? DM. Take it offline. Take it offline. Take it offline. What was that in the movie Life? When you want to get that them conjugal visits, like I'm trying to get me some privilege to get to that. What that little house they went to? Y'all know what I'm saying. Whatever. That's a movie there, Life though. But yeah, man. So man, interesting turn of events. We here. Excuse me. We're here now. We'll see what happens going forward. Again, we do in all values of just being humanitarian. I will say I do, signify the idea that, things work out. I'll say it just in that term and that term only. I signify that I hope things do work out. That's as far as I'm going, right? And that's that, right? I signify that I hope things do work out. So We'll see. And again, the markets are still going to be able to. They're going to go forward one way or the other. It showed it today because even when it dropped, they were still trying to find an excuse to what? Pump it. So that means the markets are already trying to, price it in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're trying to price in him having a Rona. Yeah, so, hey, that lets you know they already saying, okay, yeah, come November 3rd or even January to be even more so, we still gonna be what? Trying to pump. You had my homie, matter of fact, Shamat Palahapatia, he told Scott Wapner pretty much the other day, he said, you know what? Markets do not care. And he's right. They do not care. No matter who in the White House or not. Markets do not care. Because they only can serve the purpose of slowing it to a degree at some asset, but in other times it's always going to be moving like a swarm, right? It's always going to be swarming to get its, whatever, right? Its mandate or hit its agenda or get to where it's trying to go. So the markets do not care. So if he ain't going to be sitting in that seat come January, then so be it. Market's still going to be pumping, even with potentiality that, we could be get hit with a higher capital gain tax under Joe Biden or. But guess what? For the most people, the people that made a lot of money under the pandemic, again, all the people skating on tax and all that, well, that's what he's really going after. So I ain't got no dog in the fight, up there. I ain't there, yet. I guess if I wanted, I was endeavoring to be in the position. But look, he gonna hit them jokers, and that's why they crying, because they went crying earlier because Elizabeth Warren was trying to hit him earlier, right? Remember when she was talking about how she was gonna hit him if she made president? But I'm just crying every week. But I'm just all on CNBC. Big Leon Cooperman. Y'all know Leon Cooperman, billionaire investor out of New York. But he was a big hedgehog crying behind on CNBC almost every other day. Like, man, okay, yeah, pay your little fair share, man. We just saw Jeff Bezos skate on a $20 billion tax, scenario. And again, I understand the hustle. If you can get away with it. But guess what? Don't you dare not say nothing or anything had to do with anything on that topic. Take your skateboard and go on down the road. Because if you throw it back in them people's face, then they're going to come for you. That's what's happening right now with Trump. He threw it around in everybody's face. What? And guess what? Now they're coming back. Now it's going to come back 10 times harder. They're going to light him up. They finna light him up all weekend. Y'all know the Sunday paper, when the Sunday paper come out, all the satirical cartoons, boy, these comics and the artists, them jokers probably ain't sleep right now. They ain't gonna get no sleep. Everybody trying to get the perfect cartoon character. How they call it? What's it called? Character.
Yeah, I think you gotta.
Yeah, they finna try to put the perfect one out. They finna light this story up. They're gonna give me some material, right?
So how much do you think this affects his chances of re-election? Do you think this has an effect on it?
Well, we spoke about it a little bit too. Scott said, you know what? There's a possibility it could. Right, and
as far as perception,
real quick, Rems, you can be yourself, man. I ain't here trying to tell nobody how to be, but I'm just saying don't say my fault the vulgarity. I ain't gotta tell you that, bro. I'm just saying the vulgarity. I can't do the vulgarity because now YouTube done got this new thing where they really come after people now. Not my rules, actually. It's their rules, right? So the other stuff that you got up there, you fine. Just
you ain't got to retract everything. Don't be saying,
You can say what you want to say. You can speak in innuendo. You have a conversation. Just don't drop the word, right? Yeah, because they coming after people. They really are. I'm not making that up. Yeah, they coming after people on that. They don't even want none of that on their stuff no more. It's as a matter of fact, a sidebar, but again, because Facebook, they were the first one to be, overtly policing people. There's a lot of people that always look like me, but And then everybody start following suit because all those antitrust and you know and the other things like that, and then you know, cleaning up these sites because of people saying this and that third, all that stuff was born actually out because of the Trump scenario. Be honest, there were the people out there just running rampant. You know, it was, man, look, it was a mess. That's all I'm gonna say. So these people cut down on that stuff, and they tell you like when you go to upload a video like that, you know, what's the content of it and these kind of stuff in it. Do you have this in it? So they don't want you putting that mess out there for some reason. You can't say nothing about no homosexuals. You can't say nothing about none of that stuff. Or they'll take the video down. Literally. Like, wow. It's that kind of party, people. So, like they say, you got to get your own little, you know, your own little platform. That's the only way you're going to get around it. You know. BeAMere.com one day, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, they got another tube too. I can't remember what it's called. But it's
that
like
red tube, it's called red tube, man. Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's the other type of site, but it's another.
I'm not saying I heard that's why I'm mimicking because somebody said that Dr. Umar was finna do some kind of what is it called? Some kind of like a paid membership on a site called Red Tube. I was like, Red Tube, what's that? You know, I'm old school, bro. Like I'm young and old school. I was like, what's Red Tube? And I messed around and put in Red Tube in my search engine. I'm like, whoa, what is that? You supposed to be teaching people how to fight the system against, the public education and the system and getting you finna have mothers coming to a site like Red Tube for a membership.
Oh, that's messed up and funny.
Couldn't make this stuff up, bro. That's how it caught me the same way. I was like, bro. A paid membership so he can talk to them about, school to prison pipeline and all that, and them people to get on that website, and they're gonna fit through all that to get to the bruh.
I think it's called DTube. I think it's DTube, if I'm not mistaken. Because I got one account with it. It's just it's decentralized, and it has the same format as YouTube.
I can see that because I know it's eventually we're going to have it on the crypto side. One of these makers or, coders and that's that aspect of what a lot of people are trying to get to, right? People trying to take back their own civil liberties, so to speak, or what they know it to be again from what they thought it was based upon the government telling you what it was, and that's the problem with people who fell into that trap. And they got this blind loyalty to what? I'm trying to figure out what do people have such a blind loyalty to? What have they been so groomed and conditioned to just fall lock and step and play this fake patriotic game? Because again, I always tell people when they pop off, those are first ones to run. Mm-hmm. And the ones who think they ready, they ain't really ready. Mm-hmm. So they trying to convince themselves that you can't play dress up when you're in theater, as they say, especially in the military. Ain't no time for dress up when you go down range. Right? When you got them 7.2 and 7.5 millimeters and hovering coming across you on them 50 cals, and man, ain't no time for all that. Look, man, you ain't staying no Holiday Inn. Y'all wish I would back in the Holiday Inn right now. Right? Totally different ball game. Not that that's the pinnacle to kind of say that you there or not, but I'm just saying, if you ever had to live in such an environment, there are people who live like that day to day in their own environment. You say, well, man, how do they, put up with that day to day? They've learned how to get used to it. A kid can be walking home and step on an IED. And just because they got a turf war going on, the people that's in the community on a civil spat putting down that kind of stuff, even in, in way of the people who out there living in it. And a kid can just be walking home and step on one, blow his legs off, or kill him, or hurt. And they're like, yeah, that's just every day. Right? Suicide bomber roll up in there, Allah Abba, right? Let loose, blow up the cafe. Mm-hmm. And people like, yeah, that's normal, but yeah, I'm just mad they blew up the cafe. Yeah, they got the best bread in there. They ain't even heard about the people that died, bro. They're like, man, they made the best bread. Why he did it at this cafe? They had that kind of, so it's weird out there, man. It's weird out there in the world, man. It's again, this place is big and vast, and I'm saying that the planet, but again, we got, for what it's worth, from what I know, and we only got one shot, to do what we can, the best we can, to be able to leave something. And so what people are starting to realize that, this whole betting on humanity. Okay, yeah, you can still have some level of hope in humanity to a degree. But these jokes getting too radical, bro. They getting more radical and more radical. So good luck, Good luck. That's it. So yeah, I know it's been late, guys. I know we going in and man. I always say, man, you got the troopers with you, right? When we go in, we get it in. So we always, do some really good, case studies, if you will, or breaking down some good dynamics of things that we can take take with us to go out there and equip ourselves with, going forward. If it's not just life in general, it's definitely market related, because a lot of things that we do obviously surrounds our profession, be it supplemental or primary. It still follows you, right? Because the world is obviously trying to always put things in the context to obviously find a way to monetize, right? And so again, it just becomes like, hey, what do we do? What do we do? Right. So we'll see. Again, the markets are going to be the playing field come Sunday, futures market going into next week. Y'all saw how we closed. I showed y'all the screen on that. We closed down, obviously. And that was because the market was actually trying to do like it typically do. Again, left unabated. It's going to try to make its move. But as soon as that news came out that, Trump was getting ready to go head on over to Walter Reed, right? That was that SpongeBob meme. Right? SpongeBob, I guess I'm head on out now, right? The market did just that. Right, it was like, man, we was trying to pump a little bit, but now it's like, no, I guess I'm head on out now, right? And so it did that, it pulled back after at least trying to close, close out strong. Let me see, come over here to my little.
Well, I see this D-Tube done upgraded too. I see this. Some people got 1 million views and stuff. Okay. And they get, I think you get cryptocurrency for people watching your videos on here. Like they have a DTC, which is their currency there.
That makes sense too, because you can see it being a scenario like I said, the whole purpose of that, demonetize, your base in a sense. You get, people who come. I gotta click on. I did it wrong.
See how much this coin go for.
Yeah, so again, especially if you want to in the time too, you could definitely do build on it too, but my keys in that perspective.
Yeah, especially if they have a way where you can stream to both to kind of get both of those, you get your base on both of those, so they have kind of an either or option, or one go down, YouTube start acting up, your base from YouTube can follow you there.
Right over there. Yeah, that's what this whole thing should have been about anyway, because they are becoming, just like we said, they're censoring everybody now. Ain't nobody off limits. They don't care who you is, right? They don't care who you think you is, because you ain't gonna come on their platform doing what you want to do. That's their rules. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, y'all, come on, y'all being a little too over policing. But I don't know who they trying to prove something in terms of Congress or whatever, but they going after everybody, and there's some people, like I said, who they were saying that they had been on YouTube for quite a while, and a lot of them jokers got, again, look at the people they even banned off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't even probably talk like, some of the young people that be on here talking greed. It just because who they are and they following was so strong in terms of influence. They kicked off David Icke. They kicked off Farrakhan. He can't have his own independent channel. They kicked off what was the other Mr. Tinfoil Hat. Dang it. Alex Jones. They took Alex Jones out, right? They kicked David Duke. David Duke can't have a channel, right? Not on his own, name or label. They, so again, these people I don't know. I'm just like anybody else. So, hey, So again, so like I said, the markets
Yeah,
out.
and the issue is, it's just like a lot of times they're biased with who they decide to block or which videos they decide to remove, that's just unfair. You know what I'm saying? Certain things people can say and they good. Or certain people can say certain things and they good.
Yep, they are singling out. They are just showing implicit, or they're showing biases basically.
Yeah, definitely.
They make it no qualm about it too. They just outright look, hey, this is
we got the power.
got the power. What you gonna do? It's that kind of scenario. They strong armed you. Ain't nothing you could do. Right? Unless you find other avenues, and then you got to get people, like you said, to again, follow suit. But when people got comfortable sitting on Facebook all day, because they tell that algorithm to literally to everything that they know that the person wants to feel like they can sit on there and just sit on there all day long, and just click, and they made it ultimately that user friendly and comfortable, so that way they could sit and just feed off you and your content. And then they still policing you, and all that stuff, and then you feel like, okay, if they take it away from me, man, I done lost everything. Are you serious? I tell people that I can't stand Facebook with a passion. I can't stand it. I love to short they stock when I can. I'm that kind of guy. I can't wait to short Facebook. They used to suspend me for just telling the truth, and I'm like, okay, that's okay. I see how this works. I ain't never liked it like that anyway, right? So I was like, all right. I'm gonna use it to leverage it. I'm gonna get drop information as much as I can, edify my people and people who are that like mine. But anytime I get a chance to blow their spot up, I'm doing it, because I know how they were doing just like that. Right? They were being very selective in terms of who they was letting it get away with it and who they was not. Clear as day, right? Clear as day. So that's why I'm like, all right, buddies, right? We watching y'all. So again, we know what we need to do. So just stay, stay on the grind. Stay persistent, stay diligent. We got something in terms of obviously a skill set that's unique, and it's a hidden treasure in a lot of ways. It's a hidden treasure that's always right before everybody's face, but again, people still hadn't just figured out they hold the power in their own hands more than they don't, more than they get some credit for. Right. So it's just our job to help them see it. You don't got to beat it down. You don't got to force it on them. When they're ready, they'll come. Right? They're just going to watch you demonstrate. When you just keep demonstrating, not that you're doing it for them, but just demonstrate, because of course you want people to find, value in, as we know it to be, in terms of, freedom, right? Or financial freedom in a lot of ways. Again, it don't necessarily just have to be the markets. I'm not saying that's the only way, but I just know it's one of the more, easier paths or models that you can definitely literally wake up the next day and be in a whole new different tax bracket. Couldn't make this stuff up.
That's facts. Especially when you finally figure this stuff out, man, you become dangerous.
Very.
You become dangerous and you stay dangerous. Hey, I see Alex Jones over here.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna say I know he. Somebody was like, he went to them sites where you can just, well, he got his own thing too. I forgot whatever that thing. He got his own site, but I wouldn't be surprised when you said that. So
it would be nice too if just somehow you can create a way just to connect them, or have your subscribers when they subscribe, they can subscribe to all of them at the same time or something.
But they got a link now. Where they got this thing is what they call my Bitly or whatever, where it just kind of you click on it and they send a person to all your your webs, your own little sites that you got. But I don't just like they have it completely integrated where they just send them straight to it. Yeah, that's it's probably still
my Bitly.
Is it Bitly? I forgot what it is. Like, because you can have it's something where you can just click on it and they got all your social media in one link, and it it directs they're like, here's this and here's that and here's.
Got you. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
I think Sister Monica got one too.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The thing that annoys me the most. Well, one of the things that annoys me the most about YouTube is that I can't play no music in the background.
Yep, they
know,
got strict on that. Remember, YouTube didn't have to even have no scenario like that. Now they like, man, again, I get it with some of the artists. They trying to protect. They getting tired of getting robbed by the they little distributors and all that kind of stuff as it is, and they hard out there really for to make some money. And I get it, it's
but
intellectual
shoot,
property.
yeah, I don't even really think it's mostly the label. It ain't really even the artist that.
Right, I just say
that
they
do it.
it's the people who own they masters.
Exactly. They're
They
like,
got
nah, we
control.
want all that.
Universal and those type priority, those are the ones who doing the censoring.
Yeah.
So again, I understand they trying to.
Yeah, because for the artists, a lot of times they kind of cool with that because it gets their music out there, especially if certain people don't know. They might hear a song in the background and be in the ask like, hey, what song that is, and find a whole new artist.
Right.
Yeah,
like I said, it's all relevant, but
Is this right here? Is this still you still on was it TradeNet? Or they kicked all the US people out?
Oh no, you still got it. They just got to a point where a lot of people, some people they got tougher little realities in some cases, but I'm still out there.
Okay, but they're not taking like no new clients.
To be honest, I'm not sure. They made it so cloudy. Okay, I've been grandfathered in for quite a while, but I know they had an issue before because they even messed up a lot of affiliation. I remember I got an email one day because I was like, man, obviously I built a lot of relationship with a lot of people over there. I know them still, whatever. But they're like, yeah, just letting you know, and it was kind of like out of the blue, like I gotta let you know we're not doing any more affiliations right now. I was like, okay, well, what's going on? Well, it's just something that came up. If I give more information, it was kind of like that kind of thing. I was like, okay, right? Like what? Again, I was already. I know everybody over there. I know everybody over there. Run all of them. Like real. Like know them. In a sense. Over the time, built that relationship. So, yeah, I was like, this is crazy. Richard, all of them, everybody. I mean, everybody. Dan, man, all of them.
Yeah, because I was kind of putting it in my plans. Like, all right, I'm gonna go back. I done crashed by 2 of my accounts when I first started. I was trying to do these harmonic patterns and just really wasn't, doing what I was supposed to be doing. But like I'm gonna go back to the drawing board, get my fundamentals right, get right, and I'm gonna come back and grab me one of these accounts. But then they done shut it down. Like, oh man, I gotta find an alternative.
Yeah.
By any chance, you got a dual citizenship?
Nah, nope. I'm stuck over here. I plan to get. I'm planning to get me a passport, probably in Sierra Leone, since I find that I have lineage going back there. And I know they give citizenship to people who have lineage, spending back there. So in the future, I plan on having that. But nah, man, I got this old ragged American passport.
Y'all see the breaking news? I don't mean to cut your wisdom. The breaking news. It ain't really breaking news. Again, what it is. We already know what's going on. But breaking news just hit. It just dropped. President Trump's campaign manager,
got that
Bill Stepien, whatever his name, tested positive. Just dropped. So the campaign manager got it. I'm pretty sure some other people around him got it too. And that's people who out there riding with him on them caravans to these little rallies. So yep, like I said, man, be surprised who really gave him that virus. They saying her, but you'll be surprised. You don't tell him where he got that thing from.
Yeah, I think, man, Trump done gave it to everybody.
Yeah, he probably was one super spread all along. Oh, Dusty Joker sitting there harboring that virus. They just sitting there incubating.
Super spreader.
Yeah, super spreader, ground zero type of spreader.
they in there like, Trump, we cannot give you any more. Give you no Clorox. No.
Yeah, look at that.
See, over there arguing with the nurses.
Gilead too. Now they just dropped another stat a little bit earlier before that one saying that he's doing very well. This is the update at the Walter Reed. So they saying he's doing very well, and they had started the remdesivir therapy. So he actually, I knew that was going to be when he was going to get on nothing else. They still push back on that hydroxychloroquine. He got to do that kind of off the record. But remdesivir, they'll say, yeah, they'll vouch for that on the record. So he's taking remdesivir therapy right now at Walter Reed. So Gilead, just keep y'all on Gilead come Monday, guys, if you are in the markets. just in case it still has to show itself. But if not, hey.
Yeah, I'm over here looking at the picture they got for us, and it's like the picture they got with the campaign manager looking at Trump. He's just looking like, dang, I know he got corona.
Yeah.
I know he giving it to me right now. Oh, man. Like he's just looking like, dang.
Yep. So Bill, whatever his name is, Stepien.
Yeah,
he got there hanging out with
Bill Stepien, yeah.
hanging out with Junebug. Junebug then got him jacked up. You gonna learn today. Learn today. That's all I'm gonna say. Yep, yeah, that's the dude. Yeah, okay. I'm like, what do he look like? He probably, yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna share it real quick here. I don't know if people probably ain't seen it, but they probably see it anyway. But yeah, he looked like yeah, he got me. Got me, bro. You got me, bro.
man, I just know Biden. Like, man, I hope no tricklets or no spit tricklets done hit me. But this man talking all loud and yelling.
Yeah, he tested him and his wife got tested. So far,
They're good. They're good. But I thought they had to wait 2 weeks or something to even know.
That's what I'm saying. So that's just because y'all know they said Trump was getting tested almost like every day. Almost. See, that's the point about it was ambiguous because we just don't know, right? Some of the stuff they keep it kind of security wise, right? So how well and how much he was getting tested, who knows? But at the point where it missed, all the other chances, he got ID. So I'm guessing every time he went to a rally and came back, he had to get tested either before he went and after, or he came back. I would think so, right? So the last rally he did, again, they saying at that point, that Hope Hicks, whatever her name is, she was showing symptoms. She was actually showing symptoms, and they still was getting this Air Force One. Come on, right? That's why he put out that tweet like, she working so hard. Like, yeah, you worked hard. Man, look. Again, hey, good luck, Trump. Right? What Trump middle name? Start with that J. What that J stand for?
Junebug.
Right. Y'all smart. See, I know how this is. Probably like mine, right? Because somebody gonna try to say that Donald John. No, it's Junebug. Donald Junebug Trump. That's exactly what he act like a Junebug. A lot of people don't understand what we saying. Well, I get it. That's fine. That's exactly how he. Yep. So Junebug, got that wrong. So then now this guy right here got it. It's campaign manager. Unfortunately for him, hopefully his family is safe. Got to go through the process again. So this is what I'm really interested because I'm like, man, look. Yeah, because y'all know, boy, that Giuliani, if Giuliani ever get it, boy. If Giuliani ever get it, him or Mark Meadows, both of them two there. If them jokers there two get it, I'm like, man, look. Y'all, both of y'all, or even Dan Patrick, right? Well, Dan Kilpatrick, right? Lieutenant Governor of Texas, he was one of the first ones came out and said we got to sacrifice our elderly. They opened the country back up. This was way back in May and June. He was out there beating the drum. No, we need to open up. This is the sacrifice you got to make for God and country. Like what? Like, man, you don't get out. This ain't no monarch again. Like I said, you don't do that, man. Nobody do that in 2020. You jump your behind on out there, right? You go out there, then you going out there for God and country, right? Ain't nobody, bringing on, man. Whatever. These people are sick, bro. These some sick people, man. They think it's again, they out there maximizing profits. I understand what they're doing.
So, how's it going to work for Pence? Him in the debate that he has with Kamala.
Well, I mean, they both all been tested. Cause, that's the first people they also got to test, so they testing them. As of now, they came back, and again, that's why I'm really like, man, okay, if Pence ain't got tested positive, he of all people too, him, then how I don't know, it may be understand like Mark keeps saying too, it might be just delayed in terms of how this stuff works in the body, till it truly presents itself again, evading some of the testing to the point where it just, pops up like, hey, I'm here, right? I'm here now. So we'll see how that, truly unfolds. But as of now, again, as far as them having the debate, I think they're trying to figure out how they're gonna do it now, because now they're trying to figure out how Trump gonna also even do the rest of his stuff if he even able to, right? They scrambling around at the last minute trying to figure out how they're gonna do all this. He's still trying to talking about how he gonna still try to get some rallies in, a couple rallies in real quick still. Hey man, you don't sit down somewhere. You want to take your little Remdesivir, your liver Regeneron, and get your cheeseburgers and chill, bro. No time soon. I don't care how desperate you are. Cause he desperate. Obviously, he been feeling like he been desperate for a minute. All this mail-in ballot stuff. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right.
I never looked at this little lobbying section over here on the Hill. This is interesting. As far as seeing where the money be going.
Yeah. I'm always saying definitely follow that money, because in doing so, you'll get a lot more clarity, literally.
Mm-hmm.
On what's really been happening, all these kind of, this pork, and these bills, and that's how they can't come to the table and really put a bill out there for the American people, because they too busy trying to, earmark trash, right?
Mm-hmm.
All this pork stuff and fatten these things up when they don't need to be, or they trying to, take care of special interest, again, siphon off all this money. When that check cut, it's cut. They don't care. Them jokers do not care. When they cut that check, they like, look, how can I pinch off this? How can I eat off this as well? So they're just taking advantage of people's vulnerability in terms of the taxpayer, because taxpayers can think, when they starve you out enough to make you that hungry, like they've done with the second stimulus check, they got people to feel like they just can't live without it, or they're not gonna be able to survive without it. Then they know, again, whatever extra they can take off the top at the point, then you ain't gonna push back against it.
That's facts, and it's crazy how the narrative done changed, like of trying to blame, in this scenario. Like I said, I'm not for either party. I'm in the middle, but at the end of the day, they're trying to blame, Democrats and Nancy Pelosi in the House for trying to get more money for people. like y'all.
It's
y'all
the same
bad.
thing they gave on the last one. Just give or take a couple other things more direct towards some things that they feel like, okay, that we at least should be able to agree with this. But if you're going to tell me out of everything that they did, the pump the market, especially coming out of the weekend till today, from all of this week, and they come to agreement on Friday, on a Friday exposure, all that they could have done Monday, and say, okay, at least we agree on what? The airlines getting bailed out. Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? More, again, slush. That same thing to keep getting these people in trouble, but they don't care because they know that you don't really care. I mean, the people out there that keep voting against their own interests because they convinced that it's really saving jobs. Seriously, what about your job? Do you work? I'm sorry. Do any of y'all work for American Airlines? Anybody work for Delta? Anybody work for United Airlines? Anybody on the panel? In the back chat? Anybody?
Yeah, I don't even know nobody who worked for any of them, honestly.
I'm like, seriously. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, are y'all serious? Yeah, am I Allen Iverson? Practice? Practice? Y'all talking about practice? Yeah, practice, bro. Yeah, practice. This stuff is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, she need to go ahead and they need to go ahead and just sign it so we can hurry up and get this money. And then when they get the money and it's a little bit and they spend it all up, then they're gonna be looking crazy, talking about what the rest of it at. When the next one coming? There ain't gonna be no next one. Honestly, this is kind of this might be the last one.
Because because the next carrot they're gonna dangle is they already been doing it anyway. They've already said it. It's not like it's even new now. It's like, okay, the next one should come somewhere around about January, right around tax season, January, February. They should be getting ready to give the American people at least another stimulus, round of stimulus.
Mm-hmm.
So they already trying to front run. They took a page right out of Wall Street. They know exactly how to do it now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, man, these people they can't be. They are professional snake oil salesmen, professional snake oil salesmen.
That's facts.
You know, and so I'm like, okay, they
And it's
playing the
like
game.
people ain't even worry about taking one look at the actual policy. Like they all they really talking about it. All they really care about is two things: either a stimulus or unemployment check. They don't
Right.
care about nothing
Don't
else.
about none of the other stuff.
You know? And that's hard to deal with. I can understand how it's hard to, people who
That's the
trying
only,
to do something for
yeah.
you.
Mm-hmm. Now, about to say that's the only thing that you know unequivocally that if nothing else, you can say, okay, at least the Republican, they ain't going. That's why the only thing that you give them a little credit for, because they don't want to give you nothing anyway. So they already like, look, bro, we ain't finna cut y'all no check. We don't want y'all around here, getting on Robinhood and flipping that money, and then come challenge me. All right, we want you to stay right in that lane. So Democrats like, man, they doing it for other reasons though. They ain't even like they're trying to say that the money gonna liberate you, and then they got their own little agenda. So it's like, man, dang if you do, dang if you. Same reality, for the most part. So, yeah, man, it's crazy out there, man. It's crazy.
All I can say with it, you get some of this money that's coming, man. Take this money and flip this money. Do something with it. Don't be out here just go buy you some new shoes. Go do this, and that because you feel like you're finna get another one. Or it's gonna keep it how it is now. It's gonna be like that, man. You better do something with that money.
Facts. The one thing that we say on this, my channel and all the other ones as well. This is why, we will not be denied, the understanding of how important it is, to learn how to leverage opportunities when it's presented before you. You just have to understand it at this point. You can't keep walking around here as if it don't matter. It does, because these people are making a killing off your so-called suffering or misery with no cares to give. And again, they're not going to sit here and, act as if they care. You're looking for them to say, okay, I get it. No, they need people professional at what they do. Okay? So that's all right. We got us something. I'm going to keep building. We're going to keep learning. And, the rest is going to be history. Markets are definitely going to be able to provide a way for some people, a lot of people actually. But it just kind of equalizes the playing field. Right? It's what we're really trying to establish here. Let's kind of equal this thing out just a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shucks.
Yep, all this time that people was able to get this money coming in and sit at home and learn something new, get a new skill. You should come out of this situation swinging.
Facts.
I know I was, and I know I will. I know I made the most out of my time. That's for sure.
Right. That's how you gotta look at it, because that's the measurement. That's the measurement. That's the true measurement right there. Because you have to be able to prove that to yourself that if these things ever pop off ever again, well, guess who's protected? Me, right? That little meme we had back in the day, you point back at yourself, like me, guess who? They said, guess who ain't going to church this Sunday and be lied to? And the guy point back at himself like me. If that's the case, if you follow, you don't. But y'all understand, whatever the case is, you got to be, again, of the mindset to know that, you have the, you have the power more than you give yourself credit for. Right? So that's important. So again, with that being said, again, I know it's late. I know we keep rocking out. Again, that's why I say, man, I respect you guys. You guys are my intellectual peers. Every time we come together, we form, again, intellectual Voltron, right? And we bring truth to power. We bring, information to life and to light in ways that it can be beneficial in more ways than none. And so I'm always grateful for that, because we're just here trying to figure out, opportunities and solutions that we all can leverage. And so it's not taking from each other. It's trying to take away something from, the system in a lot of ways, right? And that it's invigorating, it's exciting, and it puts the power back in the hand of the people. So we can go dig in their purse for a change. For a change. Right? For a change. Right? So I'm excited for that. And I'm always, like I said before, invigorated by that too. So stay the course, guys. Stay hungry. Right? Stay diligent. We understand. All right? We know what we need to do. Right? We know what we need to do. We don't have to sit here and act like we don't. It takes time for some of us to get it, but as long as you stay around people like us when we in work mode tonight, we kind of like a little a la carte with it, a little bit of work and a little bit of discussion, current events, but it's all relevant because it's current events, right? Because who moved the markets right now? Trump, right? Hey, so we just studying our prey, right? We studying our prey right now, right? We studying it, make sure that we stay ahead of the curve. So if he pop off and do something wild or something strange for a little P chain, guess what? We're gonna be right there. Right. So right now we know he already dropped that Regeneron. Right. Some of you guys know Regeneron ticker. Y'all we need to go look it up. Right. But that's the stock that's gonna probably be popping Monday or Sundays. Future market into Monday, excuse me, I should say. Because it jumped up and ran $20 after the hours here. Right. So Regeneron, right? And then we just found out that Walter Reed gave him one of his favorite little drugs. That remdesivir. Right? He got that remdesivir. Right? And I know over Garfield, he definitely likes Gilead for that. Right? And so there it is. So remdesivir and then Regeneron. Right? So we'll see how those act come Monday. So we're just looking for the opportunity in that. And anything else that may come out over the weekend that may be obviously reflective of things that we need to pay attention to, obviously on the equity side, obviously, but even I'm sure you know how to leverage it on your side too, for the Forex family. Because again, a lot of that stuff is still, synonymous in a sense in terms of what markets are, running up or spiking up because of somebody else's, scenario. So it's all relevant. So all right, so that's it, guys. So with that being said, again, thank y'all for tuning in. We went hard, right? We went hard in the paint, right? I think we kind of spoke about, some of the more, reflective things. I was surrounded, Mr. 45 himself. Again, like I said, right now, you over there at Walter Reed, got his IV bag in him, got that saline up in his arm right now, right? Got his rocking music playing, got his cheeseburgers in his coat, right? And they hit him with that Clorox. Right? I'm stop. He got a friend dose of that Clear
Can I put the Clorox in a pill?
Yeah, man. Put that thing in the capsule, the vegetable capsule too. Start cutting them. Just like, man, you going in on my dog, man. I'm a dog. Trump, my dog. Now that's it. So, but now, thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all. Thank you, Over Garfield. I'm about to say Garfield. Thank him too. I was Over Garfield because of the fact again, he did. I think he was live earlier too while I was on, and some of the people from there came over and he sent them over. So thank you, Over. Thank you, Sister Monica, as always. Definitely can't say enough for that too, and also you, Over Brandon, Over Marquise, all you guys in the family. Thank y'all for tuning in. It's late, I know it. Thank you, Sister Angie. All right, everybody for tuning in this long. Hope you got something out of it. All right, that's the whole purpose of when we go live, to try to have something of substance value to share, right? So that's the goal. All right. So with that being said, any last words, Over Brandon, on the way out the door?
Watch the market, learn the market, take from the market. Again, Over African Emporium. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for steady doing this when people don't want to get up in the morning and watch it. Just thank you for everything that you're doing. Appreciate you.
Humble, super humble. Thank you, Over. No, thank you. All right, super humble by that. Over Marquise, in last words, family.
Yeah, definitely, man. Just appreciate everybody, in our village. Appreciate you for leading our village into what it is today, and everybody who take the time out and rock out and try to do something better for themselves and teach others. And it's the weekend. The markets closed, crypto open. Y'all rocking on that crypto. But the market's closed, so this is a great time to hit them books and study and get your brain, you know, moving and jumping for when this market open Monday, and you know it's going down. You know, so
Yeah,
keep
or
profit to
Sunday's
all.
futures for some of them people out there on our future market Sunday. You know, you're gonna be right in front of that screen Sunday because you know, anything that happen between now and you know and Sunday future market, you know, there's everybody gonna be waiting on. They're gonna be like, boy, look at him.
That's
I mean, they
right.
on pins and needles right now because they like, if anything come out of Walter Reed, that's you know abnormal. They're gonna man, they
Yeah.
they
So
gonna be all over.
everybody, you know, stand down and stand by. You know what I'm saying?
Literally, right? You
Right,
couldn't say it
right.
no better. Exactly. Because that's exactly what it should be about, right? For some of them jokers out there, they mans is up in there, right? That's your mans, bro. You better go away. Hey. Go out there and protect your mans. That's it, guys. That's it. So again, I'm always happy that we can always, you know, leave on a funny note. But that's it, guys. So peace, power, profit. Thank y'all in the chat. Thank you, family Rams. Thank you, family brother Mathis. Thank you, Ilva, Angie. Thank you as always. Right, always happy to have you, wonderful people in the building. Right, everybody that came through that was new tonight too. Thank you for coming to the channel. If you haven't subscribed, we you know we're humbled if you do. If you don't, we just happy that you're here to rock out with us. If you got some information to share, or if you got something out of the information, we're humbled by that. That's what we try to do. We try to bring truth to power in our own way when it comes to the markets. So thank you as well, brother. Hi, HJ. I see you in the building as well. Our family came through, brother. Family D. Our sister G Deb came through. Our sister Beautiful One came through tonight as well. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you earlier too. I looked through that. I got caught up in conversation, but I saw it pop up in there. So thank you for coming through as well, sister. I always see excited when I see the sisters come through. One of my newer friends too over there on Instagram. I've obviously been building a nice little cadre over there too. Some great people. So as one of the traders that I've asked them looking to interview next, she came through tonight actually showed a little love in the building. So happy to have had her in the house and look forward to doing the interview with her coming up here shortly too. So stay on the tune, stay on the lookout for that. Again, we've been doing them on the Dagger Squad channel. So shout out to her. Shout out to family Stacy Betts who came through as always. Keep learning, keep listening. We got you. Trust me. You hang around with us. We're gonna keep sharing what we got. Again, we're not we don't own the market, number one, but we're not claiming that we gurus and this and that. We're hungry just like anybody else. So we do take a lot of responsibility in trying to give out the goodest, the best information we can. And so thank you for tuning in and trusting that. And so hang out with us a little bit. You'll learn something, I guarantee. Right? Keep hanging out with us. Right? So that's it. So everybody, again, if I missed your name, again, don't charge it to my heart. I was just tired. Been a long day. All right? We actually went to work today in the markets. All right. So y'all heard Urban Marquis came in. He sleeping. He was grinding all night. Was just kind of waking up. So I let you know, man. We be working around the clock. Right?
Thanks.
Profit to that. So with that being said, again, peace, power, profit. See you guys Sunday. Hopefully Sunday again. I'm gonna try to do something Sunday before the future market pop off. Cause I'm pretty sure it's gonna be interesting between now and then. I'm almost forced to go live now. Right. I want to stay up to date. All right, guys. So I'll see you guys on the next one. So peace, power, profit. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you on the next broadcast, guys.
Yeah, peace, power, profit.
Peace, everybody. Peace.
Peace.